Buongiorno.
Stiamo per iniziare, stiamo aspettando 2 minutini. Okay, so
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Italian Cultural Institute. I am Silvia Mongardo, and this is my colleague. We are the new cultural attaché at the Institute, and we are glad to be hosting this interesting workshop consecrated to the work of Riccardo Viale and questions about his work. And we are happy also to be able to give the floor to President Giuliano Amato, former Prime Minister of Italy, that is joining us today. Thank you.
Okay. Am I supposed to speak now? Because I see only the flags. Okay, so okay. Okay, so thank you for inviting me to open this seminar. Really, I don't feel qualified for this because I'm not a specialist of these things. I have my experience, and in part, my studies have helped me in understanding something. But as you will see in a few minutes, I will finish with a question more than with an answer. And I explain now why a question. Well, let me begin by saying that I got acquainted with cognitive sciences while I was dealing with antitrust, and when the entrance of economic analysis into the interpretation of antitrust matters brought a great, let's say, progress in the understanding of the markets, of the conduct of people, of the violations themselves of antitrust. Previously, we were working only on legal concepts. And let's say if you know something about the American antitrust and the initial statute that gave birth to the discipline, the Sherman Act, the main clause of the Sherman Act says any contract in restraint of trade. Now, initially, we lawyers interpreted in restraint as a restraint of freedom of contract. Any restraint of freedom of contract was transformed into a restraint of trade. Economic analysis allowed us to understand that you can restrain freedom of contract, a legal thing, without restraining competition. Take the case of franchisors and franchisees. There is a constraint in the freedom of contract of the franchisees, the impact of which on the market is more inter-brand competition. So why am I using part of my time to give you these elementary notions of antitrust? Because economic analysis was much better than legal analysis alone, but initially it was based on the notion of the economy dominated by economic operators that were supposed to be rational. Homo economicus as the protagonist of the economy, making rational choices. And most of our elaborations were based on the expectation of rational choices. After a while, cognitive sciences arrived and explained to us quite clearly that the Homo economicus not necessarily is rational. On the one side, because it lacks information that might be necessary to make a rational choice. So asymmetry of information, which is typical of market conducts, is without the necessary background in information, very frequently. Second, he or she might not desire to adopt the rational choice in the given case. He or she might prefer another choice, which is not rational in scientific terms. It is something that responds more to desires, to expectations, to emotions, to personal experiences. Therefore, we understood what bounded rationality means. Bounded rationality means that human conduct, precisely because influenced by several personal factors, might not lead to rational choices. And here I had arrived with my experience in antitrust, economic analysis, economic choices made by humans, economic choices characterized by bounded rationality because humans are less than perfect. Let me pass now for a moment on artificial intelligence. Several people tell me, well, artificial intelligence has eliminated the risk of bounded rationality, has eliminated the risk of decisions that are based on all of the personal factors that Riccardo Viale links to embodied cognition, perception, language, memory, reasoning. All these matters make human rationality less rational, but artificial intelligence is better because it's free of all of these factors due to our human nature and to the environment in which we live. I must tell you that a few weeks ago, I took part in a seminar that was taking place in Tallinn, Northern Europe, Estonia. My interlocutors were mostly Estonians. It was interesting for me to understand the difference between us. Why? Because I quoted several cases in which the personal experience of the human agent, his possibility to speak personally to the other parties involved, to look into their eyes, to react also emotionally to what they were saying or demonstrating, had helped them in adopting perhaps the right decision, a decision that artificial intelligence would have never taken, because you can't find all these personal elements in artificial intelligence. I said, so if a judge decides, also using his or her emotion and her bodily reaction to the other person, he or she might adopt a better decision. Their position was, no, this cannot happen. If emotions enter into a decision, the decision might be more easily wrong than right. because the decision must be rational, adopted only on the basis of rational elements and ingredients. I remained on my position, both in some cases. Now I don't have the time to enter into these cases, but let me quote at least one that was very impressive for me. A judge who had to decide on a minor, 16, 17-year-old, who was accused and certainly was guilty for sexual abuses on other minors. Any artificial intelligence on the basis of the precedents would have decided for 8 years of detention, jail. This judge remained 2 days and 2 nights, he said, before taking the decision. And eventually, when he went to court and announced the decision, he said, I understand that the expected penalty would be 8 years of detentions, but I have talked to this young gentleman. I've tried to look into him, and I'm convinced that 8 years of detentions would be a wrong solution, worse than better for his future, while I decided to give him 8 years on parole. So if he does something wrong, the detention will be automatic. Otherwise, he will be a man free of this kind of temptations. Artificial intelligence would have not adopted this decision. And I should conclude that this, how should I call it, the bounded rationality of the judge who had decided, considering also aspects that rationality does not include, did the right thing. And therefore, my final question, whether with my limited rationality, I understand less or I understand more than artificial intelligence that certainly does not enjoy the limits that have an impact on my rationality. Thank you.
Thanks, Giuliano. Now I give the floor to Shaun Gallagher, but I wanted to add that the bounded rationality of the judge perhaps was formally irrational, but was social adaptively rational. That the problem is that formal rationality versus adaptive rationality. And from a social point of view, the judgment, the decision of the judge was rational, not formally, but adaptively. The two concepts that are in war each other, and that will be the topic of this seminar. Thank you.
I concluded that you are Italian and not Estonian. Probably I could also add, after that experience, that you come from a Catholic country and not from a Protestant one.
Gallagher, Shaun Gallagher, now he will, I give the floor to him.
Okay. I have to find my PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I have to say that I'm going to talk about, from a philosophical perspective, I'm a philosopher rather than an economist. And I want to talk about some of the issues having to do with the bounded rationality and embodied cognition. I don't think I'm going to be able to say much at all about this third concept of cognitive institutions. So, in fact, I'll start with a very brief summary of what I think about embodied cognition, and then go on to talk about bounded rationality. And then, if I have time, I'd like to come back to a conclusion having to do with some practical implications. So, embodied cognition. As a philosopher, I think of it in terms of what is sometimes called the 4 E's: embodied, embedded, extended, and enactive cognition. And in the context of thinking about bounded rationality, the question is, to what extent does embodied cognition, or the 4 E's, have implications for understanding economic behavior, economic decision-making, and so forth? So the thought is that economic agents function as embodied agents, such that their decision-making and problem-solving processes involve active moving around the world as they engage in pragmatic inquiry, informed by their affective experiences. Emotion plays a role here. Also, they are embedded agents. They're intertwined with the environment, which is material, of course, but also, importantly, social and cultural. They're agents whose cognitive processes are extended, that is, enhanced or constrained, or especially, the philosophers would claim, constituted by their use of tools and technologies and so forth. And they are action-oriented agents who dynamically enact meaning through their material engagements and their social interactions. So that's a very brief summary of the 4E approach, as we can think of it in terms of agents who are in the world and operating as such. There is, in philosophy, there is a discussion about how radical any of these positions are. And radicality here means something like distance from the classic cognitivist accounts, which tend to be disembodied accounts, tend to be internalist, that is to say everything is going on in the head or in the brain. They are modeled in a computational way, and they are highly representationalist. So people talk about neural representations, inner representations, internal representations, and mental representations, and so forth. So the classic cognitivist would be the target, let's say, of many of the embodied cognition approaches. There is, however, something called weak embodied cognition, and that's not a pejorative term. It's a term used by the people who actually have developed it, and they stay pretty close to classic cognitivist accounts. And the further you get away from those kind of accounts, the more radical you are in this use of the term. So weak embodied cognition is where a higher order cognition can be explained by internal, what are called body formatted representations that use or reuse motoric system processes. So people like Barcelo, Vittorio Gallese, who I'm sure you know, Paul Müller, talk about mental simulations. And other people like Lakoff and Johnson talk about image schemas as semantic metaphors. These approaches would kind of fall under that weak embodied cognition view. Embedded cognition Environmental factors play a large role, and also, of course, social interactions. Causally scaffold cognition, which on some views remain primarily a brain-based internal process. So people who talk about situated cognition or distributed cognition fall under this classification. Extended cognition, which is a little bit more controversial, the idea is that environmental factors, tools, technologies, as well as institutions, scaffold and co-constitute cognition in parity or in a kind of complementary way to the internal processes. So Andy Clark is well known as a proponent of extended cognition, as well as David Chalmers, who's at NYU here. Here the idea is that there is a kind of epistemic offloading. The environment does some of the work. Representations are required, however, for higher order cognition and even for, on Clark's reading, action-oriented processes. And it's based on a functionalist approach, which basically means that they discount the biological body. So artificial intelligence could do the job just as well as a human embodied person. And the final idea, the most radical, according to some people, is inactive cognition, where the dynamic system of brain-body environment constitutes basic cognition, basic meaning perception, action-oriented cognition. The emphasis here is on sensory motor processes, affectivity, emotion, skilled know-how, social interaction, and extensive social practices to explain how agents enact an affordance-based, meaningful world. Under this heading of inactive cognition, there are still a number of different approaches, some based on the more biological notion of the autopoiesis. So here, Francisco Varela's work, Evan Thompson, for example. Some based on the idea of sensory motor contingencies, how the body moves around the world, here O'Regan and Noe, and something which is actually called radical inactivism, a more anti-representationalist view proposed by Dan Hutto and Eric Mayen. And my own kind of favorite term for this would be pragmatic inactivism, which tries to integrate all of the various features of the 4E approach in a way that makes sense, however. So what you can see here is that there are various philosophical debates informed by empirical studies quite often. They're not only external criticisms coming from the perspective of the classic computational view, but there are also internal critiques, internal debates going on among the embodied cognition crowd, all about various topics having to do with whether one really needs representation or not, whether the brain is doing the main work, or how far we need the body and what role the environment plays. Well, I mentioned that there are these debates, and I think that's important to realize that it's not settled ground here. Embodied cognition is a collection of varied approaches. And this is important if we try to start thinking about how it applies to economic theory. So Basso and Herman Pilath, in a very recent book, 2024, called Embodiment, Political Economy and Human Flourishing. It's a very rich book where they talk about embodied economics. The only problem is that they basically mix all of these different approaches together in a way that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think that they were not as careful as they should be about how to think about embodied cognition. Nonetheless, a lot of what they say is quite interesting, and I would recommend anyone interested in this topic to take a look. Okay, so here I want to switch now to the notion of bounded rationality and the idea of enactive problem solving, which Riccardo has been developing. So in this 4E context, or embodied cognition context, how should we think of bounded rationality? And if we look at the origins of it in Herbert Simon's work, of course, Simon really falls into the camp of the classic cognitivist perspective. That is to say, computational, representationalist views are the ones that he endorsed. So he, on this kind of scale of radicality, is really not part of the embodied cognition view. And this has been noted by a number of people. Enrico Petrarca, for example, says, as a founding father of cognitivism, Simon conceived of cognition as a fundamentally abstract and disembodied phenomenon, and was as such rather skeptical of embodied cognition since its inception. His skepticism rose to the point of publicly engaging in a controversy with early proponents of embodied cognition, in which his last peremptory words were, "There is no need for cognitive psychology to adopt a whole new language and research agenda." And indeed, he did not adopt that agenda. Nonetheless, if we take a look at what he has to say about bounded cognition and some of the metaphors that he uses, the scissors metaphor, of course, is important. And here, it seems like there's at least on one blade of the scissors an emphasis on the environment. So perhaps we should take a look at that. And here, of course, there's been some various developments in terms of how we think about the role of behavior in the world, in the environment. Behavioral approaches, in some sense, may align with embodied, embedded cognition. If we think, for example, of nudges as rearrangements of the environment, or we could think of system one nudges as targeting embodied affective processes. One example would be Kahneman's the endowment effect, which can be interpreted as grounded in an embodied sense of ownership and bodily proximity. This has at least been suggested in the literature. Also, there's some empirical work showing, for example, that the physical act of hand washing decreases endowment effects. So there seems to be some kind of embodied processes involved here. Although, as Gerd here has noted somewhere, I'm not quite sure where you say this, but the idea that heuristics and biases are framed as mapping internal cognitive processes of bounded rationality, and not so much about the external environment. So then if we look at here ecological rationality, we find something perhaps maybe closer to what we are looking for in terms of how bounded rationality comes to play a role in the embodied cognition approach. So here, Gigerenzer says, in the ecological view, which revives and extends bounded rationality, thinking does not happen simply in the mind, but in interaction between the mind and the environment. And again, he suggests the heuristics lets the environment do much of the work. So this sounds much closer to a more embodied approach. In fact, he talks about embodied heuristics in this context. Well, how we interpret this, of course, will depend on how closely we read and understand some of the concepts involved, of course. But here, Eric Arno and colleagues have suggested that ecological rationality is really very close to embedded approaches in embodied cognition, but not so much the extended or the inactive approaches. And Andy Clark himself, commenting on ecological rationality, basically says, yes, it's not really the same thing as extended or active externalism, which is what he defends. So if we're trying to sort of place some of these approaches on this kind of spectrum of embodied cognition, then it seems ecological rationality could be associated with the more embedded view. Now, Riccardo asks us to consider an approach that perhaps is more inactive. He argues for an inactive conception of rationality, something which he calls inactive problem solving. So the question here is, can we think of inactive problem solving as a form of bounded rationality? Does it revive and extend, in those familiar terms, further bounded rationality? And according to Riccardo, I think, he says yes. It, quoting him, revives Newell and Simon's tradition of problem solving and incorporates it into the new research program of embodied cognition. And he also wants to include here the tradition including ecological rationality. Or again, he says, this position, talking about embodied cognition, that places the constraints of rational choice and decision-making activity not so much in the computational possibilities of the human mind as in the mind-body environment interaction, represents a further development of Herbert Simon's theory of bounded rationality. So I want to take a look at that kind of claim, and I want to say that really a lot will depend on how Simon understands some of the concepts that are important here, having to do with adaptation, environment, and action. So for Simon and ecological rationality, I think, problem solving expresses the adaptive capacity of an individual or organization, the problem solver confronted by some task, to the constraints of the environment. As Simon and Newell put it, for a system to be adaptive means that it is capable of grappling with whatever task environment confronts it. Hence, to the extent that a system is adaptive, its behavior is determined by the demands of the task environment rather than by its own internal characteristics. This seems to indicate a one-way constraint function for the environmental structure, rather than anything like a dynamical coupling. Accordingly, Arnell and colleagues suggest that the environment in Simon and in the fast and frugal heuristics approach of ecological rationality, where a heuristic is ecologically rational to the degree that it is adapted to the structure of the environment, plays mostly a methodological or normative role. That is, it offers only conditions for discriminating the success of one heuristic over another. It helps the agent decide whether a heuristic is fit or unfit to use. And this is quite different, I think, from extended, as Andy Clark would have it, or inactive approaches that take active, dynamical, recursive engagement with the environment to be constitutive of cognition. Nonetheless, Andy Clark interprets Simon's bounded rationality as somewhat, he says, aligned with extended cognition, citing, for example, Simon's story of the ant on the beach. The complexity of the ant's behavior is due to the complexity of the environment, the surface of the beach. The environment here is doing most of the work. Philip Agri, however, points to a tension in Simon's discussion here. As he puts it, Simon clearly anticipated the view that organized activity arises from the interaction between relatively simple creatures with complex but benign worlds. But 1 page later, Simon abandons his insight, asserting that he is only interested in cognition and not in embodied agents, and moves on to discuss his studies of human performance on cryptarithmetic puzzles. The computational models of Newell and Simon's school have affirmed their wholly cognitive view, the classic cognitivist view, of such puzzle solving by locating the state of the processes within the individual's short-term memory. Clark also admits that Simon never really embraced the view of extended cognition and instead retreated to a traditional computationalist view. Accordingly, he notes that we should distinguish the conception of reason as embodied and embedded from the important but still insufficiently radical notion of bounded rationality. I think Simon's understanding of an action and the role of action in this context is crucial. For Simon, action is the outcome or the result of the internal processes given certain external constraints. But it is not part of the cognitive process itself. It's foreseen, perhaps designed, but only implemented at the end of the process. Thus, Simon's description, for example, of the architect who, given environmental constraints, adapts her design, he says, initial design ideas themselves suggest new criteria, new possibilities, and new requirements. Throughout the whole process of design, the emerging conception provides continual feedback that reminds the architect of additional considerations that need to be taken into account. Note here that the feedback is coming from the conceptions and the ideas that are already in play. So even if there is some feedback from the environment in the adaptation process, the feedback that comes from the ideas or conceptions developing in the architect's mind, they turn out to be primary in the problem-solving process. Experts look for resources in their own short-term or long-term memory, their stored knowledge or stored skills, but the environment is not treated as an opportunity for engagement. At best, it's an information source. So in the Sciences of the Artificial, Simon's book, human problem solving is modeled on computational processes, and feedback is conceived of in terms of cybernetic control systems. So the activity of design and problem solving is described as a purely internal process, with some possible exception here when Simon remarks that the design ideas are recorded in drawings and diagrams. But he does not describe, he doesn't go on to describe as a pragmatist or an activist might do, engaging with or manipulating or playing with such drawings as part of process. I don't know if I can have a note here that Cristina is in the waiting room. Should I admit? If I can, I'll try that. Okay. I don't know if that worked. Now, back to this. Okay, action, then, is the outcome and could even be taken as being done by someone other than the architect, following a set of instructions, for example. Once the design is finished, action is pre-specified, and subsequent action doesn't appear to feed back into the problem-solving process on this view, Simon's view. Now, in contrast, inactive problem-solving includes the execution of action, which is not just an adaptation of the agent or organization, but a dynamical recursive set of adjustments or transformations of the agent and task environment, which itself feeds back into the ongoing process. Planning includes improvisation in action. As Riccardo puts it, problem solving is not computation of a decision based on an analytic prediction activity performed on data from deconstructed empirical phenomena, but rather a pragmatic recursive process comprised of many attempts and related positive or negative feedback from the environment. So enactive problem solving and design activity are shaped by the logic of complex action and the feedback from the environment that is not simply a scaffolding structure, but something that can be the source of support or further problems. Viale, in his understanding of problem space, which is a term from Simon, goes beyond Simon, I think. It's not, it doesn't amount to an internal logical space, but it's an affordance space in what some philosophers call the great outdoors, outside of the head. And he allows, here quoting him, some of the resources that define a solution will come from past experience and one's own skills, as Simon might say. Others from the consequences of the actions attempted to reach the solution. The search for the solution corresponds to acting in the sense of embedded cognition, including the idea of a recursive feedback process leading to the final action. So importantly, the environment is not just the physical environment. The problem-solving process itself may start in conversations with related parties and may finish up as a division of labor with the engineer or the construction company carrying out the action of the building process. We're still talking about architecture. But the social context can also include an intertwined set of institutions. And here, Riccardo, in an article with myself and Vittorio Galese, states, a purpose is followed in the design, which is to involve a given problem. For example, design a smooth urban plan for the regulation of road traffic. And when you think you have reached it, feedback is generated from the political, social, and geographical environment that introduces a new unforeseen purpose, for example, energy-saving constraints. So the idea is that affordances can also be, and often are, social and cultural. The third part of my presentation, which I'm not going to get to, tries to go into that institutional idea and pertains to institutional economics. But the idea is that the large embodied story about post-Northian institutional economics would be reflecting the engagement with the material, social, political environment that we just mentioned. We could take that much further. Since environments are social and cultural, they are, as such, characterized by strong and complex forms of normativity. Affordances reflect such normative forms so that it's not only what I can do as an affordance, but what I ought or ought not do, given social and institutional constraints, or what I am prevented from doing by, say, cultural factors that have to do with, again, for example, gender and race. So although Simon, I think, foreshadowed some of these issues, it's also the case that they never became part of a truly interactionist and situated research program for him. Indeed, as previously noted, he explicitly opposed the emergence of such a program. Armand Hatchell remarks with respect to Simon's focus on the problem-solving and design process, Simon's limited interest for the construction of social interaction, which is a key resource for the design process, means that his design theory was unfinished. And Huttrell proposes to add social interaction to bounded rationality, involving users or stakeholders in the design process, he proposes. I think, however, for Viale and the enactive problem-solving approach, these are not add-ons, but are really incorporated from the beginning as part of the enactive process. So my conclusion, to summarize, enactive problem-solving is a more embodied and more socially attuned alternative to the model of bounded rationality. It involves dynamical transactions between organism environment, accomplished in the rich context of social interactions that enact cultural and institutional practices that then loop back into our cognitive and intersubjective lives. In this respect, action and social interaction are recursively part of the problem-solving process. Environments and affordances are not just constraining and they're not just constraining structures, but a complex combination of physical, social, and cultural resources. Through all of this, embodied agents enact and are constrained by the complex factors of materiality, intersubjectivity, and normativity. So that question again, can we think of enactive problem solving as a form of bounded rationality? Well, clearly there are differences of opinion here. I won't try to settle those, but my own leaning is to say it's something beyond bounded rationality, something different. Rather than try to settle this question, let me suggest two ways, and it may have practical, pragmatic importance beyond just an issue of scholarship. So enactive problem solving and 4E cognition more generally, I think, provide a better bridge between ergonomics and behavioral economics. That's the first point I'll make. And the second is that these 4E approaches, I think, better explain implicit biases. They offer a better explanation than you find in the literature that is pretty much dominated by the classic cognitivist view. So some researchers from Rome and Lucca, Belandi and colleagues, highlight empirical studies of nudging and the role of ergonomics. And they think there's a strong connection here to be made and that one should investigate even further. But ergonomics, the science of human factors, technology, human-machine interface, is very much about body environmental coupling, not about internal representations. Nudges, for example, are often involve the arrangement of affordances that relate specifically to the capabilities of the human body. In this regard, in a domain that is already implicitly embodied, explicitly considering the role of action-oriented, embodied, and active processes can be important, both theoretically, to understand how these things work, and pragmatically, to understand how to shape environments ergonomically. And the second point has to do with implicit biases. Designing environments that nudge behavior often relies on or exploits implicit attitudes which operate outside of conscious awareness or control, which, of course, affect consumer behavior. Much of the scientific literature, however, fails to recognize the role of the body in implicit attitudes. Analysis typically focuses on non-conscious mental attitudes, stored mental representations, and the cognitive management of preferences, with a strong distinction between the mind, where the attitudes are said to reside, and the body, where their influences are simply manifest. So standard interpretations really ignore the role of the body, but also they ignore environmental factors, social and cultural contexts as well. Decision-making in such contexts is never a cold-hearted cognitive snip of the scissors, since embodied affective processes pervade our responses to stimuli and to environmental arrangements. Affective possibilities are tied to the presence of others. Each instance comes along with certain embodied affects, which are also mediated by acquired habits of social behavior, and they have a complexity and history that shape behavior. So, enactive problem solving recognizes that all of these factors can non-consciously modulate our preferences, our behaviors, and the exercise of our reason. Okay, thank you very much. Mike? Yeah. Okay. Procedural behavior or skilled behavior, that would fall into that kind of category, I think. Well, there's a great debate going on also in philosophy of athletics, philosophy of performance, that basically asks what exactly is, what is a skill? You know, how does it work? And there are many people who would say these are embodied things. These are bodily processes of motor control are involved that are very much tacit. We don't pay too much attention to them. Once we know how to ride a bike, we just climb on and ride. So one could have an embodied conception of this. The enactive approach talks about this, but so do more embodied, extended, and embedded. So these 4E approaches do have a story to tell about this, and there's no problem. The problem would be if you want to try to reduce that all to a kind of intellectualism. So the debate in philosophy is between intellectualist conceptions of skill and knowledge versus more performance-oriented, embodied type processes. So there is that kind of debate going on. Yeah.
I worked with Herbert for about 6 years and came very late in his career. So he was very focused on the sciences of the artificial, but this was around the time he was also going back and reading Adam Smith and Marshall, and so he was really beginning to think about the social aspects, I think, in a more open way than his writings might have, because he construed the notion of docility, that human beings are both persuasive and persuadable, and so I had discussion with him on how the mind can be constitutive of conversation, and that was part of my dissertation work as well. So I was just wondering if your thoughts on, I mean, everything you presented was absolutely wonderful, but I was just wondering your thoughts on his conception of docility and where he was headed with thought, because that was really taking social interaction a little bit more seriously than he had been in the past. You know, and I had lots of arguments with him on this. So.
Right. So, well, that's good. I guess one question would be, still, how do you, given that you can sort of say, yes, social interaction is important, then how do you conceive of that? Here, one can still conceive of it in very cognitivist terms. One can reduce it to mirror neurons firing in the brain or something like that, as some people do. So that would be a much weaker form of embodied cognition, and perhaps he would be closer to that. I don't know if he would go further than that, and I'm not sure, what to say more than that.
Yeah, I would just say there was a certain amount of persuadability, but you're right, he did not write, and he pushed me back on going there as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I was particularly intrigued by your final remark about the affective dimension in decision making, and I think this is particularly important because one of the reasons why I'm particularly dissatisfied with the nudging approach is exactly the fact that it's based on these dual process theories of motivation that really separates the affective and the cognitive dimension on this on the basis of this very artificial and, by the way, neurobiologically completely ungrounded notion of system 1, system 2 that Kahneman proposed. So as a consequence of this, I think that the problem with nudging is exactly the artificiality of this approach that is completely disconnected by a, let's say, a neuroevolutionary approach to behavioral change that, by the way, in human culture is very much present. And my personal opinion is that we have a platform of a completely embodied and effectively driven platform for behavioral change, and these are the arts. The arts have an extremely powerful function in this regard. And I was just wondering what would be your perspective on this, because I think that in the inactive approach that you are, sketching out so powerfully, I don't really feel a resonance with what the traditional nudging approach is trying to purport. I think it's much closer to this idea of, let's say, of an effective social computation like the one that I was commenting on.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, in the sort of inactive literature, there's been a lot of recent work on having to do with performance arts, dancing and acting and music making and so forth. And the role of, I think it's almost obvious that the role of arts is so important in terms of how you would even design nudges to work. So I totally agree with you. And there, again, in thinking about the performing arts, you can definitely get an active story in terms of motor processes always involved, and not only motor processes, but blocking in acting, for example, the extended cognition view of how stages are set up, how directors work. There's a huge amount of literature on that already. So I think it's a very interesting thing. I haven't thought about that in the context of economics. Okay. Thank you. I don't know who's next, but yeah. We'll go there first. Fine.
Thank you very much. I'm a tourist here. I don't know this literature well, but it's absolutely fascinating. But one question I had about your survey and analysis was the matter of the normative doesn't appear until part 3, which you didn't go into. And I would have thought that a lot of the classical picture, especially associated with economics, was driven by some very simple normative assumptions, sort of like you rank alternatives, everything's included in the ranking. You're nuts if you don't, they don't use that term, but you're nuts if you don't choose the top option. And there are lots of different principles here at work. And it's well known in these traditions that people who behave, quote, irrationally often do better than people who quote, behave rationally. But these normative assumptions that drive the classical picture of rationality are very strong and seem to have a lot of influence. And I was wondering whether that impacts the literatures you're describing here.
Yes, it certainly does. I think a lot of the literature has been focused on basically developing this kind of critique of classical cognitivism, and they haven't really paid enough attention to the normative. I think that's starting to change in terms of the enactive. But we can think of the normative in a couple different ways. One is whether or not, my behavior is correct, or whether, I'm doing the right thing, and so forth. But also the influence of the social environment and our feelings about how other people might think about what we're doing, and all of that. That comes into play as well. And that's what you can get in some of the more institutional versions of the more enactive story. Yeah, I think it's very important. There was another question.
Thank you. So my question is, to what extent, just curious, do you see that your own view and the view of the 4E takes us beyond the human focus? That is, to what extent you can use this as a general model of agential engagement, that agent can occur in different domains, human domain, not just human in context or interaction with other things like machines and institutions, but also perhaps, take the, machine as the starting point of being that which engages in 4E from its own point of view, or perhaps even systems engage in, like, perhaps even, I just read an article about how the universe computes. Perhaps there's even something like this in like physical or non-human domains.
Yeah, so that's a big question, and definitely the extended mind group, the people who work on the extended mind, have always been thinking about artificial intelligence as part of their own view. Not only how humans engage with machines and artificial intelligence, but also what, on a functionalist model, what artificial intelligence can do for us on its own, in a sense. So the idea that we could become something like zero intelligent agents or something in a well-designed economy, a well-designed market that uses artificial intelligence. That's certainly a possibility that someone like Andy Clark has explored. The inactivists kind of push back against that. They seem to be more inclined to think that the human body is something quite unique and important for thinking about what we mean by cognition and the role of emotion in cognition and so forth. And you can't capture that in the more artificial systems. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for the questions.
Gerd is your
This one, okay. Should we just start from the beginning?
Milton Friedman, the economist, once said, quote, Frank Knight distinguished between risk and uncertainty. I shall never again refer to uncertainty. All uncertainty can be reduced to risk. That's basically my topic today. Much, not all, of behavioral economists has bought into this message. So one mainstream of behavioral economists, based on the heuristics and biases program, uses logical consistency or probability theory as the norm and creates text problems that all are about risk, eliminating uncertainty. Another strain follows Friedman's as if dictum and basically is adding free parameters to expected utility models and thereby, again, reducing all problems to risk, eliminating uncertainty. Examples are maybe Fair and Schmidt's fairness theories. Reinhard Selten referred to this methodology as the Bernoulli repair program. So keep expected utility maximization at all costs at epicycles. Herbert Simon called, let's try again. Herbert Simon called the as-if philosophy, quote, Friedman's principle of unreality, end of quote. I will argue today we need to free behavioral economists from these constraints and extend it so that they can deal with uncertainty. And I will define uncertainty in a minute because it's usually used for risk or ambiguity. And in doing so, I will develop and expand on Herbert Simon's ideas. But first, I want to thank on this occasion Riccardo Viale for his continuing efforts in keeping the legacy of Simon alive and extended. And he has been doing this in many different dimensions, from enactive problem solving, as we just heard, to embodied cognition, to his behavioral city, and to his ecological rationality analysis of autism and psychopathology. And we all are especially grateful to you for founding the Herbert Simon Society. And I was interested by the former Italian Prime Minister's Amato's remark and his association of bounded rationality with Catholic culture and the rest of formal rationality is it with Protestantism. That gives us another research project, yeah? And it may not be an accident that the Herbert Simon Society was funded in the Italian Cultural Institute and by Italians, as opposed to Benjamin Franklin's ideas of rationality, which is basically expected utility maximization. So, but this is an aside. So in what follows, I will define uncertainty. I will argue that decision-making under risk is fundamentally different than under uncertainty. So risk allows optimization, uncertainty by definition not. And we need to look for other theories that help us to explain what people and organizations actually do under uncertainty, and also interactability, where you can't find an optimal solution, where the entire idea of optimality is a fiction. And we need to face this finally. And I will give, if I get to this, an example about a Simonian-inspired study of pricing in markets. And finally, I will give you one general principle to understand why heuristics in situations of uncertainty can be actually not only more efficient, but actually more accurate than optimization models. That's the program. Are you ready? Well, let's start. Let's see how that works. Yes. Good. The quote on the top refers that two parties have hijacked Herbert Simon's notion of bounded rationality. The first is a major group in economics who has argued that bounded rationality, Simon's bounded rationality, is nothing but optimization under constraints. So we are back in the expected utility program, and all uncertainty is ignored. Simon is here, once told me that he wanted to sue people who reduce his ideas to, optimization of constraints. He never did. There's a second group who also has occupied or given his concept a new name. That's the Heuristics and Biases program, who associated bounded rationality with biases. So both optimization and under constraints is rephrases bounded rationality as rationality, and the psychologist on the other hand rephrases as kind of irrationality. So it was hijacked by everyone. And part of my program is to get Simon's original meaning back and extend it. And and this is why I use the term ecological rationality, in order to get this confusion out. And it emphasized the scissors metaphor. We've seen that already today. That means that if you want to understand behavior, you need to look at both, at cognition and the environment. And also cognition and environment, the scissors metaphor a little bit invites the idea that they would be separated, as we heard just before in Shaun's fascinating talk. In my opinion, they're of course not separated. And also, if you just look at one blade and the other blade of a pair of scissors, you can never understand how they cut so well. And particular heuristics create the environment. So even the simple recognition heuristic that I worked on with Dane Goldstein, who is here today, it changes the world. It changes the world into one where the one things or names you recognize and the other ones you don't recognize. That's not the objective world. So just on that. I will argue that we need to extend behavioral economics in three respects, and they hang together. One is into uncertainty, and I'll get immediately on the definition of that term. And second, to process. So Herbert Simon, almost everything he wrote about started with models of. And they were models of processes, not models of as if expected utility maximum. So trying to understand what organizations or individuals actually do, rather than having, if they would know, have all the information, be like God, as Reinhard Selten often told me. That's the other alternative. And third, adaptation. and I mentioned that, that's Simon Sissel's metaphor. That is, ecological rationality is about success in the world. It's not about consistency. It's not about following the axioms that are necessary for a representation theorem for having a linear utility function. That's not about it. It can be that consistency is adaptive in reaching a goal, but we have to face. And we should not confuse violations of consistency with irrationality. So Hall-Arkes et al. Have looked through the entire literature on violations of consistency, rules or any other rules, or logical rules, whether there's any evidence for that these violations lead to less health, wealth, or happiness, or anything other measurable. We've basically found no evidence. For instance, violations of transitivity. We have looked into over 100 papers. There was no evidence about the getting caught in a circle. Yeah. So people aren't as dumb. And if they make an error the first time, regularly come. So, okay, let me go to the definition. And before I start, I want to point you to Frank Knight's deep insight. With uncertainty absent, it's doubtful whether intelligence itself would exist. I think there's good evidence that our minds and the minds of animals, they evolved in situations of uncertainty, not in situations of risk where you know everything ahead that can happen, including the probability distributions. And that requires a different mind, a mind that is sensitive for content, not for abstract logic, and is able to survive in this situation. And one can extend that. If the world would be of risk, we probably wouldn't need emotions, we wouldn't need to think, we wouldn't have to have any knowledge, which is exemplified in many of models, abstract models, developed by people who have never looked into the content. So let's go to definitions. I use Jimmy Savage's concept of small world versus large world as a way to define the terms. There are different ways to define these terms, but I just want to make clear what I'm talking about. A small world, there are two small worlds I distinguish. One is that of risk. A small world of risk is there are all possible future states and all their consequences, so the exhaustive and mutually exclusive set of all this possibility is known. And we shouldn't underestimate the details that they are mutually exclusive. That is often not at all possible in the real world. Yeah? Okay, that's then the probabilities are known and the optimal action can be calculated. So key example, roulette games. A small world in which the probabilities are not known is one of ambiguity. Large worlds, the key difference between risk and uncertainty in that conception is not that the probabilities are not known. It's about that the state space is not known. So are all possible future states of the world and consequences known in uncertainty? No. New things can happen. And if you just look out in the world, they always happen. And are the probabilities known? No. It's always all probabilities known. Yeah? Some are known, yes. And can the optimal action being calculated? By definition, no. If you do not the state space, you cannot have a probability distribution, be it subjective or objective. You can't do Bayesian analysis. All these tools are not available. Of course, you can pretend. and do some analysis, but then you only can hope that it has anything to do with the real world problem. So, and then there is intractability, where this is about well-defined problems, typical in machine learning, but the optimal action cannot be calculated because it's too big, the problem. It's not in real time. And I have here a quote by Savage. And this is by Savage alone. In my feeling, there are two Savages, like there are two Herbert Simons. We'll get to that. The other Savage is the one who is co-author of Milton Friedman. And that sounds different. So here's the pure Savage. And what he says about his own theory of subjective expected utility maximization, he is clear. The theory has limits. It's not a theory about everything. It's not a general theory. It's a highly limited theory. And it is limited to, you can't read that, he says, the look before you leap principle. That's how his analogy for his own theory demands that one envisions every conceivable policy for the government of his whole life in its most minute details, and so on. And he says, this is utterly ridiculous. It is even utterly beyond our power to plan a picnic or to play a game of chess in accordance with the principle. The principle is expected utility maximization. So, plan a picnic is a case of uncertainty. Things can happen that you haven't counted in. Yeah, you cannot really plan it ahead. A chess is a case of intractability. Clear? Now you might say, yes, intractability, clear that you can do anything with maximization that, but as machine learning tells you, you can do lots about it if you are willing to consider other tools. But what's about planning a picnic? Is that really, can anything unexpected happen? I brought a picture for you. In Berlin, in August 2020, this is the Devil's Lake, a popular and legal place for free body culture. A middle-aged man was picnicking, and a wild boar came and picked his bag and ran away with the two piglets. And probably the wild boar was observing the others eating pizza and inferred that there might be pizza in the bag, not a laptop, as it was. And this video went viral all over the world. And when I saw this, I thought of Jimmy Savage. And it's a very simple heuristic. He got his bag. He clapped. And that was it. So, more seriously, small worlds are fundamentally different from large worlds. And I'll give you 3 examples. One is the speed-accuracy trade-off. The speed-accuracy trade-off holds in small worlds where everything is known, including the probability distribution. Making decisions faster leads to less accurate decisions, or at least not better ones. In large world, it does not. In large world, it can happen that making decisions faster leads to better. And examples are experts. Soccer player, for instance. The moment you ask him to think about the situation, everything goes down. Effort accuracy trade-off. Again, it's true, holds in small worlds and is well documented. Using more effort to get more information leads to more accurate decisions. But it does, again, not hold in large world. There are situations where using more effort, more time, more information decreases performance. And we call these less is more effects. And they do not happen in the world of choices between gambles or in situations of experimental games where everything is defined, but they can happen in the real world. And finally, there's a transparency-accuracy trade-off that became very popular now with the development of AI. It basically says if the simple models that are transparent are not as accurate as complex models that are not transparent. And again, that is not the case in the large world. I should say it is not necessarily the case in the large world. Here we have to look. And we know about simple algorithms that perform as well or better than complex algorithms when the prediction is about uncertain events like human behavior. So recidivism prediction. So the AI models are not as well doing here as they do in other situations like playing chess. So if you wonder why a psychological research has documented all these effects, and it's often taken as something general, the answer is quite easy to understand. Typically, it's undergraduates, not experts, and typically these undergraduates are given tasks they have never seen before. So they are, and the task have correct answers. So they're basically on the left side. So here's the research program. So here are 3 questions. One is descriptive. What's in the adaptive toolbox of organization or individuals or a society or Catholics versus Protestants? And what are the heuristics? What are the building blocks? Heuristics can be composed. And what are the evolved capacities they exploit? So heuristics can exploit evolved capacity in order to achieve something, like the ability, the human ability to mimic, to imitate, is an example. That our nearest primate relatives don't have in this general way and in this precise way as we. And we exploit that. Ecological rationality is the prescriptive question. Under what situation can we prove that in this class of situations, a given heuristic is as accurate or more than, say, a different heuristic or a complex model? This is a new question that does not arise in the heuristics and biases program, because here it's always assumed that heuristics are second best, and there's always a perfect solution by whatever, some logical principle. So, and the ecological rationality question is a way to put Herbert Simon's scissors metaphor into work. And we have proven situations where you cannot beat a heuristic that only relies on one reason by a linear regression with many reasons, including that and these things. And that's the interesting question, because then one can understand why people ignore information, whether that is successful or not. And also, we can better understand how the human mind, who runs on amazingly little power, can be so powerful. And finally, intuitive design. So how can we translate that into teaching heuristics to experts, to everyday people, and also changing environments so they fit better to the human design of that? Okay. I think I have to be. Okay, here are some of the heuristics in the adaptive toolbox. So recognition heuristic, I mentioned fluency heuristic, helps experts to get over, to allow to make fast decisions that are better than if they have more time. And there's an interesting family of one reason decisions. They're all decisions that are based on just one good reason and ignore all the rest. And I'll briefly deal with satisficing, with aspiration level based satisficing, and give you a necessary very short report about a huge study on the question, how do firms set prices, and precisely how do used car dealers price their cars. And the answer is, there's no answer to this in the economic literature, but there are several answers. So like the law of one price. So in a perfect market, every good has one price. That's clearly not the case in this here. Then there's Stigler's theory about information search. It creates heterogeneous price, so price dispersion. And there are various other theories that work in other prices, like you change the price to every change in the market, or you randomize the prices, and so on. The study I've done with Florian Artiger started with on the other end, not a theory, but an observation. And it was a puzzling observation. And if you haven't heard of it, I would want to know what you think. So, when my old BMW was getting frail, I was looking for a new BMW. And given the situation that in the first 2 years, prices going down 50%, I was looking for one that is between 1 year or 2 years old. So, and I was in the largest BMW dealership worldwide in Munich, and saw these two cars. They were equal in any respect I could figure out, mileage and everything, but they were priced differently. So I asked the sales force, are they different? No, they confirmed that everything is basically the same thing. But why are they different in the price? Environment? What do you mean with environment? Yeah, no, that's all the same. All the same. Then in the study that we have, we were looking for 27 variables. And the twins are all the same on the 27 variables. So everything you could think. I couldn't think of anything, nor could the sales force. So I asked him, how do you price this? What do you do? They had never heard of any of the theories that I just briefly mentioned. And they explained me how they do it. And then I said, this is Herbert Simon's satisficing. And I had never heard of Herbert Simon. So I'll show you briefly. So these are just some facts about the study, but I'm not going. We are looking at BMW, the lower price and the higher price, so 320, 730. The results were the same. They used the same strategy for pricing. Okay. This is nothing to understand, just to look at. These are typical clearinghouse models that assume that there are two kinds of customers, uninformed one, informed one, and so on. And then there's a mixed strategy about pricing. I'm not going into this, but how do they actually price? So here are three basic models of satisficing. Fixed aspiration levels. You set an aspiration level, and you choose the first option or the first customer who matches it. Second version, same steps 1 and 2, but if after some time no option has been satisfied, then change the aspiration level by an amount. So it basically goes down. And there's a third version, it's even more sophisticated, then you accelerate changes faster and faster and faster. Yeah, good. We found all three among the sample of over 600 of these. And 97% of all of the firms used one of these three strategies. The rest did something we couldn't understand, like going up with the price. So here are the three major strategies. Yeah. Yeah. So the cheap twin paradox is about a situation where one company has two identical cars but differently priced. Yeah. Yeah. It is a logical consequence, I will show you, of satisfying with a changing aspiration level. Yeah. That is the surprise by that. The general point I'm making is, if you have an as-if model of the Friedman type, you miss very interesting phenomena. If you start to analyze the process, you get at them. And this is just one. Price stickiness is another one. And I'll explain you in a minute how it goes out. You can start thinking, Riccardo, and look at the red line. And this is the secret for the cheap twin paradox. So these are the three, basically. So there is one group, the smallest group of dealers, that started with a low price. The price range is the range from the cheapest in a group that matched in this 27 respects, and the highest one. The cheapest is 0, and the highest price is 1. So the blue is you have an aspiration level that's fairly low, the price is fairly low, but you keep it until it's being sold. The most frequent strategy is the red one. You start with a higher price and then keep it for about 24 days, go down about 5%, repeat the same like a step until it's being sold. Then there is a third strategy. You start with an even higher price, keep it longer, and then slowly reduce that. And we'll get immediately you will see dealers if they're in big cities versus in rural areas, they use systematically some of these, and you may guess which one. Yeah. If you have lots of competitors, what would you do? If you have almost no competitors, what do you do? I'll show you the answer in a minute. So this is the distribution. So that's satisfying. And the the dealers adapt the rules to population density. So as the population density increases by every 100 inhabitants per square meter, the duration, so how long they keep the price constant, is shortened. So it gets shorter. The more people out there. Competitors, same thing. GPT per capita, these are the three key variables, and then there's another one, the reputation. So though the official partners of BMW, this is in Germany done, they keep the price longer because they bet on their name and the trust they can sell it. So here you get an idea that is based on the analysis on the thousands of cars and their pricing. If you go in the internet, this is what we did. You can see what the price for every car is, 1,000. And you check it every week. And then you see when it's changed. And then you have a direct model what you get is satisfying. Now to Riccardo's question. how does the cheap twin paradox emerge from these processes. Remember again that two cars priced differently, which are the same in all measurable aspects, and in the same dealership. That's the point, not just between, in the same dealership. So here it is. Here's one example. So this is the red strategy, the most frequent one. So the first car is priced slightly so in the middle of the price range of comparable cars. And after 24 days, it's reduced. After another 24 days, it's reduced again. And then shortly after, the dealership gets another car that is a matching car, and it prices it at the same euro value as the first car, of course. While the other price has gone down, and you have the dispersity. You have the situation that two identical cars are priced the same one. And it's good to know that in case you ever buy a used BMW.
But the decision maker was the same, or two different decision makers in the same?
What?
Decision maker was the one decision maker or two decision makers in the same saloon? Because usually the car are dealt by different person, even if they are in the same company, no?
No. It's the same company, the same area. So in this dealership, there are maybe 50 of one type and 50 of another type. It's the same dealership. And you can see it's a consequence of this satisficing strategy. And we've analyzed how many cheap twins exist. And it's quite a number. And it also can help you, if I go back here, if you want to have a practical application. Actually, after this study, I changed how I buy used BMWs. What you can see is you need to identify a dealer on an urban area who goes the blue line, who starts very low, and then go faster. And that's so. This is an analysis I don't go in deep in. We have figured out, compared to the mixed strategy pricing, does satisficing make profit? All three of the versions make profit. Then here's a summary of this study. Almost all of the dealers rely on satisficing. They don't know the name, but they do it. Dealers adapt the parameters of the heuristic, mainly the duration, not so much the others, to the local market conditions. And the analysis also indicates that heuristic pricing can generate higher profits in this uncertain market than the equilibrium strategies. And unlike equilibrium models, it predicts also systematic phenomena such as price stickiness, that the price is not adjusted. So we do not find any random adjustment or going with the market. It's sticky, high initial price, and a cheap twin paradox. And also interesting, one of the equilibrium models we tested can fit the aggregate market well, but it cannot predict what's happening. And this is where constructivist, Vernon Smith's term, and ecological rationality meet. So these are a few other examples about less is more in situations. So demand in volatile markets. At the very beginning, I gave a quote by Stiglitz, Dozy, and others, who became convinced after they did the empirical analysis and actually compared macroeconomic models with simple heuristics, and found that the simple heuristics predict better demand than the complex macroeconomic model in a situation of uncertainty and volatility, not in a stable world. So that here, this is the study. So when there is technological change, imperfect information structure breaks, then it is that robust heuristics predict better, and in this case, the reasons are heuristic. And here are a few other of these examples. And let me end with the question, why heuristics? And the common story still today is there's an accuracy effort trade-off. So heuristics are cheaper, can do it faster, but you pay a price. This story is correct in a small world. It is not correct in a world of uncertainty or intractability. And so in this analysis, the total error you make, say in prediction, is bias and noise. Noise is an irreducible error. And the best thing you can do is eliminate all bias. That is, as I said, not the case under uncertainty. And here, the bias variance trade-off for machine learning can help us to understand, but there's another term. The total error is not just bias and noise, but there's a term, the variance. Variance means that you have to estimate your parameters. Depending on the sample that you choose to estimate, you get different values. So the variance is the variability of all the estimates you can get around the average estimate. And if you do constructivist analysis, so to typical deductive models, there is no estimation problem there because the parameters are there. So then it looks like that variance doesn't play any role. And an ecological rationality, if you accept the uncertainty and model it, there is estimation error, and the estimation error can be higher than the bias. And that's the exact question. And I hope this maybe help to make the point. There are two targets. Think about darts. Every X is a dart, and the player on the left side has a bias. So the bias is defined the difference between the bullseye and the mean among the darts. But it has low variance. On the right side, the player has no bias. So the average dart is in the middle, the bullseye, but huge variance. And if you add up the rings, you can see you do better with bias and low variance than with zero bias and large variance. And statistics tells you how you get low variance. It's by increasing sample size and also by having fewer parameters, the kind of parameters. And so the bias variance dilemma gives you a way to understand that less can be more. So if you have less parameters, less free parameters, you decrease the error from variance. At the extreme, a heuristic may have no free parameter. Then you have no error from bias. You always get the same thing because you don't even have to look at past data. So that's a way to understand that the task is not to reduce bias to zero. The task is to find a balance between bias and the other source of error, variance. Yeah. So this is also why minds need to be biased to some degree and also ignore information, not to have too many variants. So at the end, here are some principles that are important for the study of ecological rationality. We need algorithmic models of heuristics rather than vague terms. So it's like system one or so. can't predict much with these terms. We need competitive testing. We should not have a complex model with a few parameters. We should always test it against something simple and see whether there's a more efficient solution to the problem. And the human mind is geared to find efficient solutions with little information. And finally, we need to do out of sample, not data fitting, but at least out of sample predictions, and even better out of population predictions. That means real predictions of what's going on. And at the end, there are 3 misconceptions still in the literature. Rational behavior requires maximization for expected utility. It doesn't. In particular, under uncertainty, there are other ways to get to one's goals. Second, heuristics are biases based on fast thinking yielding suboptimal behaviors. That's also not necessarily the case. Optimization model can be equally biased and lead to disasters. Just witness the models that led to the financial crisis of 2008. There's no difference between heuristics and optimization models in the real world. There's a difference if you are in a small world. And finally, more information and computation is always better. No. You need to figure out. And the bias variance dilemma gives you a first understanding about situations where that's not the case. So, finally, behavioral economics might begin to study Homo heuristicus. As many biologists and others know, it's heuristics all the way down. Because we live typically under uncertainty. Only when we put the experimental subjects in front of an experimental game that's well-defined, or choices between gamblers, then we create the small worlds. There are a few real small worlds in the world if you play roulette in a casino. Yeah. So, and we need to take uncertainty seriously. We should not use the term uncertainty for risk or for ambiguity, as it's done by many respectable scholars like Luce and Reifer in their classical book. Uncertainty is called ambiguity, and then it's uncertain doesn't exist anymore. Or Kahneman and Tversky's judgments under uncertainty, it's mostly about risk. And uncertainty is not there. And we need to take it seriously, and also the difference to small worlds. And second, we should be interested, what is the process of decision making? That was Herbert Simon's empirical message. Study what firms do, rather than as if. And finally, adaptation. So how is there a reason why the mind uses simple heuristics? Yes, there's a reason. Because there's too much uncertainty out there. And precise estimation of the parameters of complex model would lead to probably high estimation error. And you may be better off and also faster and more efficient in addition by analyzing the situations where simplicity actually pays. And that's the idea of ecological rationality instead of logical rationality. So we are now all waiting about a change. And we'll hope that we have the courage to take uncertainty seriously and to take heuristic seriously and to open up behavioral economics to the real world where we deal with uncertain decision making. Good luck, and thank you for your attention.
So Riccardo had to go to the washroom. So I will open the floor for discussion. If I may, I would start with one quick question and comment. Well, I am particularly fascinated by the last point that you made on the fact that more computation is not always better than less computation. Well, we have a very clear justification for this. Okay, Riccardo is back. Because the brain occupies 2% of bodily mass, but burns 20% of the glucose budget of the body. So interestingly speaking, deciding to allocate some glucose resources to computation is an economic decision. Incredibly, economics reasons as if the most fundamental scarce resource that we have, that is literally the glucose budget of the body, is non-existent as an economic problem. So literally is not scarce. So this is really paradoxical if you think of it, but in some sense explains a lot why then we fall on this very artificial notion of what rational behavior is. Because as you said, I mean, rational behavior makes sense in small words, but in some sense, I mean, apart from, of course, the intrinsic reasons why Savage defined this particular concept, but the notion of rationality, as it is generally defined in economics, only makes sense in conditions in which we artificially constrain the complexity in such a way that this solution exists. Outside of this environment, there is no non-self-referential way to define what rational behavior is. So from this point of view, the definition of rational behavior that we have used as a benchmark, even to define what biases are, is completely self-referential. It only makes sense into the specific, let's say, small world that you have created. And ironically, again, and then I conclude, this is very clear in the practice of economists. If you try, for example, to submit a paper to a high-impact economics journal in which you have, for example, multiple solutions, it is not possible to find an optimal solution, they simply say, we don't like this kind of models. Literally. Because if there is not a way to define the problem in such a way, it's not economics from their point of view. So this I think is a major problem that we have to tackle, because the public choice implications of this are absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I like your biological approach to the economic brain very much. And also there is, I think optimality is a beautiful concept and it's a dangerous one. It hinders us much to understand the real world.
So can I hear me? Follow up sort of with your final comment about the challenge of bringing satisficing to the world. Sort of, I've spent the last 10 years trying to implement the program of satisficing in the investment world. And ironically, one of the biggest problems is that utility maximization has become the heuristic. People, you bring in anybody, the first question asked, maximize. They have no idea what it entails. It's literally a knee-jerk response. You make up numbers, right? It goes on. And the honest answer is, having worked in finance for a long time, I can think of one place where maybe it works 90% of the time, and when it doesn't, it blows up like in 2007. So, so my question to you is sort of, what are the sort of, how do you bring this to the people, like the CFA? Get sort of, that's the real political challenge in some sense.
Yeah. So, so one aspect you are touching is the optimality illusion. So the idea that every problem has an optimal solution. We just need to find it. And then the more complicated and sophisticated the model is, the more likely it's the solution. Why do we have that? I can only guess. Certainly we can ask, what are the fields where this illusion doesn't exist? Physics is a good example. Einstein has always asked for simplicity, a beauty. It may be a mark of social sciences that we have this optimality illusion. And as here, I can only guess, but it's very clear what you're saying, that there are parts in our field that would even give a price to a complex model that doesn't work well, rather than a simple one that works well.
To just respond to your comment about Einstein, the issue of physics is physics predicts numbers, concrete numbers, and experiments can actually reproduce them, so you have some confidence, right? You can simplify if you want to use ontological, create controlled environment. You can't do that, but people don't think twice. It's just what's done because it's what they learned at university. It's an ideological practice.
Yeah. So
There's actually a connection to the normative comment that we had earlier, because then we have a thing, entrepreneurship, we have this thing, right? You can do all of this with your own money, but the moment you have OPM, other people's money, you have to have that illusion of optimality. You have to justify your decisions because, or in the government, for example. So yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
So an instructive example is Harry Markowitz, who got his Nobel Prize for the mean variance portfolio, and when he invested his own money, so we might think that he used his Nobel Prize winning optimization method. Did not. He did 1/n, which is a simple heuristic, and in the cases, if you have two options, you do 50-50, you have three, and so on. And there are studies on stock market investment that suggest that there are quite many situations where 1/n wins over Markowitz optimization and at least matches the modern versions of that, like Bayesian models and so on. But to your point, Harry Markowitz would probably have not gotten a Nobel Prize for 1/n. So 1/n just means allocate equally. So, and we have quite a number of these situations, and we need to reflect, why don't we price the efficiency and simplicity that our brain has to find solutions? Why do we price highly complex, in this case, standard probability model? You may know about this beautiful artist who showed that there are people who try to find complex solutions for simple problems.
Hi. Thank you so much. Kind of a follow-up to all these questions, but well, I'm studying a period and a topic which is 16th century rhetoric, which is extremely high in taking heuristics seriously. That's basically all they do. So I was wondering, because they put a lot of emphasis on the training of heuristic as a model of thinking, especially in the elites, of course. If you see that necessity in today's world to bring this change that you're talking about, or if we can just trust the system, so to say, of our mind to do it by itself.
Yeah. So there are practices that may relate to what you do research on, both in art and in things like carpentry, where the novice learn heuristics, a set of heuristics, how to do. And the higher art then emerges on that basis. It's like an adaptive toolbox that you extend, and also the challenge is not so much to know the heuristics. The challenge is to understand the match of your problem, the environment, to the heuristic, to find an adequate one. This is a really challenging question. Yeah.
Very seriously, certain idea of the norm. There are lots of cases. The one reason is held to be that the norm itself is a reason. So, and it's a reason that's meant to settle what you're to do. So just imagine very trivial examples. You make a commitment to have lunch with a friend, and you'd rather do something else at the time, but the commitment settles what you're to do. Now, people make a mistake to think, oh, the commitment must be an absolute value. Nothing of the sort. Whoops. Nothing of the sort. The commitment can be overridden. You break your leg, your mother is sick or something else, the commitment is overridden in that situation. But the idea of a commitment, and this is one example, an obligation of any sort, is itself a reason for action. Seems to be very important. Now, we violate it all the time. We don't regard the rules governing parking spaces as serious obligations. But there are a whole bunch of things that we regard that way. If you answer, why did you do that? Well, I had an obligation to do it. Settled. That settles the matter. Is that a good example of what you're thinking about? One reason, core capacities? Just mention one idea. The philosopher Alan Gibbard makes an assumption in one of his important books that we have this core capacity to follow norms and to accept and to follow them in a certain way. So that's what I'm thinking of. Sort of.
Right. Your question touches the close connection between the cognitive processes and the environment. So here, now, where are the norms? Are they outside or inside? Probably both. Someone sets them, or history has set them for you, but you internalize them. They're both there. And they facilitate decision-making, and the heuristic you allude to would be just follow the norms. Some state employers follow it too closely. But in general, this was the topic that in Shaun's talk came up. How are heuristics related to the environment? And one should not think about the environment as the objective or physical environment. So the heuristics create an environment, and this can also be normative. Or in my own research, so I have for decades run a large research group at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development, and I used a number of heuristics that set the environment. Like every day at 4 o'clock, tea for everyone. That's not a wasted half an hour. It actually creates trust and an open culture. Or have a contrarian in your group. I always hire at least one person who is not shy to disagree with me. Despite I'm the superior, but you get nowhere. Or you end up like a Putin if you have no people around you who are contrarians, who respectfully, but on the facts, criticize anything that is there. So it is an interplay. And many there's term moral heuristics. I use the term social heuristics. I think most of what's called moral heuristics are not like don't kill or don't steal. Moral behavior is guided to a large degree by social heuristics, like do what your peers do. Don't stand out from the masses. And that explains so-called moral contradictions. So the same teenager who helps old people over the street may become a drug addict, depending on this group of peers he is aligned. And it also tells you what to do about that. Yeah.
Only small remark again. The scissor is a nice metaphor because the scissors are not two separate blades. The scissors work when they converge to cut, and the convergence is the decision making. Then the metaphor is working. Eh?
The blades are not equal, they're twisted.
Yes. Hersh, now is your floor.
chose the topic for me, asking me to speak on a contrast between behavioral economics and cognitive economics, and I'm happy to do that. If you have any trouble hearing me, just let me know, but otherwise I'll assume that the audio is working. So let me sort of go right to the bottom line. I'll go right to the end first, and then we'll begin at the beginning. So now I have to actually see about what it takes to advance the screen. All right, there we go. All right, so cognitive economics, behavioral economics. Is there a difference? So I want to suggest an analogy. Cognitive economics is akin to Coke Zero, Coca-Cola's product Coke Zero. Behavioral economics is akin to Coca-Cola's product Diet Coke. So, what's the difference between the colas? The difference between the colas, well, Coke Zero, you can see on the can, says it's 0 sugar and 0 calories. Whereas Diet Coke is no sugar and no calories. So we've got two products, I suggest, that are kind of like Gerd's two BMWs. And in this case, I'd like to suggest that the difference between cognitive economics and behavioral economics is pretty much the same as the difference between Coke Zero and Diet Coke. It's not that they're absolutely identical. Some people think that Coke Zero is fizzier and Diet Coke is sweeter, but the two are pretty close. So here's an outline for the talk. I'm going to ask you to, as we go through these slides, to think about this question: does cognitive economics conform to the definition of behavioral economics? And in the course of asking you to think about this question, I'm going to do a comparison between writings, Riccardo's writings, and those of my own. Riccardo sent me, as part of preparation for this talk, a series of his works, which I read through. And as I read through them, I was, looking for items so I could do a comparison between the two. And I asked Riccardo if he could help me in terms of thinking about the differences. And he said, well, really, that's what this conference and the Elgar and MIT volumes are about. So this is my effort to do the comparison. So I looked for key themes on which to do a comparison: dualism, self-control, neuroeconomics, long-term capital management, industrial executives and corporate finance. When I looked at all of those themes, I just had a lot of difficulty discerning any significant difference between the two. So I think that there's virtually no difference, as far as I can tell, between the way that what cognitive economics would say about those topics and what behavioral economics would say. And when I look at themes like changing people's behavior, nudges and boosts, or some of the heuristics and biases in prospect theory literature, I think that there are some differences. But in the end, and I listened really carefully to Gerd's talk, in the end, I'd argue that there are differences, but those differences aren't huge. And they're akin to the Coca-Cola Zero, the Diet Coke Zero comparison. And what I'd really suggest, and this is the most important point I'm going to make in the talk, is the way forward is to simply take these two strands of the bounded rationality literature that Gerd described and integrate them. It's not one or the other. You pick the best and for dealing with issues as they come up. All right, so let's go. So what is behavioral economics? So I've been doing behavioral economics for 50 years. I am a dyed-on-the-wool, card-carrying behavioral economist, and the definition that I've tended to use is that behavioral economics is the application of psychology to economic behavior. And that means applying psychology to understand the way people make decisions, the way they structure institutions and their environments, the way markets work, and how generally goods and services are allocated. So what's cognitive economics? So for that, I turn to Riccardo's work. So this is from his 2012 work, which you can see off to the left. And I honestly could not come up with a clear definition of what cognitive economics is. I know what it's about. So what you see here on the slide, I don't expect you to read any of the slides that are coming next, only to understand that these are the sources for the material. But what Riccardo does is I think he relies on or draws on Gerd's work to say what is important about understanding that there's more beyond a whole series of things, including cognitive completeness, for understanding the way people make decisions, so that it's being aware of these other facets beside this list of things that typically goes into a rational perspective that's important for constructing a theory of economic action. And that, and if you go to the bottom of the screen, it's about understanding that intuition is extremely important, that we have type 1 and type 2 components in our brains that allow us to make judgments and decisions. And then when I look to see what he writes about behavioral economics, again, it's not exactly precise. So he talks about mind reading everyday life and with key references, but it isn't sharp in a way that enables us to make a clear comparison. He's clear about dualism, and on that, he draws on different perspectives, including Gerd's perspective, and talks about cognitive double-mindedness, talks about the intuitive mind and the reasoning mind. And I think that that's an interesting way to think about what it is that this compartmentalization does in terms of understanding the way we think. Oh, so sorry, let me just, I want to go back. Yeah, okay. Okay, so behavioral economics. So in Nudge, a very fine book, I would have to say. I really enjoy reading Nudge. Riccardo tells us about the development of behavioral economics, led, he says, by Kahneman and Tversky. And I don't want to dwell on this point for long, but I do want to say that Kahneman and Tversky did play a very important point in the development of behavioral economics, but really, I think lead is a bit strong. Richard Thaler is really the key lead, and I think that he brought both Kahneman and Tversky into the story in order to help inform economists, behavioral economists, about the underlying psychology. But just skipping to the bottom of the screen, so Kahneman, like others, likes to focus on dualism, and he uses the term system 1 and system 2, which he didn't develop himself. I think Stanovich and West were actually the designers of those two terms. But it's clear that there's this view that we have of the mind as reasoning on the one hand and intuitive on the other. And then Riccardo talks about self-control and pre-commitment. That promotion of the present-future connection, that there are elements that are automatic and intuitive that are important, that people try to engage sometimes in pre-commitment in order to deal with limitations associated with self-control. So in the last few slides, that's what I would call akin to zero sugar, 0 calories. So now we'll go to the no sugar, no calories version. So about 50 years ago, Richard Thaler and I became our first behavioral collaborators. And over a course of about 15 years, we wrote 3 papers together on the issue of 2-system economic models for addressing self-control. So this is dualism. Okay, this is dualistic behavioral economic models. We wrote a paper in '81, Economic Theory of Self-Control. We extended it in 1988 to the behavioral life cycle hypothesis, and then we had a work we called Mental Accounting, Saving, and Self-Control. This work, so the dualistic framework that we began with, it goes way back. It goes back to Adam Smith. Adam Smith in 1759 wrote Theory of Moral Sentiments, and he clearly had a dualistic structure in mind for the way that people think. You see just off on the bottom right-hand corner is a photo of Thaler receiving his a Nobel Prize in 2017. And I do have to say, I was really struck by the fact that when the committee made that presentation to him, of his many works, the ones that they emphasized was this work on 2-self models. So it was the point that I'm really making here is that it's an important part of behavioral economics, dualism. And that's why I say it's like no sugar, no calories. The perspective is the same. Okay, so back to methodological cognitivism. So Riccardo tells us that it's important that we bring neuroeconomics, as the neuroeconomists such as Colin Kemmer have done, to really look at brain function. And in that respect, I tell you, I would absolutely agree. And it's part of the 1988 paper that Dick and I wrote together. It's a System 1, System 2 framework. We call it planner-doer. We don't call it System 1, System 2. But in the paper, we discuss the identification of these various components with brain components, prefrontal cortex and limbic system. And later that sort of connects to the work that Camerana and his co-authors did in terms of identifying brain regions such as the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex or the ventromedial prefrontal cortex as important components of understanding the way people do or don't exhibit self-control. Okay, so slight change of subject now. Long-term capital management was a hedge fund, as Riccardo notes on this slide. It was created in 1994, and then it had a disastrous collapse in 1998. And Riccardo tells us that this disaster highlights a whole range of problems that were later responsible for the 2008 crisis, meaning the financial crisis. And some of them are related to the organizational and social risk ratio that underpins risk evaluation and management in financial organizations. So that's the 0 calorie, 0 sugar version. Okay. Here's the version from me. So in my book, Beyond Greed and Fear, published in 1999, see this passage: consider the case of long-term capital managed. The hedge fund received considerable publicity during 1998. And then I write, after a brief discussion, we are not done with long-term capital management. As we'll see in later chapters, the experiences that that particular hedge fund show up as many illustrations of behavioral phenomena. And as far as the global financial crisis is concerned, and I first wrote this paper in 2009, but it was published in this Rutledge book in 2015, How Psychological Pitfalls Generated the Global Financial Crisis. And it's the same issues that come up in the discussion with long-term capital management. So I think Riccardo and I, as far as I can tell, we have been on exactly the same page So in nudging, Riccardo goes on to talk about some of Gerd's work, in particular his work with European industrial executives, okay, and relying on intuition and heuristics rather than optimizing analytical calculations. So I think that this particular comment is dead center with everything we heard from Gerd this morning. Very well articulated, I might say. And then just on to my perspective. So in 2000, I wrote a paper called Behavioral Corporate Finance. As far as I know, this is the first time that any behavioral economist had suggested that we take a whole series of ideas that really you could understand them as a corpus, that corporate finance could be understood through a behavioral lens, not just as one topic, this topic or that topic, but as a whole range. And then in 2005, I wrote a textbook, Behavioral Corporate Finance, and first edition, 2005, second edition was 2018. Now, let me just say a few things, identify a few highlights from this particular book. So one of the things I say is that the primary goal for students of corporate finance, these are the people who are going to be chief financial officers, treasurers, controllers, is to identify the key psychological obstacles to value maximizing behavior, along with steps that managers can take to mitigate the effects of these obstacles. And so the book has a series of what I call corporate nudges. Okay, so these are things that you can do, and I'm going to come back to this topic a little bit later. I just want to set the stage now. Riccardo talks about the superiority of the intuitive mind. This is a point that I think Gerd drove home this morning, and that it's just really important to understand that intuition captures a lot of intelligence rather than using complexity, an attempt to be reasonable, to use reason with complexity. And then just coming to the very bottom of the slide, that you enable the mind to avoid the cognitive burden associated with the explicit acknowledgement of the norms, valuation, choices, and application. So it's this last point I want to say that comes up in my own writing. So this is back to behavioral corporate finance. And what I say, and this is in two boxed areas, that talking about system 1 and system 2, that the calculations performed by system 1, meaning the intuitive system, are more automatic, such as when we try and catch a ball, for example. And with system 2 requires much more effort than system 1, and we typically lack the mental resources and capabilities necessary for system 2 perfection. So to my mind, that's highly consistent with the view that Riccardo expressed and the view that Gerd expressed. Sorry. Okay. Did I slip a slide here? No. Okay. There are issues associated with weaknesses in the heuristics and biases approach, or the approach in prospect theory. And these come up within the literature. And I think Gerd has exerted a lot of effort to identify what these weaknesses are. I agree that they're weaknesses. But I want to say the following about I think here I might have a genuine difference of opinion with the cognitive economics perspective. So this has to do with whether a bias is really a bias, or whether you really have to perfection as a reference point, and that's problematic. So here's what I want to say. when I wrote the first edition of Behavioral Corporate Finance, there are a lot of case studies. And what I identified in that book was the theme of that book is to take, if you look under the little head on the left-hand side and on the black cover, you'll see three topics, three themes that are important in corporate finance generally. You know, capital budgeting, and dividend policy and capital structure. Those are topics that are standard for corporate finance textbooks, not just behavioral corporate finance. But what behavioral corporate finance textbook does is it applies the various concepts that behavioral economists use, such as heuristics and biases and prospect theory, to explain how corporate executives behave when they make corporate financial decisions, and the extent to which they're vulnerable to making mistakes and behaving in ways that are not rational, and I mean not ecologically rational, as well as not perfectly rational. So the book, the first edition, is kind of like sets the stage, because what I do in the second edition of the book over a decade later is to follow all the companies after the publication of the first edition, where we can ask, how did these companies fare? Did they have cultures that were problematic, where the heuristics and biases are actually an important issue that persisted, not one-shot deals? And pretty much each and every case, you can see that the companies that had strong heuristic and bias issues didn't do well or went out of business. It's anecdotal, but it's strongly suggestive. And so I wouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater in terms of heuristics and biases. There are issues that are not perfect, but I just want to be clear that I think it's important to be careful not to go too far. So I do repeat experiments or do experiments with undergraduate students, but I've got decades of experience working with executives at Financial Executives International, which is the main body that chief financial officers and treasurers belong to in North America. I taught for a decade at NYU's Master of Science in Risk Management, and the students in that program, they're not undergraduates, they're already risk managers or executives wanting to be risk managers. And those discussions are like, those courses are like master classes where we actually talk about what they do and how they can do them better. And I've taught executives for 20 years for executives in Europe through the Amsterdam Institute of Finance. All of the concepts that are part of behavioral finance and economics, they're real. It's not just undergraduates that respond to experiments in the way. And moreover, when we talk about the actual decisions that they make in their own environments, it's clear that these concepts are germane. Okay, so on to the issues of nudges. So I would say nudges are systems, behavioral systems for influencing people. And so you have here Cass Sunstein and Richard Thaler, the authors of Nudge, whose objectives are not so different from the objectives of, say, Peter Todd and Gerd, looking for ways to help people make better decisions. There are differences in emphasis, but the overall perspectives of simply trying to help people make better decisions are the same. I think that what gets emphasized are different techniques. So I think that the ABC school, Gerd school, emphasizes the importance of fast and frugal heuristics and satisficing. Now, Riccardo's book is really interesting in emphasizing, I think, discomfort with some aspects of the nudge approach, especially the autonomy of individual goals. And so Riccardo talks about nudge evils, by which I think he means that, if a policymaker uses a nudge by exploiting somebody's psychological weaknesses to get them to behave in a particular way, that takes away from their autonomy, takes away from their agency, and that's a problem. So the argument is with libertarian paternalism, which sounds harmless in a way, but actually is sinister. I think that's strikes me as the point. So what I want to say is that this is a topic that Mayor Statman and I, long before the nudge approach came into existence, we talked about the issue of at the policy level when you develop regulations in a regulatory environment, exactly what the choices are and the extent to which these issues come up. And so we have an argument about real paternalism, not just the libertarian paternalism and what that means. So it's very complex. I think it's much more complex than we're inclined to say. There's a continuous tug of war between this view as to whether the degree to which to interfere with agency when you regulate. And so there's a structure that you can use, but in the end, it may be more a question of personal values than it is of whether there is written in stone some view about what is appropriate in terms of degree of interference. The critique of prospect theory and heuristics and biases. There are issues. I think that, Riccardo talks about several features, including less is more, the principle that Gerd articulated a little while ago. And I myself am a critic of prospect theory. I think that I'm not the only behavioral economist critical of prospect theory. I think that prospect theory, as I've written, so this is from my book, A Behavioral Approach to Asset Pricing, I simply say it possesses highly unrealistic features, not supported by experimental evidence. I myself think that there are cases where it makes more sense to use a framework like Lopez's SPA theory. And I'd also add that there's a concept called the disposition effect, which is related to prospect theory, but I think is more complex and realistic than prospect theory that deals with that issue. So the disposition effect paper that Mayor and I wrote. So Riccardo does cite this book in nudging. So I want to say this and in as gentle a way as I can. So I was really happy to see this particular article cited, but I do note that it's the only article that's cited. Everything else, which is so similar in concept to what Riccardo writes about, doesn't appear. And so I want to ask, are there heuristics and biases associated with the failure for those particular other works to appear as part of the discussion. And there are two ways to think about this. So one is, all of us, including myself, we have limited time. So we have to decide what we're going to read and what we're not going to read, what we're going to cite, and what we're not going to cite. Availability bias is relying on what comes easily to mind. So that's just some thoughts to ponder. So now I want to come to what I think is the most important thing I have to say about going forward. There are, as Gerd noted, two strands that have emerged from Herbert Simon's work. There's Gerd's strand on the right, and then there's the heuristics and biases approach on the left. I think the important thing to think about, and I know Gerd talks about hijacking, and I understand the point about hijacking, what Herbert Simon had to say. I think that it's time within the construct of behavioral economics to simply draw on whichever tool makes the most sense for what you're trying to do. And that's what I've tried to do in my own work. So in behavioral corporate finance, so for example, let me just start to give some examples about what integration looks like. So Kahneman, when he talks about the planning fallacy, suggests that what you can do to try and improve obstacles generated by the planning fallacy is to stop having groups that have only an inside view of a problem, but bring in people from the outside who will focus on reference class forecasting and get people to think about other things than the minute details of the project they're working on. And I want to suggest to you that what it is you do when you bring in people with the outside view is you bring in people who use less is more based heuristics. That's what gives improvement. So that's one example. In the disposition to paper that Statman and I wrote, we have a discussion about self-nudging. But self-nudging wasn't a term at the time, so we didn't use the actual term. But we talked about a fast and frugal heuristic. We didn't call it a fast and frugal heuristics in 1985, but it is. It's called the X% rule. It's how professional investors help themselves sell losers when selling losers is an appropriate action. But they lack the self-control to do it because it takes, you take a hit to your ego when you sell a loser. In 2012, Cristina Nichols and I wrote a paper where we talk about developing fast and frugal heuristics for credit card users. Most of us, when we make purchases, don't use cash. We use credit cards. Credit cards are incredibly important. I wrote a white paper for Chase, one of the largest credit card companies in the world, and talked about a variety of things in that white paper, and one of them was fast and frugal heuristics. But I also talked about nudging. And it's important to understand that those two concepts come together. So here's the slide. The top half of the slide is from Riccardo's work. It's a figure illustrating a fast and frugal tree. And below that is an example of if you're a credit card user and you're using your credit card a lot and your balance is starting to climb. Do you need to use a credit counselor? Well, You can use a one good reason heuristic to try and answer that question. That's what this particular slide does. Okay, so that takes me to my concluding slide. So my conclusion is, I think that in terms of the topics that Riccardo identifies in his works about cognitive economics, they are all important, vitally important. But as a body, there's simply no sharp definition about what cognitive economics is. Now, I'm going to ask you to think about analysis of variance. When we try and we have this vague idea of what cognitive economics is. I have a pretty good idea of what behavioral economics is. And when I think about those two, I think about analysis of variance, trying to ascertain whether these two groups are really different from each other. So we have this concept, we can talk about the within subjects variance and the between subjects variance. And if the within subjects variance is very high and the between subjects variance isn't, you're going to have a hard time saying these two groups are different, that the control group and the treatment group are different. I have lots of disagreements with my fellow behavioral economists. Behavioral economists, they have differences with each other. We're academics, we have differences. The same thing with these two strands of boundary rationality perspective. We just have differences of opinion with each other. There is differences across the individuals, but in terms of the between subjects variance, what I've tried to argue here today by just showing you the comparison between how Riccardo views issues and how I view issues, there's not that much difference. So, branding, why are Coke Zero and Diet Coke both on the market? They're virtually identical. If you do a Google search and you simply ask whether they're different, what that search will tell you is that most people have difficulty in a blind tasting test knowing the difference between these two. Yeah, some people, a few will say one is sweeter and the other is fizzier. But why are they both in the market? Well, you need to speak to people who teach marketing. Economists typically don't teach marketing, but the people who teach marketing, they know why. And they also have some ideas on the use of heuristics on the BMW story that Gerd described so well. Branding is about taking products that are very similar to each other and trying to convince customers that they're not. That's what branding is. And so I think that we, as academics, we should try and avoid going down the branding route. I don't think it's especially constructive. I think we should stick with behavioral economics and move to an integrative approach. Okay, so with that, I'll conclude.
And cognitive economics is the model of boundary rationality. In cognitive economics is adaptive, ecological. In the behavioral economics is formal. This is something that create a difference that is difficult to overcome and to find kind of merging. In any case, now some that want the Q&A, someone that want to intervene should come here because we are in streaming, then has to be speak in the microphone. No question? Gerd, come.
Hersh, I really like your contribution. Just taking Riccardo on. Yeah, and that's the way we need to proceed. And I also agree with your final thing. Stick with behavioral economics, and move to an integrated approach. And I've always tried to do that. In my view, I was starting with Simon, but also with Kahneman Tversky, and trying to see the difference and emphasis and develop something out of it. And I should also mention at this point, sometimes it was difficult because some people, including your dear collaborator, used very harsh words that were not particularly helpful. Yeah. And on cognitive economics versus behavioral economics, I have also thinking about what could be the difference. And the first thing that came to mind is it would emphasize the departure from as-if models. So as-if models meaning that you like including prospect theory, which is clearly not a model has some psychological components, but the rest is adding more parameters to expected utility theory. So there could be one meaning that we develop more in Herbert Simon's sense process models rather than as-if models. But I think Riccardo knows better than I what he wrote. How is this different? And let me have a look on my notes. Oh yeah, on the hijacking, and we do have. So Hersh has also contributed to the book, the Egger Companion on Herbert Simon, like Saras and several others here, and we do have a number of chapters on exactly that problem. What is bounded rationality? And one of the conclusions by Petrarca and others is that Herbert Simon has been partly guilty in presenting his notion of bounded rationality in a different way to the two audiences, economists and psychologists. Basically presenting one blade to the one and the other blade to the other, starting already in his 1955 versus the 1956 article in an economic and a psychological journal. And so that may be a reason why hijacking has been easy, and I call it like that, that because his original idea, even if it has been partly also helpful in this enterprise of hijacking, is best, I think, illustrated by the pair of scissors and by the emphasis on study what people actually do and model it. So I very much like that you mentioned Lola Lopez theory. And she has been one of the best physician researchers, not very much known, and according to what she told me, has been pushed out from the discipline. And so I'll just say, finding an integrative approach, I'm all for it. This was also why I entitled my talk, How to Extend Behavioral Economics. And I really think that extending it to uncertainty gives us a better understanding of the so-called biases than we have it now. And here's a difference. Biases are measured typically, not always, but mostly against some logical principle, like Bayes' rule or so on. But we know that these logical principles work well in a small world, but not necessarily in a large world. So that would be one extension to learn better why certain things like overconfidence are sometimes useful and sometimes not. That's the question. It's hard to think for me of a bias that is always not useful. So, and that's the ecological rationality of biases. So just to mention one thing where we all could move forward, and you might be a good person to take the lead.
Hi, so hello. My name's Michael Holsworth. I'm the chief behavioral scientist at something called the Behavioral Insights team. We were originally called the Nudge Unit. That wasn't our main name. I just wanted to talk about the practical applications of this because we've been talking about the definitions, but in the practical application, from the very start, although we were advised by Richard Thaler, we used Gerd Gigerenzer's work when it was valuable. There were other times when other approaches were more valuable. The practical approach has been less absolute in terms of something as behavioral economics or social psychology. It's tried to be more empiricist in terms of can we find something that works. Nevertheless, I think over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been evolution. And I think the practitioners have taken seriously the criticism that behavioral economics has maybe been too cognitive and individualistic in the way it thinks about behavior. And we've moved to a more ecological approach, if you like. We thought more about the power of social factors that we were not so focused on to start with. For example, I would go around saying we shouldn't be using the word irrationality. It's not a word I use in my practice as well, because I think, not because we can't define it, but because it leads us into bad practices as practitioners in terms of not understanding the reasonableness of people's actions enough, not understanding the contextual factors that affect decisions. And that's an evolution, I would say, over time. And so I have a series of pieces about the future of applied behavioral science, one of which is to emphasize social, cultural factors that go into decision making, which have tended to be stripped out in a more cognitive, individualistic approach, which you see in behavioral economics. So I think that practice is changing. It was never as simple as people said at the start in terms of the oppositions between schools of thought. We tend to try and take what seemed to be effective in the real world. So I actually think there is hope in terms of the various things people have been saying in terms of integrated approach, particularly at the practical level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Hersh, you can answer.
Okay, thank you, Riccardo. Those were all terrific comments. I appreciate all of them. So, Riccardo, I mean, I don't even know. I'm just not sure about the degree to which you and I have differences, to tell you the truth. This is a big puzzle for me. I do hear what you say about behavioral economics using formal models, relying on formal models. I'm definitely in that camp, no question about it. And you're suggesting that we move in a different direction. If there's a difference, I think it's probably this. I wouldn't abandon formal models, but I would also move in parallel fashion with the approach that you're describing in terms of adaptation. There's no question about it. When I teach risk managers, I'm really clear to say, look, we don't know what the state space is. So we need to be thinking about things coming out of left field. This is the black swan story. You just need to be flexible in the way you think about the world, and that's part and parcel of not having too narrow a vision. So I think this is probably something we will, continue to discuss through time. I look forward to that actually, so that we can sort of understand. I just don't know that it's as sharp a difference as as some might say. On the speaker from on Gerd's comments, I think that Gerd and I are really close, and Gerd, I will tell you that you're not the only one to be the subject of hearing sharp words from one of my co-authors. Just by virtue of working over time, over such a long time, I probably had more than my share of it. It just comes with the territory. But I do understand the comment. More importantly, though, I think that you and I are close in terms of understanding the importance of moving to an integrative approach. And I was really thrilled to hear the person, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name as you came through, but who has been working on the behavioral insight team group. And I think it's important to be really open-minded. My only comment would be, in respect to this term irrationality, I'm also careful about using that term loosely. So I think we want to be careful, certainly, and I'll just say, when Theodore and I started to look at self-controlled behavior in terms of the way people saved, we could see that people engaged in behavior that looked suboptimal. It looked like people were inside their budget sets in the way that they saved. They simply didn't generate invest in ways that generated as much interest as they could. So that made them look like they were throwing away money. But if you understood the cognitive factors under which they were operating in terms of self-control, it made perfect sense. And that meant what looked irrational from a neoclassical perspective could have been quite, I won't say rational, I would say looks quite reasonable. And so I think that we want to understand that in the way that you described. But lots of people make very serious mistakes. And so I would say, I would be willing to call that behavior irrational. And that's one thing we really need to be careful about, that we don't avoid using the concept of rationality, ecological or otherwise, in ways that paper over behavior that is clearly improvable. So, but with that, I think that it was really interesting for me to hear the comments that came back, and I thank you very much for them.
I give the floor to Sarasvathy, please.
Need to find my presentation. I could use some help because I'm not a PC user. Yeah, if you can just find my presentation, that would be great.
Yes. Do you remember if you brought it here before?
No, it does say NYC Cog Econ. That's the title. The lady who was here, I forgot her. I think she knows where it is. If you can ask her.
It's Marina, but she's not here right now. What was it called?
I actually emailed her through Dropbox.
Yes.
And all that. Oh, there you are. Thank you so much.
Okay, abbiamo messo freeze.
It's just a question of finding the presentation.
We absolutely will. Okay. Just give me a minute.
And while she finds the presentation, I don't necessarily, my first rule of technology is don't rely on it. I have spent the last 20 years studying, focusing on entrepreneurship. But in the last couple of years, I realized I have to come back and talk to behavioral economists again, because I did start with that. And I have a puzzle just to connect to everything, all the presentations that you have seen so far. Let's take a very simple thing in entrepreneurship. So when I came to Carnegie Mellon and I started working with Herbert Simon, he was like, why entrepreneurship? Why, entrepreneurial behavior is behavior, right? So why are you talking about entrepreneurship? And so, of course, it was not very easy initially to say why entrepreneurship. And eventually I came up with the story. Basically, I said, it's the Galapagos Islands, right? So I bring you the Galapagos Islands because every class I took in management or economics or psychology, their ideas about how things come to be were half-baked, right? So imagine, why do I call it the Galapagos Islands? Because when you're an entrepreneur, nothing is actually given in some sense. That the good doesn't exist, the idea doesn't exist, the venture doesn't exist. In many cases, the markets don't exist. People kept telling me, oh, the demand function exists. And I'm like, I have been an entrepreneur. Let me tell you, I don't know whether the demand function exists or not, but I sure as heck know there ain't no demand function for my product, right? Thank you so much. So I'm going to stand here because I'm really short. And so even if you're starting just yet another restaurant, right? Just the fact that people are hungry does not mean that there is a market for whatever food that you are selling, right? And if you go back to stories like Starbucks and you look at that, I mean, was there a demand function for, I don't know, $3 coffee? At that time, it was $3. So when you start looking at those phenomena that were half formed, it's not that nothing exists, but things are existing in different stages of formation, if you will. And given our presentations in the morning, I have a simple way of showing this to you, I hope. Consider this thing. You have a decent job, say $200,000 a year, and you decide to leave that job to start a company. A brand new way of thinking about, pet food, or whatever your idea is, your brilliant idea that you have come up with. You have the best way to think about longevity, whatever it is. How do you make that decision? So I would ask this question. So you can take every model and theory of economics, and they have answers. And many of them might even make sense. And then I will show you the reality of how people actually tackle this, right? So in that sense, I am very Simonian. I like to go to the phenomenon. So the classic explanation is you have to project, risk-adjusted future cash flows from your income as an employee versus an entrepreneur, and you have to make some predictions. And then if the net present value is larger with entrepreneurship, you jump. That is the correct way to make this decision. All right. So that is one story. Another story would be, you're just irrational. You're an idiot, right? Because you cannot have any reliable estimates of what your income from entrepreneurship is going to be. So it could be, and so if you go to psychology, there are lots of theories. Oh, it's because you're a passionate person, right? You are the kind of person, there's something in your personality trait that makes you risk-loving. And this comes in both in economics, occupational choice theory, and in psychology, this idea that entrepreneurs are risk-loving. And we have hundreds of studies, and we have evidence for the fact that entrepreneurs are indeed more risk-loving than others. Entrepreneurs are actually risk-averse than others, and entrepreneurs are risk-neutral. And then we have meta-analysis that go and look at it, and they find, it is statistically significant, they're risk-loving, but effect size is really small. And then the very next issue of Journal of Applied Psychology meta-analyzes the same set of studies and say, oh, no, entrepreneurs are risk-averse, size is statistically significant, effect sizes are small. At that point, all of us in entrepreneurship just gave up on traits, right? So that is that. Then we come to behavioral economics. and you have Camerana and a whole bunch of people. Their idea, it's another way of saying these are idiots, but it's a more sophisticated way, which says overconfidence bias, right? We know for a fact that your success rate is lower, but you still want to do it because you think you know better, even though it's, so this is not total irrationality, but it's a kind of bias that people have. And that's where it stands. But when I got into this, I said, why don't I do what a good behavioral economist would do, which is actually go and look at how do people actually make these decisions. And it turns out that it's much more interesting than any of the stories that I have told you so far, and much more in alignment with Gerd's work in some ways. So that's why I sort of have moved to this branch of the two things that Hersh showed us at the end, in the sense that it is not really that entrepreneurs are overconfident or biased or stupid or irrational, or they're trying to be rational, none of those things. In actual fact, they have figured out a heuristic. And initially, I also would ask, like, oh, they are, with Herb Simon, I would say, okay, they are satisficing. What exactly are you satisficing? That became an interesting one as well. And when you go and look at the empirical work and look at reality, things are very different. Okay, I'm not going to tell you the answer just yet. I'll get you to the heuristic in a minute. But what I want to do is, I want to introduce you to the Galapagos Islands, like introduce you to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial behavior very quickly. And then I want to summarize some of the findings from research that I've been working on with a whole bunch of other people, literally hundreds of people, and then start thinking about the connection to how do we move behavioral economics beyond where it is, or to new pastures. And I'm particularly excited. I recently just completed reading Shaun's work on the 4E, and I love the idea of putting them together into a pragmatic embodied cognition of some kind, and not have look into each of the 4Es separately. And that's where I'm at. And so I hope that is where I will leave you with, to figure out new paths forward. So that's what I want to do. So everybody ready? They told me the video, I actually even have a video clip. But to give the bottom line first very quickly, what you're going to see is that interaction between two minds and two people is going to become way more important in the way entrepreneurs actually make decisions. So, all right, so here we go. So this is like introduction to entrepreneurship, just because there is so much mythology and media hype about entrepreneurship. When I talk about entrepreneurship, I don't want us to fall into all of that. So let me just start with the standard model. This is also a part of the media hype. So this is the standard model of how entrepreneurship works, right? You come up with an idea, and what they mean is it's a new to the world, brilliant. Everybody will always ask you, why are you doing this? It's just yet another Chinese restaurant. That's not considered an idea, right? So you come up with an idea, you put together a team, you gather information, doing a lot of market research, a lot of data collection. Now we're getting into the classical model here, and then write a business plan or develop a pitch deck of some kind, and then you go raise money, and then you build a venture, and then you go public, or you sell, or kind of go bust, right? And that is where the biases, people will say that go bust is such a large fraction of what happens that there has to be something wrong with you if you actually decide to do it in the first. But this is also a little bit more realistic thing. Like, there are people who will think about go off the Bahamas, or you don't really go bust. What happens when you go bust? You get back into the job market, or you might start another venture. So it's not like you are left with, it's not only the big highs and the big lows are the only option. Things are much more realistic than that. So now, when you think about how do you study this, a lot of people focus the phenomena of interest become ideas, resources, decisions, personality traits. And then the theories are about like how do you recognize opportunities and social networking. So if you think about the interactive or social aspects, people look at social networks, but what are they studying when they're studying social networks? They're still studying you inside the network. It matters what kind of node you are or what kind of ties you have, strong ties, weak ties. It's kind of a structural story there. And then, of course, it's all about whether you are able to get enough funding. So that is another. So this is really focused on things like ideas, resources, and the individual, whether it's in terms of traits or the social networks they belong to. Let's look at reality here. The moment you start looking at reality, you quickly see that ideas are dime a dozen. And you can imagine that that is true, because if it is all about the idea, there is a simple way to test it. Go and look at companies that are existing and surviving and successful, and go and look at what were the ideas that they began with. 99.999% of the time, what they end up building had nothing to do with the ideas they started with, right? So this is very simply, easily. And then you will also find a lot of people who came up with the same idea that succeeded very well, but they never got anywhere because they never acted on it. So you have to, the focus has to shift from ideas to action. And then you have to move from resources to relationships very quickly, because you will not find a single company in the world where one person went out and actually succeeded. So you have to interact with potential stakeholders. And then the idea of decisions, you will see, and I'll show you, this is what I mean by when you think about, I'm going to leave a $200,000 job and start a company, the decision is not really very important, because I routinely teach students on this decision, and we model it as a go, no-go decision. And right there you have a problem, because in reality, you don't want to be thinking about it that way at all, right? It's not about whether you start, it's about how exactly you start. And that's really, and the how involves other people very quickly. So then you start thinking about, what is the role of the person, the psychological traits of it. And even the traits you will see are actually malleable. And that is where embodied inactive cognition comes into it. Because when you start actually building the venture, it's not only that your ideas change or your actions change, but you change as a person. And hopefully I'll show you some narratives here. And the most important thing from the original study I had done of expert entrepreneurs, this was my dissertation using think aloud protocols, the move is really from predictive models of whether you say decision-making, action, interaction, to this idea that control itself is a strategy. So traditionally, all of science is built on this idea that prediction leads to control, and the relationship between prediction and control is almost like a vanishing point, right? And here is what entrepreneurs actually learn. And this is an oversimplified summary of about 20 years of work. So what entrepreneurs actually learn is that you can take that vanishing point. Why is it not going back? Okay, it is not going back. So, and if you separate predictive approaches, right, you're trying to project cash flows, or you are trying to not be overconfident, right? Have the correct prediction in the way you make them, not be biased. If you take away any of those things, these are all kind of a predictive view of the world. Whereas if you think about control as a strategy, now you get a space in which you're operating, and this becomes the problem space. For entrepreneurship, I'm going to talk about entrepreneurship in particular, but you can see that this space is true for all of human behavior. So the idea here is, how do you actually transform control into a strategy rather than an outcome? And the idea here is very simple. You're always thinking about what is within your control and what is not within your control. So you get this sensitivity to controllability, and then you are always satisficing based on the things that are within your control. And that is where satisficing comes in here. Okay. This is just not moving, not quite sure why. Nope. Oh, okay, that's why, sorry. Okay, so So then what happens here, if you get this, you get this nice 2x2 with all business school professors we love. So you get these 4 ways of thinking about it, which is high in prediction, or high or low in prediction, high or low in control. But you can see that prediction is also very correlated with seeking resources, whereas control is about building relationships. Okay, so now we think about it in terms of actions, right? So if you use this thing and you say, what kinds of actions? So in the first one, if you think about the low in prediction and low in control, you're always trying to adjust to the environment, right? So you have to change. So you come up with an idea, you go talk to a bunch of customers, and the customers say, I like this, I don't like this, and then you change your idea, right? So you pivot, you're nimble, or something happens to you later in the stage in the venture, and you have to react to that, and you have to adapt to the environment in some ways. And here we're not talking about the ecological kind of adaptation. This is just a conscious way of thinking, I need to adjust to the market. Or you can have the more, the MBA approach, which is at any given point of time, you're always gathering more information, putting that into a spreadsheet, and you're coming up with all kinds of strategies that you are going to pursue. Or this psychological way, which is follow your passion, and you have to become very, your charisma, you try to convince other people to come your way, you persuade, you persist, things like that. And now we get to the expert entrepreneurs who actually master heuristics in the bottom right, which I call effectual co-creation. And what they're trying to do here is they're always trying to start with things within their control, and they're asking, what can I do with the things within their control? But very importantly, who wants to work with me, right? And this is an area of huge uncertainty because it's really low in predictability. So when we look at the data, and if you want to model it, you would go exactly where Gerd went with it in his definition of uncertainty, right? Because you don't have all the information, you don't have even the event space doesn't exist, so the probabilities, and you definitely cannot optimize. And so the question is, how the heck do you act in that space? And so you start with, and I'm going to, each of these you could call a heuristic. In fact, originally I found 5 heuristics, and then eventually ended up naming them very differently. And the second one I'll touch upon very quickly, which is the affordable loss heuristic, which brings back to the plunge decision, right? The decision to leave a $200,000 job to start a company. So if you go ask most people, how did you make that decision? Most people will tell you, well, you know what, I have always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and I was thinking, if I don't do it now, when will I ever do it? That's the kind of thing. And then I have a student who founded a very, very successful publicly traded company, and he was very simple. Oh, I decided that I'm going to give it a year, right? I'm going to actually drop out of school, give it a year. What is the worst case scenario that will happen? I'll be back in school and I'll be back on the job market. Maybe I won't get a job that is as good as the current one. That's the worst. And then what happens on the upside? Oh, it could be this, it could be that. I have videos, but apparently I cannot show you videos. It could be this and it could be that, and I could make it that. And if that happened, all of that. But what happens on the downside? Oh, I have complete control over the downside. I'm going to give it a year, and my wife is okay with this, and she's going to be working during that year. So what they're doing is really building a way to control the downside. They're looking at what is my affordable loss. So the affordable loss heuristic is just one of 5 heuristics. I'm not going to go into detail to all of them, but you can see, you make up your own mind. Where does this fit in terms of classical economics, behavioral economics, the 2 versions, cognitive economics, however you want to think about it. You can also think about it in terms of cognition. If you want to go to the level of the brain and cognition, you can start thinking about how does this work together, right? So the affordable loss heuristic is just a heuristic. It satisfies us, but it does something, it has a little wrinkle that is very interesting to me, which is it is about controlling the downside, right? So you are able to assert some control. So that is off the table. And the rest of the thing is still uncertain. And so the question is, how do you act? So let's go take a look at it, and I'm going to skip some of these. All the tools and techniques we teach in entrepreneurship, you can figure out where it falls in the 2x2, and we could show that there was nothing virtually in the bottom right until we came along and we started building that out very seriously. But there is also a bigger idea here that almost everything that we talk about in the scientific method falls into that triangle up there. And so we call this the entrepreneurial method. Not that these are two different things, because I just recently published a paper where I argued the role of entrepreneurship in science, this kind of the entrepreneurial effectual thinking in science, and the role of scientific thinking in entrepreneurship. So it's not a clean border, but it does have this idea of bringing into issue the issue of the human situation, right? That we actually have created a world where we have more control over things than than an ant might have, say. But the interesting thing is we know that in ecology, non-human animals and creatures also construct their own environments. That is not in doubt. It is just that in human affairs, we are able to do more of it because our environment consists in other human beings, right? So, so you will see notions of commitment and pre-commitment, all of them will come into this. Okay. So without belaboring this, let me just put it into a process, and then I'll get to the meat of what I actually want to talk to you about. So this is the model of how this happens, right? So not just the 5 heuristics, but how the 5 heuristics actually play into this process of creating ventures and markets. So you start with who am I, what do I know, and whom do I know? Just things that are already within your control. You don't even need any specific money or other financial resources. You just start with who I am, what I know, and whom I know. You ask yourself, what can I do for affordable loss? So you're not coming up with some brilliant new to the world idea. You're just looking about things, looking at ideas that you can build or do almost like day 1. And what do you do day 2? You start interacting with other people. So you don't have a product yet. All you have is a gleam in the eye, and you start interacting with other people. And here you have to think, who are you interacting with? You could interact, if you have a clear idea, you could say, oh, I want to talk to a potential customer or a potential investor or something like that. But in many, many cases, you don't have an idea that anyone wants to talk with you about. It's not that interesting or exciting or sexy or anything. So you talk to anyone and everyone who is willing to talk with you. And what are you doing when you're talking with them? You're not just gathering information that you can put into a spreadsheet and optimize, right? You are literally pushing them towards actual commitments to work together. And good people are not going to want to work together with you on your idea, right? They're going to talk about things that they would do as well. So every time you get a commitment, you will get some new means that kickstarts like a process, a cycle of increasing resources and also more number of people involved. But they're also going to change because they might have different ideas, or both of you together came up with something during the conversation that did not exist before the conversation. And both of these cycles are going to start iteratively interacting with each other. In the meanwhile, the world outside is not sitting doing nothing. That is going to hit you with things, unexpected things that are going to hit your bird in hand and your affordable loss. But assuming the process continues, the process leads very often not just to new products and new services, but to new markets and even new futures. And the kicker here that we want to think about going forward in behavioral economics is to really think about the role of goals. So in this process, you don't have to have a goal to begin with. This was one of the most surprising findings, that you are just thinking of doing things and the goals emerge through this process. So there's some really interesting stuff to be done here. Almost everything we do in economics in general and in psychology, Csikszentmihalyi and his colleague wrote this thing that all of psychology is lost if you don't take some kind of goal as a given. If you want to go into something like what John Dewey would call ends in view, or James would call ends in the making, you cannot really handle that in psychology, right? But here, you can see the necessary conditions to begin with are what Herb Simon would call is the simplest. You're assuming nothing. You don't have to assume special traits. You don't have to assume special resources, special knowledge base. Anybody and everybody, interacting with anybody and everybody. And through the process, you generate all kinds of things, including new things worth actually building in some ways. So the reason experienced entrepreneurs, expert entrepreneurs, really become sort of fanatics about this way of thinking and acting in the world is that if you look at this process, what happens is it's not about increasing success and decreasing failure. It says if success happens, chances are it's going to be more innovative, because innovation is built into this process. You cannot proceed this way and not end up doing surprising things, because you put surprise itself as an input into the process. So novelty is built into it. But if failure occurs, nobody loses more than they can afford to lose. And that is why like standard models of finance do not really matter. And that explains, data like why is it that 70% of companies that go public take no outside funding. So there are lots of puzzles, and this is why entrepreneurship is the Galapagos Islands, because I can give you, I can list hundreds of puzzles that we have not even started to touch, and current theories don't have much useful to say with those things. So now let's look a little bit. I'll tell you what kinds of data we use. Think aloud protocols to actually look at experienced entrepreneurs and how they make specific decisions. That's where I began. But we are also doing experience sampling, which is pinging people on a daily basis or weekly basis over time to figure out what they're actually doing in building building ventures. We also do in-depth interviews, and then we study interactions, right? We actually study conversations, narratives, and histories. So this is what I really want to get to today, which is I want to give you a glimpse of the data, and you can see two things, I hope. One is how it is different from the standard model, the media hype of entrepreneurship, but also dig a little deeper and start thinking about how would we explain any of this using different models of economics and different models of cognition. So here is just one story. I literally have hundreds of them. So here's the story. I don't know, I can't read it from here because this one doesn't show. So let me try to come here. Can I do this? All right. So I was hanging around Silicon Valley in the summer of '98 and was not really sure what I was going to do with my life. I was living in Palo Alto, squatting on the floor of a friend. I went to see this random lecture at Stanford given by a guy named Peter, who I had heard about but never met before. The lecture turned out to have only 6 people in it. It was in the heat of the summer, so nobody showed up. This guy was like, there are only 6 of you. Okay. Afterwards, I walked up to talk to him. He was this really intense guy, and he said, we should get breakfast sometime. So we met up the next week. I had 2 different ideas that I was considering starting companies around, and I pitched him on both evenly. Peter was running a hedge fund at the time. For a few weeks, we kept talking, and eventually he said, take this idea, because this one is better, and you go start a company around it, and then I can have my hedge fund invest a little bit of money in it, like a couple of $100,000. That was a good thing, since I was starting to run out of money. Okay. All right, great. Thank you, but you overestimate my eyes and underestimate my age, I think. All right, so I can read it. It's not too bad. Okay, so I had just moved from Champaign. Most of my contacts and friends were in Chicago. One of them I was trying to convince to be the CEO. He wasn't really available. So I wound up being without a CEO. I called Peter and said, well, this investment is a great thing, but I have no one to run the company. I'm just going to write the code and recruit the coders. And he said, maybe I could be your CEO. So I said, that's a really good idea. The next 2 weeks, we were sort of playing with the idea. And by 1/1/99, we agreed that he would be the CEO and I would be the CTO. Can anyone guess what this company is? PayPal. Everybody, how do you know that? You're in practice, that's why. No? Okay. All right. So this is Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. I have another one which is on video, but I cannot. Let me try. Let's see if that works. Probably not.
So Damon, let's talk about Fubu when you first got started. You know, you sort of saw something that most people didn't see, a market that was sort of unseen and not really heard about other than amongst you and your peers. What made you say there's a market here?
At that age, that was the only market to me. You see, you know, it was a segmented group who just really loved this music called hip hop, and that I eat, lived, and you know, everything else hip hop. So I don't think that I saw an opportunity that other people didn't see. I saw, why doesn't anybody know about my love, my passion?
And so when you look at the various items you tried different items of clothing, what ultimately gave you that core value, that core belief that said, this isn't just a couple of t-shirts or a couple of hats or a couple specific apparel items. This is a brand that's got longevity. This is not just some one-off success.
Well, it kept growing. You know, initially started with hats, and then I was fortunate enough to have 3 other partners. Fubu, I did not start just by myself. I had 3 other partners, and they came over there and they started saying, man, we can make this bigger. We can make this bigger. And you know, most fashion houses or designers were one person. It was 4 of us at any given time in different places pushing this and understanding that it was a bigger, you know, a bigger story, basically.
But when do you feel that you owned your market enough to own that culture, in your opinion?
You know, organic growth, I would say more like life support, right? Because from 1989 to 92, I closed Fubu 3 times because I ran out of cash.
And what were the reasons for running out of cash? Was it just supply and demand? Was it just investing in too many?
You know, it was you know, trying to cut patterns. It was selling a couple shirts here and then having to actually eat and feed myself. So I had to use the money to buy a couple of wing dinners or something like that. The cash wasn't a lot. Maybe it was $2,000. But as it grew, I realized that we owned the market right around 2000, which was about 11 years later.
And what was that moment? What was that aha? Was it just plain penetration of the products in the space, or was it just a feeling?
That aha moment was, you know, $350 million in sales, 50 international stores, everybody calling to meet us, such as Mandela and Prince and everybody else of that nature, and people just wanting more and more, and they couldn't get enough of it.
As you look today as an advisor in businesses yourself, obviously now having a lot of different businesses outside even maybe your core disciplines as you're used to, what advice do you give them when you're trying to figure out how they can target new markets or find new opportunities? What are you telling them to keep their eyes open for or to be aware of as they begin to see where their products and businesses can go?
Well, I mean, there's several steps. So first of all, as I said, you always have to go make a sale. Don't have analysis paralysis and go out there and guess the whole world's going to be, you know, great and you're going to sell your product. Go out there and actually physically make a sale. Not to grandma who loves you, because she's going to buy the stuff anyway, right? Sell it to an absolute stranger, number 1. Number 2 is start to be aware of the other markets that are tapping into your goods. I mean, that's really why Fubu was founded, because Timberland had made a comment that we don't sell our boots to drug dealers, when they didn't realize that basically 80% of their revenue was coming from these inner city kids who were not hiking, they weren't climbing, they weren't construction workers. So they didn't adopt that market. I went home and I created another brand that did pay attention to that market. Always understand where your market is, who your market is. When I first launched Fubu, Seattle, Washington, and Japan were the first places that bought it. It was the guys who loved grunge, and it was the Japanese kids who loved hip hop. And I supported those kids. So you always have to just understand who is your customer, and don't shy away, because you only have this tunnel vision of who you think your customer is.
Does this provide a challenge for some of the things we've been talking about? Or does it gel very well with everything? Does it support one kind of model better than the other? What do you think? I would love to have questions. Any questions as well? Yes.
How many entrepreneurs are able to listen to people outside their circle? Is that how many entrepreneurs are able to listen to people outside their circle? And do they have a process for gathering information?
It's a good question, because we are teaching them based on the standard models, right? We are teaching them that you have to gather data, you have to predict like risks and returns, and you have to calculate how you make the decision, so you can take a marketing problem, a finance problem, a hiring problem, every one of those problems, we are actually teaching them based on our theories and models. And so a lot of them don't talk to anybody, right? Precise. But the data I'm providing you are from these very, very experienced entrepreneurs who have done everything wrong, started multiple companies, right? And they've been through successes and failures. And then they've shown proven performance, which is the definition of an expert. They've built companies that have done very well as well. And when you go and talk to them, they will actually tell you, don't bother to target X, Y, and Z. What is Damon saying here? He was in Harlem. Right? He would think he's passionate about hip hop. He was focused on the hip hop fans and the hip hop audience. And then he makes these T-shirts and hats and things, and who's buying them? Grunge people in Seattle and kids in Japan that he did not know the existence of. And so this is the kind of thing that you have to take and then think about. What are the lessons they have learned? How have they learned them? And then teach them. And we don't do that. We teach based on these dominance theories in economics, which are all about prediction and optimization, or this idea that people are biased. Entrepreneurs are just biased. These are just weird people doing weird things. You cannot really do that systematically. Look at the failure rate, right? And then we get the failure rate wrong as well. So you are absolutely correct that because of the way we teach, and there's so much money flowing into entrepreneurship education programs, and they're all built on this model. So I fight a battle on two fronts, right? The intellectual front, but also on the practical front. But when we start teaching this, and this is why over the last 20 years, we have now hundreds of people working on this and beginning to build teaching materials, which are looking at cases, using narratives and conversations, and not just this idea of pitch competitions everywhere, right? So you come up with an idea and a pitch deck, and you start asking for money. We're really getting them to think outside, right? Talk to the person sitting next to you on a plane. What do they think? You do not know where the market is going to be. So take uncertainty seriously, right? And take the really real uncertainty, the way Gerd defined it. Get people aware of the notion of the difference between risk and uncertainty. All of these things we are bringing into the classroom based on empirical data from these expert entrepreneurs. So your question is valid, because a lot of people don't really go out and talk to people. In fact, the next thing I want to show is where we are headed now is literally getting people to just go talk to strangers, right? Like that, right there, there's a huge problem, because in general, human beings don't want to do that. Right? I mean, maybe if you're Swedish and you actually are on a train, you talk to strangers, right? But for the most part, there is so much resistance, I cannot tell you. People think they have to prepare, they have to have the quid pro quo all ready to go, because we have this idea of exchange as the fundamental way we talk about economics. So if you just have an idea and you have no clue, you have no product yet, if you're like Max Levchin, right? My students will never go and say, I'm working on a couple of ideas, I'm running out of money, I don't know which one to build, and I don't have anybody to run the company. That is not the definition of a clear pitch that we are teaching. So this is what I'm saying. So practically in a business school, there's a lot of excitement, but I want to bring that to us who actually study behavior. And in fact, I want to tell Hersh why we need to get away in some ways. I mean, I understand that people make wrong decisions a lot of the time, but by giving them the illusion that there is a correct decision, you are going to build economies in which people do not make that decision to leave the $200,000 job to actually start a company, and then none of us will be left with jobs, right? It's because we have a wrong understanding of empirical reality, underneath which is like this idea of everything that we have, like whether we think about how we find meaning or how we take action, it all has this inactive, interactive component to it, right? So that's why I love Shaun's thing, that it's not just, it's one form of cognition, it's really constitutive of cognition itself, right? This interaction with the world, but also with the social world in some ways. And so that's where I'm working to make stronger connections between these empirical realities. And one way I'm doing it is by just simply going deep. I'll just end with that. So at the heart of this whole thing, right, at the heart of entrepreneurial interaction, to go from these big narratives and conversations that we are analyzing and break it down into models that we can work with. We're simply looking at a simple thing called the ask, right? And what is an ask? It's a pre-exchange phenomenon. You don't have to have any goods ready to go or anything like that. It's just a conversation between two people, but one person is asking the other person. But the interesting thing is you don't have to specify who is the asker and who is the askee. I can give you stories where people engage in conversations about something else, and the conversation led to something the two people could do together, and that became. So it was like there is a whole series of entrepreneurs who call themselves accidental entrepreneurs because their ideas and even the notion of starting something on their own came from a conversation. Okay, so interaction. Involving ask can be intended, unintended, or completely accidental. The role of the asker and askee need not be specified. So one person comes and talks to somebody else like a customer, and it turns out that that customer becomes a supplier. Or in the case of PayPal, you saw the guy, instead of an investor, he becomes part of the founding team. And then, so you can also think about entrepreneurship. This is where I finally get back to Herb's urging me to think about entrepreneurial behavior, not just as entrepreneurial, but as behavior in general. So this is what we have been working on. So I just want to leave it at that. I think I'm out of time. People also want to go to lunch, I'm assuming. And you're saying when we come back, will we have a couple more questions maybe? So, okay, that means please, instead of seeing me as your hard obstacle to going to lunch, please see this as appetizer and think about it and come back with questions. Talk about whatever is relevant.
Give the floor to Benedetto Camerana, architect in Turin. The title will be about behavioral city. The topic will be behavioral city. Please, Benedetto.
So, hello. Thank you, Riccardo. Can you hear me properly? Okay. I have a presentation that I'm soon immediately start to share. All the architects have a presentation usually, but I start with the title Behavioral City is a title which comes from Riccardo Viale, and so I'm starting with a quote from him. Let me introduce full screen maybe. Not yet. Let me just give a second, which is like this. I go up to the, okay. Okay. This should be the screen.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. At the moment, it's still not the full screen. I'm going to the full screen now.
Donato Vercelli or one other.
But I have to go to the first. Let me just 1 second more. Okay. This is the first. And sorry for this waiting, and I push the button. At the moment should be a full screen, isn't it? Yes. Is it okay? Okay. So I'm first image of sorry for using some images which are just quite visual reference, maybe having not a direct clue to what I'm speaking about, but they're just visual reference. This is a typical of architects. So here I'm quoting the a definition by Riccardo Viale, which is behavioral city is a new concept that aims to integrate the behavioral approach of city policy making and the behavioral approach of urban planning. And this comes out of a publication just very new, very recent in Frontiers in Built Environment. Actually, it's a text which Riccardo is working since some time, and we have been discussing a lot about this. So I start from the first part. It's about specific argumentations about this subject, and then I will move to another part which is more related to projects, to architectural and urban design behavioral approach, so examples and projects. I thanks, of course, Riccardo for inviting me to this panel, and I must immediately put my limit, define my limit, which is I have my expertise is just about architecture, urban design, and so I'm not any kind of behavioral scientist, but we will see very soon that there is a very strong link and a very strong relationship which is growing up very fast in between behavioral sciences and architecture and urban planning. So this is why the title of Behavioral City. So these first slides are about the concept that Riccardo has stated, which is that the urban planning and design of the city generally related to engineering or technical architectural criteria, as I well known, being architect myself. But there is a very low evaluation of the effects of the choices on the behavior of citizens and their well-being. In recent years, the practice of urban design has entered evaluations of behavioral sciences, and here came out the area which was formed, the area of behavioral urbanism. And a related study field, which is behavioral architecture from Claude Heimsott, American architect in 1977 already, which started an interdisciplinary field of activities focused on the interaction between humans and the built environment. And this is the premise. Next premise is about behavioral public policy that you know much better than me, which was added to the area to a new approach to public policy. And Riccardo Viale and other specialists discussed a lot about this. And so this area uses the tools of cognitive sciences and behavioral economics to see how to change the citizen behaviors toward individual and collective well-being goals. But behavioral public policy has not focused much of its attention on urban planning, even if it's dealing with a lot of public services which have a very strong impact on the design, on the spatial design of the city. And in the space in between these two approaches, it's the space for the behavioral city, which is a sort of trademark, which is, I mean, it's a conceptual trademark, of course. And this is the final of the premises that in the last decades, actually, as you have seen with Heimat, the behavioral sciences have entered into the practice of urban planning and architecture. And this cooperation, progressive, has also been my personal experience with disciplinary exchange with Riccardo Viale, which brought us to some collaboration on architectural projects in an experimental way, but operational, and I will show something later, which is quite interesting and is starting now. I go back to a famous, very important modern architecture, let me call him a sort of hero, Alvar Aalto, Finnish, and he was underlining how the architecture actually is a global, holistic or synthetic phenomenon which is covering all fields of human activity, lying in between an art and a science. But what is very important that he was speaking in the Architectural Forum in 1940 and writing about how the modern architecture was starting to be deeply interested in the psychological field to understand how to respond better to project. And this is an example to the needs of people, of course. And this is an example, a very famous example, celebrated project by Le Corbusier, the most important architect of last century. And this celebrated rooftop, it's a public space which actually anticipated some values and principles which are very modern and good for behavioral architecture. This is a book, this is a behavioral architecture, the work I was we have been referring to, of Clovis Heimsott at the end of the 70s, so many years ago, very pioneering, which was anticipating a sort of cross-disciplinary use of the emotional, psychological, cognitive, and social factors into architectural design in a pre-scientific way, let me say. Architects in the past have always been architects like Le Corbusier or Alvar Aalto, very intuitive. They use intuition to understand how psychology could be managed through the process of the design process. But little by little, we are moving towards a scientific approach, which is a real behavioral science approach. Some slides quickly about the behavioral city, the model. This is not my work, this is just to state the situation of this. And this is in a way showing how the behavioral sphere of the citizen is a reference of the dynamic reciprocal biunivocal relationship between the public policy and the urban planning. And the third side of this triangle is the behavioral. And this is all already studied, and it's interesting to see the cycle, how the politicians and the stakeholders and everyone who has an interest in planning, they work together in stating policy goals, and then the behavioral insights are stated for these policy tools, And then it's the area of in the third circle is a time for urban design and implementation through behavioral specifications. And this is a moment where smart solutions, improving ideas and behavioral better activity are developed. And then we go back to citizens, behavioral changes, and up to feedbacks to policymakers. And then the circle goes. What I want to state, I underlined it in red down, it's a sort of alert that architecture and urban design is a very slow process. So except in the case of design, of interior design, of product design, which might be faster, but urban design planning, it's a very slow process. So it needs time. So to make this cycle can be quite slow in a way. I jump some of these images to get faster to the project areas. These are some of the conceptual assumptions about the behavioral city, what is a public space, how they work, how they have patterns of interaction on the citizen experience, everything about policy making and behavioral change. But I want to be a little bit faster on this area. Sussman and Hollander already 10 years ago at this moment defined 5 dimensions. They studied the cognitive reaction of a human being, of a citizen to a city through boundaries, forms, pattern, narrative, biophilia. This is all important statements to work on for a behavioral architecture. And then there is important work in the year 2020, behavior is called. These are all the insights for the city planners and architects, and they, let me say, they summarized 7 behavioral insights, make it accessible, safe. We can see it better in the other image. Be safe, be social, be clean, be local, livable, and amusing, entertainment. This should be the goals, the primary goals of a behavioral city. I go on with the dynamics of a behavioral city. Many points, but I don't want to go too much inside of this because otherwise I'm taking too much time. There is another principle, which is a FEAST principle, and it's an acronym for funny, easy, attractive, social, and timely, and this is referred especially to mobility, not only, but mostly to mobility and mobility behavior. So these are all systems to facilitate kind of pre-nudge solutions to facilitate or to encourage better behavior into the city. For instance, the musical stairs in the subway stations, so in Swedish cities, so encourage people to walk on the stairs instead of escalators. So this make them healthier, or do not stay all of them together on the mechanical escalators, and so on. This is a kind of decalogue, is actually is a pentalogue of how to rule and to check the city. These are some examples of how the behavior of citizen can be positively encouraged towards a better choices through smart design devices. For instance, the stairs, how to encourage people to walk up the stairs, just to think about how they are consuming their calories and maybe be a little bit more fit and healthy, or just invitation effectively written and stated, or through gaming to help people in having fun in following the litter line. Now I move to a group of Italian architects and neuroscientists who started working in an application for neurosciences in architecture design. These are their first work. The group is called Lombardini 22, they stay in Milano. And this work is about 10 or more years ago, so they were quite early work they started to do, and it's all about how design may be helped using both into interior or city open space and planning using materials, colors, textures, geometry, artificial light, acoustics, rhythm, proximity, boundaries, topologies. All these other issues they have been working on to analyze specific areas of design, of urban design, for instance, a school or a hospital or retail area. They've been analyzing and trying to understand how to apply behavioral sciences and neurosciences to all these areas. And another scheme produced by them, it's about studying each type of building, many type of buildings like a home station or meeting room, how they analyze through specific actions which can get through, which can lead to specific emotions, a weighted emotion, as they say, warmth, lightness, relax, depending on the type of building they are dealing with in a project. So this was an earlier series of study. Then I want to quote another work is happening now recently in Italy, which is the architecture of happiness in a way. It's a research which much after, as I quote here, the architectura from Vitruvius, or the most simple de Botton, Alain de Botton, the architecture of happiness, which is 20 years ago and 19 years ago. There is a movement in the Italian real estate community now, working with 200 or 300 persons, specialists from architects to real estate developer altogether, trying to define a sort of happiness grade for new buildings, with a sort of semi-scientific approach, half and half. And this grade should be considered to stay together aside of the most famous official grades like the WELL or the LEED grade, very important into real estate new buildings. And all the people working on this are all together, they are concentrated on giving a fundamental role to behavioral practices as a central part of this research, which will lead to first publishing in the mid of this year of 2025. Then I pass now to the area of projects and programs, and I try to synthesize a few conceptual parts of values which should be considered the most important ones, the most important public policies values for a behavioral city. So the public space, of course, concerning social, safe and inclusive qualities, then clean energy, of course, and climate actions, which go together along very much. Then mobility, which is in a way a synthesis of the two before, the three before, but through innovation and integration, understanding. Then environment, which is enters with the keys from the key points of protection, quality, and also design, of course. Then sustainability, which is a sort of overall word, and then green architecture, which I have evidenced in green because I'm giving much space to this at the end, which I think it's a very important area of application for behavioral values. So I start from an article which I published during 2020, very long COVID lockdown on a large Italian newspaper. The discussion was very strong in 2020 and 2021. We had very strong lockdowns in Italy. We all personally stayed almost 50 days locked in the house, locked in the apartment. And this accelerated this kind of a shock, this kind of revolution, imposed revolution, accelerated very fastly the debate in between urban planners and architects, and of course politicians, towards a rethinking, a very strong and deep new rethinking of the public space quality. And we all think that COVID, in a way, gave a strong acceleration to this sort of latent slow behavioral revolution, which was starting to move towards the new practices, new habits, new urban attitudes, which can undergo the behavioral viewpoint. And 2 points were very strongly demanded as a need for were the common space in private buildings to enhance and to increase common spaces in private buildings, and then also the public-private spaces staying in between the street and the building. These were the most important key points of the debate. Then a few words about the Bloomberg Philanthropies, which is a program about climate and environment, which is helping cities, supporting cities in climate action and new sustainable and resilient approach to the future. And in this area, behavioral urbanism is finding a large space to move in, and especially into this American Sustainable Cities is a big program launched last year, financing and in a way helping 25 cities which are on the right, on the green map of United States. And the most important thing is that they are receiving teams, multiple competent teams with several expertise in human-centered design, system thinking, and everything, and also behavioral is entering these groups to help the cities to accelerate the real change towards the future. Then I get into some examples. This is an interesting example in France, Living the Nudge. I say the name of the project is Nudge. As you can understand, if you read nudge with a French accent, it becomes a sort of nudge. It's a way of mimicking the word. The developer is Ogic. It's a French developer, and they propose a program of new way of living in the city, directly and officially inspired by the theory of nudge, inspired by the work of Sunstein and Richard Thaler. Here we see a couple of images of this project, and we see two other ones designed by a French agence d'architecture, and they work on the intermediate spaces which are not completely private, which are not public, which are an in-between intermediate spaces, as I was saying before from the article of the COVID. And also they are combining, this is also very interesting, the behavioral psychologies with their architectural intention, the true architectural intention for good quality architecture. So the nudge is coming out in a very proper way into this sort of project. I now move to another area, another company which is developing a very interesting, is a PropTech company called Planet Smart City, based in London and Italy. And they are both innovative developer and sustainable design advisor for very large housing projects. The most interesting thing is that they have developed a very wide catalog of 500 smart solutions, which are all design devices. Many of them are fully responsive to behavioral issues. All the other ones about social, environmental, of course, but some of them are responsive to behavioral. And these are actually building up this housing project, the main values, which are very much appreciated, both sides, from the government subsiding, especially Brazil and India, they are subsided, and from the market, from the private market. And what is also interesting, that all these solutions are operated through the app, through the Planet app, by the whole community, both inhabitants and attendants, the operators, they all work through this, and all this is very well integrated in a very advanced technology network. So this is a very interesting experiment undergoing in several parts of the world, with very interesting results. And about the smart solution, 500 smart solution, they are divided in 4 development key points. So one is planning architecture, and here we are seeing some of these. They are of course, oriented to environmental and social conscious design, but they go from the green architecture that I've been quoting already, and I will return on this concept, the green architecture revolution cornerstones, such you can see the green roof or the green wall, which are part of this, the dualings of these compounds, to correct planning of the main sources, such as the clean air or the water supply. And then we can go on with technological system where AI-driven companions can promote an easy life organization in the neighborhood, or social innovations is a very important area, which is also the S factor in the very important ESG rules, which are running strongly the real estate and not only activity in the present already. There are very interesting specialized meeting areas and spaces you can see, like the business incubator or the library of things, which is an exchange space for simple instruments for the household life, or home design lab, or the health corner, book sharing, these sort of areas, which are of course designed into these large compounds. These compounds are large enough to host all these areas. All these areas are incentivizing a very positive social interaction and community relation. And then the environment, of course, like bike networks and so on. But this is a very interesting experiment which is growing in the world. Another area, it's the company I was citing before, Lombardini 22, they have developed a neuroscience lab. We are discussing together with them, and they have been applying neuroscience and behavioral values into 3 projects, very interesting. One is in Milano Linate Airport. They've been working in the security check area with some principles from the biophilic design, or applying ergonomic sensitive design details. The approach, the aim is to lower the stress level, which is very high, as you all know, into small security areas. This is a small airport, but very crowded. And their work has been very important to have a better experience as travelers. For instance, they have this more multicolored line barriers equipped with small seats and shelves where you can have a sort of rest, where you can put your baggage while you're queuing into this long line waiting system. Or this is another very interesting project. They have been working on a prison for young people, minors prison in north of Italy. They've been working with the universities, the Department of Psychology. And what is very interesting is that they work not only on design application of behavioral approach and values, but they carry on after and during the design process with research and monitoring system with biometric sensors to monitor the emotional reactions to the space, to the changes, so they can improve the design. In this case, the behavioral city circle, they are working very fast, and this can actually have a very, very good result. They've been working also on the Salone del Mobile, the design fair, which is hugely crowded. And also here they've been integrating neuroscience principles into the experiments on site during the week, the design week, which is attracting 1 million people in Milano. So it's very complicated. So all of this to reduce the stress and the fatigue of the visitors and better the orientation and the memory of what they are seeing. And so these are very interesting experiments. Then very fast I can move through the topic of energy, how clever behavior can, in a way, very functionally driving the humanity into the future, where a photovoltaic panel is arriving and is adopted where there is a lack of grid connection in a very remote location. Or this is an example of a lamp which is getting red when you're having the light on, maybe in the daytime, so you are wasting your energy, and it's returning green when you're using the proper time. So this is a nudge to lead to energy saving. Then there is all the situation of energy supply, and it's interesting how when the behavior of people is moving them into the wilderness, there is a demand for energy, which is taking the new behavioral model, which is to recharge, the recharging of the freedom to move. Oh, this is funny, but makes us think about how clean energy can cope with the fast run for this immediate innovation with paradoxic behavior. Like this is the United States, where electric BEV Tesla has an onboard petrol generator, which in fact is mimicking the sequential hybrid technology, which is developed by a couple of Japanese producers. And all of this is facing, you see in the image in the back, there is a huge need for energy storage, which is a real problem for future mobility and artificial intelligence. Or we can still go on with this reverse technology example where the Tesla Cybertruck, which can even supply emergency energy to a house in the desert, but can help a smaller sister, BEV. Safe mobility, this is very well known examples of optical illusions in speed control reduction through optical tricks. Or ActiBump is an example of a technology which is activating to reduce the speed of a car only when the speed limit is exceeded. So it's a responsive, autonomous, intelligent system. Then there are all other systems for safe mobility about the affordances, but I think I'm going too slow. I move fast. Innovation mobility, robotaxi and robovan. This is innovation in mobility is making us think like as these apps are actually connecting citizens. Apps like Google Maps or Uber are moving us like in integrating mobility of the mobility as a service systems, which in a way is a step towards AI guiding people. We will be definitely guided by AI. A few words about green architecture, which started in the 60s and the 70s. And I think this is a very important move towards behavioral, in a way, behavioral values. I'm speaking about the architectural values, of course, which is about the return of nature in the city. This name was made up by James Wines, who started the first move through the Forest Building, which is a department store for the department store company Best, and is a paradox in a way that the most traditional real estate sector introduced the return of nature. This is an example of in Japan, early example in the 90s, where this visionary climbing park, urban climbing park, was actually incentivizing the community health and citizen exercise to walk up this sort of vertical climbing park, and then other cultural points like green tech or second nature. There is an example of a project that we developed in Italy very early at the end of last century with Emilio and myself, which was the first green architecture public building project in Europe, which actually have seen an overlay of gardens and grief roof over the Innovation Technology Center. So this was a way to use 2 times the same area and to grant natural isolation and a full water retain. So it was the first European compound running on renewable energy resources only. This is us in 25 years afterwards. And this example in Madrid from the Herzog de Meuron is, let me say, stating how green architecture has turned into a deep need in a contemporary city. It's a sort of subconscious need into design process. I move fastly. This is another project important. This is Lingotto in Torino, one of the most famous industrial building in the world, celebrated again by Le Corbusier, I was citing before, in the 30s, and it was decided after the 90s transformation to redesign this test track as a hanging garden in 2021, which was actually my project. And the reference model is or was a High Line in New York, so another linear public garden, rethinking an abandoned infrastructure. And this is the completion, the completed garden, where the Pista 500, where this garden on the rooftop is one of the main tourist and citizen destination. And what is interesting is that it's offering to the tourists and citizens a mix of activity containing also sport opportunities. So it's from culture to health. It's a very large, responsive project to behavioral urbanism needs. And then I conclude with a very interesting area for the future, for the present and the future for behavioral design, which is the space habitat. I start from avio, from aeronautics. I start from the Earth, and then I move to the moon and the space. This is an observation deck that we are in the process of designing in Roma Airport, for the Aeroporti di Roma engineering company, who has consultants also with the Herbert Simon Society, so with Riccardo Viale, with behavioral design studies and applications into the process. And this will be an innovative experience for visitors and hosts, which will open next year in 2026 in Roma Airport. This is another interesting project. It's a space center. It's a space exploration industry museum that will open in 2028 in Torino Space District, which is very important. Actually, the ISS, International Space Station, was halfly built here. And we have understudied some design applications for the visitor center. And the same is undergoing for this spaceport, Mediterranean spaceport. It will be the starting point for orbital flights, tourism in the first years. And this will open in 2027 in the south of Italy. It's a public project. The potential operator will be Virgin Galactic. This will be the second or the third in the world after the America Gate in New Mexico. And also here, behavioral design applications are under study in the training center and the visitor center. Then I moved directly to the space habitat, which is a very interesting next challenge for behavioral design I was referring to before, because we have to face the most complex and the most extreme conditions, which will be real life in the space exploration future programs, such as the Artemis moon program, moon station program, and then of course a Mars program. So people will face minimal habitat, very long-term isolation and confinement, a terrible, terrific, awful distance. And so these conditions really need the highest level of a design sensibility, which definitely need a deep help from behavioral design. So this is why now I was referring before, new challenges. Actually, in space design today, as you can see, the ISS or the Tiangong or the Orion stations, the state of the art in the interior design, the station is just dominated by pure functionality and engineering. And there is no consideration or very poor consideration for any psychological quality or comfort. And think about people staying in a few square meters maybe 6 months, seeing all the time the same people around coming from other part of the world. So it's really a challenge. And the point is that we are moving in the next future from the concept of survival to life as space pioneers. But I want to go a little bit faster because I'm at 32 minutes, so I'm 35 minutes, so I'm already to the end. These are all examples of how's going the future projects in Habitat Mars, Habitat Moon Village. These are all early projects I'm showing which are not operational. New project will become operational in the future. And actually we are discussing with the companies located in Italy, in Europe, also with the help of Herbert Simon Society. So this is I'm speaking about because it's a very crucial area of work that will challenge us in the future. This is deepening the points that I was referring to before. It's and I want to close about this points of perception, all the primary factors that have to be considerate in design, in a proper, let me say, interior design for the capsules and the modules to go for the exploration, the movement, and the station, the permanent station. So from all the senses and other issues which are very important to be considered in the project. I conclude. I'm returning to the Riccardo Behavioral City article and synthesizing how a behavioral city can be activated. There are 5 points: evaluation, how to choose preferred policy goals, and how to support mixed teamworks, including several competencies and capacities, and empirical tests or simulations to understand how the work is going. And so the point 5 is a ex-post impact evaluation proposals. And the last slide, it's about the behavioral mixed teamworks in which we are working, and we are proposing this approach where the design process in architecture or interior design or in product design or in urban planning, which is the architect's horizon of work, is demanding now to include in teamworks the behavioral sciences competence, because the assistance from neurosciences can really and strongly and powerfully improve the quality, the responsive quality of the spaces, the living spaces, and where particularly in the highest stressed situations we were seeing before, from the super crowded areas like a fairground to the very isolated areas like the space stations, or to the very difficult areas like the underground transport or a prison, or these sort of super specific areas where the work of the teamwork with behavioral mixed behavioral science competence is of the utmost interest. So this was my last slide, and thank you for attention. And we can go through, of course, this later on in other days, because this project we are starting to define at the start line now. So thank you.
Thank you,
for your
Benedetto.
attention.
Now Q&A for you and also for Sarah.
And I
because,
close.
we
No.
forgot the Q&A of Sarah.
Okay.
The first is Massimo Piatelli Palmarini.
I
Please.
have a question.
Yeah.
So look, going, in this perspective, looking back in time, from the Roman cities, the medieval cities, Renaissance cities. I grew up in Florence, a Renaissance city. So if you had to give a prize, in the past to, the cities that are closer, in the past to what you're today proposing, where would the prize go?
Good question. But I don't want to be to take advantage of being Italian, but I think that the Italian Renaissance cities were small enough in a way and properly redesigned enough to respond probably in the best way to the need for a high quality life, putting together social interaction of levels of different social levels in the city, and the point of the Italian Renaissance city is a redesign concept, which I think it was very important. So whenever there is a will of resetting the design of a city, the urban design, this is the best moment in which proper qualities, proper social, proper not only aesthetical but also ethical qualities may be developed in the urban environment. I may also think to some after industrial revolution products like some garden cities in UK, or also in the many parts of north of Europe, the industrial compounds, the industrial workers compounds were also developed and planned with a very high attention to the general quality of the space, of the public space, of the meeting space, somehow in a way repeating some of the qualities of the typical Italian city. I mean, Florence actually was a very important example of how the quality of public space would have been crucial in defining also the success, maybe also the economical or financial success of a city, of a city background in a way.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No. You have the microphone off. Riccardo, you have the microphone off.
So from what you presented,
Microphone.
Okay.
You didn't hear. Okay. You didn't hear.
Oh, we are muted.
There we go.
Oh,
we
okay. You were muted.
So
yes.
Audio is through the computer, so just speak to the
yeah, okay. All right. So my question is, a lot of what you presented sounded like you are taking findings from, behavioral studies, whether in economics or any other, and you're applying to architecture. But I was curious whether architects are running their own behavioral experiments, and is there a way to do that in architecture? I'm just curious about that.
Well, the examples I was presenting, like the airport security check area or the prison, actually, what is the improvement, the real improvement, is that in the past, the best architects were very strong in being in having an intuition, understanding of how a space, a room, or public space, an open space can influence positively or negatively the citizens or the inhabitants or the users of a specific buildings, and they were working on the traditional examples. So seeing and watching and studying, or let me say understanding how the response was going on in a specific building are very good architects who are repeating and getting a better solutions, of course, coping with aesthetical and cultural issues, which has always been the center of any architectural discourse or presentation, of course. But what is happening now, which is very interesting, is to have a sort of it's not a sort, is to look for a scientific base, to a serious scientific base that can prove that our intuition is correct or is not correct or is wrong, because some architects in the past have been proposing social neighborhoods which were completely wrong in creating the most dangerous or gangster compounds, also because of the architecture approach, of the design approach of the space. So it's very useful that the architect's world and architecture, I was saying, it's a very absorbative, it's a very synthetical and holistic practice, which puts together so many different approaches, from the purely scientific to the most artistic values. So we are very interested in listening and understand and having this mix of competence. So and examples of a prison, for instance, actually this group of people in Milano, they are experimenting with EEG, how you say, the helmets, to understand with some of the guys staying in prison, to understand their reactions to the changes in the corridors, in the cell, in their rooms, in the courtyards, because they are trying to introduce new values and new issues, but not just by cultural intuition, with the help of specific competence from people who are studying, neuroscientists who are studying exactly how our emotional are produced and defined.
Yes, thank you. I have two things. One, when you were talking of bad projects, I was thinking of Le Vele in Naples. Were you thinking of that?
O il Corviale in Roma, or Quartiere Zen in Palermo. There are famous examples in Italy, yes.
What I wonder is, it looked like an interesting building, and it looked like a building where people can socialize. And so my question is, has it been studied, the failure of this project, and why? This is one question. And the second question is a suggestion. I do a lot of consulting on nudging, of course, and work on measurement. And as an example, you're working in Milan on this youth jail, basically, okay? And one thing that may be done is doing longitudinal surveys. So starting with a survey in which you look at the kids' social expectations, you know, what they think other kids are doing, what they think other kids want to do, what they value, they don't value, etc. Then do your intervention and then resurvey. And I don't know how long the kids stay there, but you have time to do a longitudinal study. And I would use these studies, okay, this kind of measurement, exactly to see whether your initial idea of, okay, I change the environment, the people will become more cooperative, will be better off, etc., pans out or not. That's what I wanted to say.
When you say longitudinal, you mean in a long time.
Longitudinal,
so,
yes.
With
you know, after 6 months, after a year, etc.
Yes.
That's what we do normally.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Actually, this is what they are doing. This is not a project of mine. This is a project by Lombardini 22. I cooperate with them, and we discuss a lot about the neuroscience, because they have a lab, the neuroscience lab, and of course they work with university psychology departments and everything, especially in the prison. And of course, they have been going on with the process of designing. Every year, I think in the last 3 or 4 years, they've been introducing a next step of quality design. So they are testing. Actually, I haven't been. They haven't prepared a book about this, but they should do this to make share the results of their research. But what is quite specific in their approach is never to stop just to design, but to go on testing the impact year per year. For instance, in the prison, for instance, in the airport, which is every day it's a very stressful activity. And the fairground is the design week in Milano, which is attracted more than 1 million people to the city. It's a disaster. It's a humanitarian kind of tornado, and it's very easy to get very stressed. And so they are testing. They have been testing last year, and they're redoing this year. And I think after 2 years, it will be an interesting moment to settle down and to define a sort of reverse work, and to share the results of what they've done.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for me? Back to entrepreneurship? No, I'm just kidding. More questions on architecture? Yes. Oh, yeah.
For you, come here.
Should we just assume
No,
we
no,
have-
no,
we- we
no,
both
no.
on
You
at the
don't
same
need.
time?
You don't need them. The bag.
So apparently the video can be recorded. Here's one. Make a mess.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Too many cooks. Hi, I'm Lucia Delaini. I'm currently a fellow at the Italian Academy, and I study rhetoric, as I said before. So I just wanted to ask you about those conversations that you mentioned before. You were mentioning especially the fact that the outcome of those conversations is to co-define goals, right? So like to, get to the point of having goals at all. I was wondering if you have, an idea of all the unplanned material that comes out of conversation, that is not necessarily a commitment, but it's not also just waste. Like it's what is necessary to think of those goals in the first place. So all that kind of accidental, unplanned material, do you think it's plannable to have conversations like that? As in, what are the conditions to make conversations like that happen? Can that be controlled or planned in any way? Or does it have to be, this human activity that you just go out and meet people?
Okay, that is a complicated question because there are multiple dimensions to it. So not all conversations have to lead to anything whatsoever, right? But the issue really is we are all trying to make sort of our mini worlds in conversations, right? Sometimes we are listening and we are understanding, but so the outcome of the conversation doesn't only have to be commitment, right? But when commitment happens is what I showed in the diagram, right? But at the end of the day, the most important outcome for a lot of these conversations that people do not see, but in actual fact are very important, are relationality. Right? Relationships get built. and then commitments can come later as well. But the idea is it's not so simple. So when you talk about it, when we teach something, so if you're building a company and you have to get the next piece done, right? You have to get the product manufactured, or you have to hire that person and you don't have money to hire. So there are situations where you are really focused on the next step, and so you focused on the commitment, right? You need to raise the money, or you need to find that person for the job or whatever. So there are situations of that kind where the conversation is really targeted. But the thing we have not been studying, that is my complaint, is that there are all kinds of conversations going on all the time. Even in a targeted, say I'm interviewing you for a job, right? Even in that, there are missed opportunities. So I'll give you an example. I ask my students to literally come up with a very specific plannable situation, right? So I'll give them a specific task. And then I say, instead of the usual decision analysis that we do in case studies, I tell them to develop a 3-minute play. Right? So they get to write the script, they get to decide on the characters, they have to think about the setting, and actually come and present it. Very plannable, right? But then when they present it, what I do with that is, instead of asking them, did they achieve, did the commitment happen, and why didn't the commit, whatever story they are trying to tell, instead of that, I just ask the class, what is the missed opportunity here? That's my question, always. And the interesting thing is that conversation is full of opportunities that are missed because people are either too targeted, or they're telling these stories inside their own individual heads, so they don't see the opportunity for a relationship, right? So to your question, it's not a question of whether it's plannable or not. The question is, conversation is something that happens all the time, and it's the way you interact into that conversation is different for different people. So it can be, there are aspects that can be planned. If you have a particular task and then you have to make an ask to get that task completed, that's different. So that's why conversations are, there are many kinds of conversations, right? So that's where we have to begin. But my only, my big thing, the missed opportunity is that we are not studying, we're not teaching, and a lot of the stuff that happens in the world, the actual opportunities for real valuable action, are missed because conversations are seen either as targeted or as just beer, right? We're just, chatting over beer. And the truly interesting ones are where something else is also going on, where somebody's trying to make something happen, and they're open to having other people sort of work with you on it. That's all I'm trying to. So I hope I'm not confused even more in answering your question. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Fine. Cristina, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, since I talked about measurement, I will deal with that in a second. Let me see if I can share this. Share. Do you see it?
Yes. It's okay.
Oh,
okay.
Very good. Okay. So originally, I was asked to discuss the macro and the micro elements of social norms. And typically, when you think of a macro argument, you think of analyzing the functions that norm perform within a specific culture. And this has been studied a lot in anthropology, also in sociology, etc. Instead, when we do things like norm nudging, for example, we are looking at something very different. We're looking at a micro perspective. We're looking at the reason why people engage in one behavior and not another, okay? So the microanalysis is central to the work on nudging, okay? In particular, norm nudging, which is a specific type of nudging, okay? Now, to do a successful intervention, knowing the reason is very important, But to know the reason, we need to model behavior, okay? Because how would I know the reason if I don't have a model of behavior? And to have a model of behavior, we also need to have concepts that are relatively easily measurable. And all my work in the last few years has been basically dedicated to that. Now, there has been a shift in my thought from the first book I wrote on Norm, the Grammar of Society, in which, and I still agree with that, I define social behavior in terms of primitive concepts. So beliefs about what's commonly done, belief about what is commonly approved of, and conditionality of preference. I will come to that in a moment. But when I wrote the book, I didn't do any experiment, and I didn't do applied work. After finishing the book, I started doing experiment. And when you do experiment, you see the social norms are used as default rules. And Gerd Gigerenzer would be happy to hear that. You know, they are default rules that apply to a set of situations, and people are very, very good at categorizing situation and assessing analogies, similarities, etc. Okay, so when I started doing experiment and then also applied work, I realized that I need to measure these beliefs, that I need to measure these preferences. What are they? How we measure them? Okay. And what is the advantage of creating measures, which I do in the book Norm in the Wild? It allows us to distinguish between different types of behavior, and distinguishing the different type of behavior is crucial when you do an intervention, because you do very different things if you want, for example, to change, driving from the right to the left side of the road, or vice versa, what they did in Sweden. The kind of inducement they put up, the kind of media intervention they put up is very, very different from wanting to influence people to contribute to public good, to cooperate, okay? Because it is very good and very rational, using the word in a very simple way, in inverted commas, to do things like other people. If you all drive to the right side, I want to drive to the right side. I am an idiot if I go left, I have an accident or I cause an accident. But, providing to a public good, cooperating, there is a tension between my personal welfare and the community welfare. So designing appropriate intervention has to be very careful about, why people are doing what they are doing and how could we move or shift them to doing something else. Now, the basic concept that I'm using are the concept of social expectation that are crucial when you think of using social influence, because social influence is filtered through our expectations of what other people do in a similar situation, which is called empirical, and normative, what others believe one should do in that situation. Not what I personally think is right or wrong, what I think other people think is right or wrong. This is a normative, okay? And a very important thing that I started doing applied work, because I realize it's very important, is define the reference network. Why? Because expectations are not expectations about any people. They are expectations about people who are relevant to me in this particular context, okay? And it's very important because reference network vary from one situation to another. And especially when I do a survey, the first thing I do is I do an analysis of reference network, okay? A reference network is important not only because expectations are related to a specific network, but also the network is important because information travels to a network. And depending on the topology of the network, depending on various things, information can travel fast or slower. And this is very important when you do an intervention to keep in mind. And, you know, imitating Gerd, who says, oh, environment matters. I completely agree. Environment is everything. Why? For example, one typical common mistake is thinking, okay, this expectation, you know, refer to a certain network, we work on them, we were successful. How come we're not successful in this other situation? Well, because, you know, that network may be different. Check it, please. So it's very, very important to check the environment. And then the network is clearly part of the environment within which we operate. Now, norm nudging, now there are various types of nudging. A lot of nudging is very individual. So I want to nudge you to save more in your university pension system. I want to nudge you, you're a diabetic, to take your metformin after every meal, and so on and so forth. But I can nudge you also to behave in a collectively positive way, okay? So in this case, we talk of norm nudging, and we use social information, what others do, what others approve or disapprove of, to induce behavioral change. Now, when you do that, you have to make a crucial assumption, otherwise you don't do any intervention of norm nudging. You assume that the target behavior are interdependent, okay? So the choice that people made, among other things, is a function of what they believe other people do, believe other people approve, and so on and so forth. So there is interdependence there, okay? And preferences, you have to assume they are malleable, which is something economists don't like, okay? So the preference for doing A or not doing A is conditional on the kind of social expectation you have. And so if we are capable of changing people's social expectation, you know, with norm nudging social information, we can change behavior. But to be sure we can change behavior, we have to be sure that behaviors are interdependent, okay? And in my analysis, this is very rough, but it's very important to keep in mind. I distinguish 4 general type of behavior. And those to the right are all interdependent. What does it mean? That the preference to perform those behaviors are conditional on social expectations. And in both cases, descriptive and social norms, what we need to do is work on these expectations. And I will discuss that later on. On the left, we have behavior that are unconditional, independent, like a collective habit, a collective custom, or a moral rule which is shared. Think of religious rules, are typically independent, okay? Typically, you don't care what other people do, what others think is right or wrong. You think it's right to behave like that. That's why I think there are very few real, truly moral rules. Most of what we call moral rules are social norms, more or less entrenched, but in the end they are social. So what do we measure? What are all the things that we need to measure? First of all, we need to measure behavior, okay? And how, I will show you how we measure it in a very simple way. Then we measure what the respondent thinks other people do, their empirical expectation, okay? We also need to measure, you know, basically what the respondent believes, okay, one should do, his personal normative beliefs. What the responder factual beliefs are often very, very important. I always measure them. And also, finally, the normative expectation, what the responder believes others think she should do. It's very important to ask personal normative beliefs above and beyond normative expectation for 2 reasons. On the one hand, sometimes we want to incentivize normative expectation. I ask you, what do you think other people in this room think one should do? you may say whatever. And if I pay you for, a correct answer, you will probably spend more time and put greater attention in answering my question. And you know that I ask everyone the personal normative beliefs. So you know that I know what the collective beliefs are, or the most, the mode or the mean or whatever. So this is very important. When you incentivize, it's important that people know you have measured also the personal beliefs. But another very important thing is to realize there is something called pluralistic ignorance. What does it mean? It means that in a group, maybe the majority personally believe that, sex before marriage is okay, there is no problem. Let's say it's a religious group, it's a strict religious group. But, there is no transparent communication. They can talk to each other freely, saying what they really believe. They fear they are, I am the only, dissident here. I am the odd guy. I don't want to be, the one out. And what they see, they don't see evidence of premarital sex, maybe because people use contraceptive, and therefore the norm, and the belief that you should not have premarital sex survives. And this is a case of pluralistic ignorance. And we have many, believe me, when we study different collective situations, very often this is the case. Now, when we talk of social norms, we want to induce norm, we want to change norm, etc. Sometimes the norm we want to induce or change are social norms. What does it mean? There are behavioral rules that people know they apply to certain specific situation. So the knowledge is important. The empirical and normative expectation are obviously important. You expect other, in PP, maybe a population, maybe a group, but certainly is your reference network. They follow the rule and they believe the rule should be followed. And of course, disapprove non-compliance. And again, there must be conditional preference, because we all have empirical and normative expectation about other people, but they may not matter at all. And we have to measure whether there is a causal link between this expectation and behavior, or there isn't. So measuring expectation is not enough. You have to be able to assess conditionality. Okay? Now, I make an important distinction, and you will see why I do that, between what we call descriptive norm and social norm. In both cases, empirical expectation matter. What other people do is important. But in the case of social norm, exactly because these are all situations where there is a tension between private and collective welfare, we also need a normative nudge, okay? And so we need to have normative expectation, okay? Now, why this distinction is important? Think of wanting to change behavior in two different cases. The cases of driving on the right side of the road is a descriptive norm, okay? If the government decides we all have to drive on the left side, like in England, let's say, it makes a lot of sense for us to change, provided, there are sufficient messages and inducement, etc. It is perfectly rational for me to change my driving policy, okay? And so the nudging here is just linked to the empirical information and changing people empirical expectation. That's it. Thinking of picking up, after your dog. People may look around. You don't see other people picking up. Why should I pick up? It's a little cost, etc. Certain people, of course, think it's the right thing to do and do it anyway. But many, many people are influenced by what other people do, but also by what other people will think of me if I don't do that and they observe me doing it. So the kind of intervention in the case of a descriptive versus a social norm are very, very different. This is very important to keep in mind. Okay. Now, how do I decide? Here we come to measurement. how do I decide there is a norm? Descriptive or social, doesn't matter. How do I decide? I have two stages. First of all, I measure actual expectation, actual social expectation, and the relationship between this expectation and behavior. Okay, is there a correlation? How big a correlation there is? But correlation is not causation. Okay, I may develop certain expectation because I behave in that way. So the first mover is the behavior, or I behave because I have this expectation. So causality may go in both directions. And to assess whether there is a causal link, that is, whether preference are conditional on expectation, we use vignettes, in particular hypothetical vignette, to explore whether there is or there isn't a causal relation, okay? So let's say what we do when we measure in actuality what we do. So I ask people, about their engagement in the behavior. How often you do that, how many times you do that, etc. Depending on the behavior, question may change. Then for empirical and normative expectation, I realize I've done studies in Africa, in India, and unfortunately also in the US. If you use probability, you ask people, you give them a probability scale and ask them to assess the probability. It's very hard for them, okay? So what we do is typically ask, out of 10 people that are important to you in your reference network, how many engage in that behavior? And again, out of the people that are important to you, how many approve of performing that behavior or engaging in that behavior? Again, out of 10, how many? This is very important because even in the US, we are running a national study on poverty, and we look at the relationship between basically social norms, descriptive norm too, and a situation of scarcity, okay? Do norms that are born in a condition of scarcity help or hinder the possibility of getting out of poverty, okay? And so again, with people, we see that it's very, very hard. But even with UPenn students, with my students, if you give a probability scale, the results are not that clear. Now, what we do, we check for significance and positivity of the association between people engaging in a behavior and their expectation of the behavior, okay? So we look for positive correlation. Great, all right. However, we want to know if expectations are affecting behavior, are causing behavior or not. Why? Because if we want to do an intervention and use social influence, act on expectation, you need to know that. Otherwise, it's time wasted. Okay? Now, what are vignettes? Vignettes are typically short stories about an imaginary character or scenario. And we ask the responder to predict what the character will do in a specific scenario. Okay? Now, the character, it's very important, is very similar to the responder, typically in age, gender, income, and race, especially in the case of poverty. Okay? And why is an imaginary character? Because we know that people have an enormous difficulty responding to counterfactual questions or even simple hypothetical questions when they are the protagonist, okay? So the questions are not self-relevant, and also people will be, we assume, more honest in responding, okay? There will be less of an experimental effect, okay? And what we do, we change the circumstances from a scenario to another, And by so doing, we identify what matters to behavior, which expectation, if expectations are important, and which expectations are more important, maybe empirical, maybe normative, maybe both, maybe none. Okay, this is an example of a vignette. Now, if you are a participant in one of my experiments, you are randomly assigned to only one of the 4 cells, okay? So let's say I have used it in the recent study on poverty. We look at welfare, we look at education, we look at violence. And when we look at education, we look at various components, for example, dropping out of school, okay? And so I say, imagine a person who's similar to you in age, income, gender, and race, who moved to a new community and learned that, let's say, few people, okay, drop out and few approve of dropping out. And then I ask how likely it is that this particular person, John or Mary, will do X, will drop out. Or I can ask many do and many approve, or few do, many approve, many do and few approve. And you get only one, okay, of these. Now, what we do, we estimate the aggregate difference in predicted behavioral outcomes between the different social expectation conditions, okay? So the first question is the behavior dependent on social expectation? Yes or no? And in this case, it must be the case that the difference between high empirical, high normative, and low empirical, low normative is positive. It means social expectation play a role, okay? Now, but I want to know, especially for intervention purpose, well, which expectation matter more, okay? And then what I do, for example, keeping one stable, let's say I keep the normative expectation stable and they vary the empirical. So the difference between high empirical, low normative, low empirical, low normative, if it's positive, it means empirical expectation play a role. And I do the same for normative expectation. Do they play a role? Yes, no. Now, suppose I find they both matter, okay? So I still want to know whether the social norm, so there is a social norm, is empirically led or normatively led, okay? And so I look at H4, the difference, okay, between H2 and H3, basically, okay? And if it is positive, it means that the norm is empirically led. If it's negative, it's normatively led, but we may not have enough information and say it's balanced. We cannot determine which is empirical or normatively led. And this is very important when you do an intervention. You want to know whether to push the empirical expectation to try to change them, these are the most important ones, or you want to work on the normative ones. And sometimes my results show that the normative may be really important, okay? So how I diagnose behavior? If there is no dependence, so the hypothesis H1, is negative, there is no norm. If only empirical expectation matter, only empirical expectation, so H2 positive, H3 negative, then it is a descriptive norm. And H2 and H3 are both positive, we have a social norm, okay? This is, I hope, clear. Now let me look for you at two things, two examples. In the study of poverty we are doing is a huge study all over the United States in rural and urban communities, okay, with thousands and thousands of respondents. So in the education part, we want to know, there are two important things. One is dropping out of school is very, very common in a poor neighborhood. And also another very common thing is not caring about higher level instruction. And by higher level, I don't just mean community college or, university, but also some technical degrees, okay? Now, in the case of dropping out, we elicit their own high school behavior with the empirical and the normative expectations. And we look at the vignette, okay? And what we find a really significant and very positive association between approval of dropping out, prevalence of dropping out both, and the likelihood that the person says, this guy will drop out, okay? Now, the important thing is the causality, the vignette, okay? Because in the first case, there is a strong correlation. It's very positive, it's very strong, but we don't know what matters of the two, the expectation or the behavior, what causes what. So in this case, with the vignette, we look at the existence, basically, of conditional preferences. And what we see is very interesting. What we look here, there are two separate groups, equal or more than 150% of the federal poverty line, and higher than 150% of the federal poverty line. Why? Because we want to see if it's a behavior that is common also to people that are above poverty, or is just typical only of poverty, of poor people. And what we see is the green, they're on Instagram, the green one is the worst possible case where many people engage and many people approve. So is the worst possible case, and few engage and few approve. And basically what we see is that in both poor and richer environment, there is a social norm, okay? But the question is, there are significant differences, okay, in the attention, if you will, they pay to intermediate cases, and a few in particular. But in both cases, high school dropping out is influenced by their social expectations, normative and empirical, okay? And we see that, by the way, with education, we see with welfare. So, that much less people than those that deserve getting welfare benefits in the US apply for them, right? And so we have looked at whether there are social expectations that prevent people from doing that, and we discovered there are. We also looked at the use of violence to respond to insults, and again, it looked like there is a strong social norm about, responding with violence if you feel insulted or slighted, etc. So social norms seem to play a huge role in these behaviors. Now, in a study I did for the Gates Foundation for 5 years in India about sanitation, the Gates Foundation was convinced that the use of toilets would be a social norm. And so the kind of intervention we have to do have to be social norm intervention, and have to be aimed at changing the normative expectation of people. The first thing you have to do is wrong to do that, is right to do this, etc. And we did first, an analysis of the behavior and the real expectation, etc., etc. And what we find is, we regress the behavior on their own social expectation, and we see that empirical expectation predict behavior, normative do not. Sorry, it look like your idea of starting changing normative expectation may be a very bad idea. What we did then was use vignette. Let's see which comes first, okay? And those exposed to vignette with low empirical expectation predict much less latrine use and, building also. We did that for building. And so, yes? I am wrapping it up. I'm finishing. And so, very normative expectation has no such effect. And so that's what we told the government. And hopefully they seem to have at least understood that, okay? So in the end, we also did another test, and we showed that empirical expectation predict behavior. But basically, let's look at my conclusion. That program implementer, so policymaker, should acknowledge the role that conditional preference, condition on social expectation play in supporting or preventing certain behavior, okay? So first, we need to measure, we need to diagnose the behavior. And second, design intervention depending on the collective behavior we have diagnosed. Thank you. Sharing.
We are in great delay, then I should give the floor to Mario Rizzo, and we do the Q&A at the end of your speech. Okay?
Okay. So, the first one. Okay. So, my topic is nudging justified, and I was thinking about this because there are many different senses of the word justification, including moral justification, political justification, social justification. But since I'm an economist, I want to stick with the sense of economic justification, meaning what I'm going to get into is the implicit and explicit welfare norm that is used by most behavioral economists. We all know that from the experiments of Kahneman and Tversky that much of the work was done in comparison of real-world behavior to the expectations that the axiomatic view of rationality led us to conceive of. So the question is, what is the role of axiomatic rationality in justifications for nudging, which may seem a little paradoxical? How do I, oh yeah, okay. So let me begin with some relevant background. The first piece of relevant background is just to establish that axiomatic rationality, or what we can call neoclassical rationality or standard rationality, it's not going.
Yes. I basically don't like PowerPoint, so, you know, I'm going to be a little bit, yeah, all right. All right, so the basic characterization of axiomatic rationality is that it involves people who are agents who are able to completely rank all of the options, that their behavior or their preferences are transitive, this framework invariance, and certain ancillary assumptions. Neoclassical economists have claimed that axiomatic rationality is both descriptive and broadly normative. Behavioral economists often, not universally, have said that axiomatic rationality is not descriptive but remains normative. And that's what I want to talk about. Now, the screen is quite small. Can I enlarge that somehow here to see my slides a little better? Can that be enlarged? Yeah. Sorry about Okay, all right. No more technology. Let me just go on. Okay. Okay, what I want to advance is the notion of inclusive rationality, which my co-author Glenn Whitman and I discussed in our 2020 book, Escaping Paternalism. We conceive of inclusive rationality as based on purposeful behavior, founded on subjective preferences and beliefs, in the presence of both environmental and cognitive constraints. So it's a cognitivist version of rationality. The meaning of the problem situation and the agent's reason for action are to be considered before any assessment of rationality can be made. And I think this is an important distinction between the axiomatic approach, in which the meaning of the problem and the reasons for action are not considered because it's a behaviorist framework. The standard of success is, does the agent solve the decision problem satisfactorily? So this does not dictate the normative structure of preferences and beliefs a priori, and preferences and beliefs may be inchoate, incomplete, inconsistent, mutable, dependent on context. And we introduce this primarily as an alternative normative framework. I have to underline, we're talking about a normative framework only. So, in short, inclusive rationality gives economists permission to draw the many reasonable grounds that people may have for their behavior. These should be substantive grounds, not structural or formal. It's not simply excuses for individual behavior. These reasons must have empirical plausibility in terms of what the agent is trying to do. So my objectives with that as background, my objectives here are to distinguish the positive and normative aspects of axiomatic rationality, and to discuss how inclusive rationality relates to axiomatic. Are they complements or substitutes? Can you have both? All right, so we have to navigate between two extremes. The first problem is the problem that I have a quotation from Wittgenstein on, is that sometimes we can be trapped in our analytical frameworks, and we don't see beyond the framework, and to a certain extent that can be useful. But I think in the normative context, the analytical frameworks that have been used are too narrow and blind us to the broader conception of rationality that I think we need. So the other extreme, however, is this very interesting quotation from Isaac Gilboa. He says that a mode of behavior is rational for a given person if this person feels comfortable with it and is not embarrassed by it, even when it is analyzed for him. Now, obviously, this is there's a certain
more than a certain, there is an important social component to this, right? Embarrassment is a social idea. And I think it's right to say that our opinions about what is reasonable behavior and what is unreasonable behavior are indeed related to certain types of social expectations. And therefore, the embarrassment criterion is not totally crazy, but I think it's a bit too liberal for my taste. All right, so I want to go back and discuss some history of the axiomatic approach and what it was intended to do, at least in earlier stages. So you can begin with the late 19th century, and here we have axioms in the older sense of empirically warranted preferences for some sort of deductive science. And the first author that I think is important here is John Eliot Cairns, who's sometimes called the last of the classical economists. So what were his axioms, or what were his premises for economics? He says, well, we should start with the assumption that there's a desire for material well-being, that people have the ability to judge the efficacy of means to ends, and plus various facts about the world, like diminishing returns. John Neville Keynes modifies that slightly, the father of John Maynard. He added diminishing marginal utility should be an assumption, free competition or monopoly, depending on the context. But not in neither case had the axioms anything to do with normativity. They were not normative statements. They were statements about the facts of the material and economic world, the world of people's desires and expectations. And there was a strict separation of science from ethics. Then we go to 1930s with Lionel Robbins' famous book, The Nature and Significance of Economic Science. So he says economics centers on preferences and perceived opportunities. He recognizes consistency and transitivity is needed for certain theorems, like the equimarginal principle, but he says that that's not really essential to economics. Consistency is never treated as a normative ideal because he says it would be too expensive to attain. Even when preferences are inconsistent, people do economize. So economics is not based on any normative considerations, not even consistency, because consistency is an unattainable ideal. So deep contact with the realities and not with the idealization. All right, then we go on now to De Brugge. And this is a beginning of a very important shift. Previously, the axioms or the premises were supposedly statements about the real world, about factual characteristics of the real world or of individual actors. But the view of the axioms in De Brugge is derived from the Blavatsky school of mathematicians. This was a collective or a group of French mathematicians whose goal was to put various branches of mathematics on a firm axiomatic foundation. And that spread to an ideal in other disciplines as well. So De Brugge wanted to provide a rigorous mathematical foundation to choice theory. Equilibrium and consistency are considered properties of the model, not of the world. He emphasized the separation of the theory from content. So he was developing a general theory separate from any content, for example, any psychological realism of how people make choices, that was completely logical. And what was the point of it all? The point of it all was to provide a foundation for general equilibrium theory. Again, no conception that the axioms were normative. All right, so now we get to Leonard Savage, 1954. This, I say tentatively, is the first explicitly normative use of the axiomatic approach.
I say tentatively because the history is a little bit complicated. Savage says, for example, the main use I would make of my postulates, my axioms, is normative, to police my own decisions for consistency, and when possible, to make complicated decisions depend on simpler ones. But, he says, the axioms are only normative in small worlds. Now, what does that mean? Well, here we get the ambiguity of the use of the word normative, which I've detected a lot in economic literature. One is normative in the sense of in a specific kind of model, in a small world, for example, certain things are normative. This is the way you should decide, but it's within a model. Or in the real world, and here I would prefer to use the word prescriptive. Prescriptive means that the normativity carries over into a real world context. And I think economists sometimes use the word normative to mean in the model and not necessarily in the real world. All right, so there are plenty of normative reasons for not being consistent. I don't have to dwell on them. People can have to discover their own preferences in the process of choice. They formulate their preferences in the process of choice. They haven't fully examined the potential choice set. May not pass the cost-benefit test to try. And there can be many reasons for action not encompassed within the model's current structure. All right, so now let's get to the root of this here. Is it okay to be inconsistent? There is an example presented by John Broome in 1999, which has an individual exhibiting certain preferences. So, but the reasons are being given, and I think that's an important element. So, touring Rome is preferred to going to the Alps and skiing. But why? The person says, culture is good enough reason to forego showing courage. I mean, for him, going to the Alps and skiing is showing courage, right? So, touring Rome, culture is good enough reason to forego showing courage. So, going to Rome is preferred to skiing. But now when we compare skiing with relaxing at home, it says choosing home over the Alps would show cowardice. So going to the Alps is preferred to staying home, because if you say, well, I'd rather stay home, it sounds like you're a coward, at least in this man's mind, right? But now when you compare staying at home to going to Rome as a tourist, the person says, well, it's okay to put relaxation over cultural education. Now, if you're alert here, you will realize this series of choices is intransitive, right? He should, in fact, prefer going to Rome over staying at home if they were transitive, but he doesn't. So now, redescription. This is one of my favorite concepts. You can save it. You can save the transitivity axiom by redescribing the alternatives. And here is one suggestion that Broome makes, and we also discussed in Escaping Paternalism, is that if you characterize the alternatives, or you characterize the choices with respect to the immediate alternative, you have 6 options, really, rather than just 3. So you have skiing when the alternative is staying at home. You have staying at home when the alternative is skiing. You have going to Rome when the alternative is skiing. You have skiing when the alternative is Rome, et cetera, with all of the others. And you can have a perfectly consistent or transitive series of choices in this case, because you've redescribed the options. The option is no longer going to Rome or skiing. It's things like going to Rome when the alternative is skiing, et cetera, et cetera. So by redescription, and this is just one possible way of redescribing, I have saved the transitivity phenomenon. Now, there are certain technical issues. Not all redescriptions will work in all theoretical contexts. For example, the redescription that I talked about right now is not going to work in the Savage subjective expected utility theory for certain technical reasons. But in principle, right, redescription is always possible. Anand, in an interesting book in 1993, comes up with what he calls the translation theorem. Basically, he says redescription is always possible. And the axioms themselves don't provide any guidance about whether you should allow redescription. But inclusive rationality can. Redescription is really a slave of inclusive rationality in the following sense, that if, we go back to the original example, if the reasons that the agent gives for his or her decisions are reasonable decisions, then it could make sense to redescribe, if you wish, the decisions in a way that satisfies transitivity. But what's the point of doing that? Why would you bother to do that? To save transitivity, even though you could in principle do it if it seems reasonable, if the behavior seems reasonable. If the behavior does not seem reasonable, you probably wouldn't want to force it into a transitivity framework. Well, one reason you might want to do it is not for normative reasons, but for reasons of building a utility function that's workable or mathematically tractable. But that has nothing to do with normativity. If we're sticking with normativity, we don't need axiomatic rationality, right? It's positively empty. It's just it of itself has no falsifiable implications, because you can always translate or convert or redescribe any series of choices in a way that makes them transitive. So, as I indicated, axiomatic rationality may have certain advantages in modeling, but redescription makes it malleable. And inclusive rationality, meaning the sense of reasonableness of people's behavior, may suggest and guide such expansions. But the basic point is that axiomatic rationality is strictly a modeling methodology. It has nothing to do with well-being or welfare. It's just about modeling. So, the consequences of axiomatic rationality for normative economics are some of the following. Axiomatic violations in some treatments are viewed as per se indications of some rationality defect. I think that's false. And Gerd, in his work, has talked about how the transitivity, lack of transitivity, doesn't seem to produce any harm to people's well-being. In other treatments, axiomatic rationality violations are prima facie red flags of rationality defects. In other words, not per se indications of some defect, but they're just red flags. They alert us to possibilities. And then people will go on to say, well, you should follow this up by a search for decision-making defects like complexity, lack of knowledge, etc. Well, this is false too, in the sense that the investigation of decision-making defects is independent of axiomatic rationality violations. You don't need them to investigate possible defects in decision-making. So the problems with the above, with all of the above, have pushed some people to concentrate on the decision process issues, thus, in effect, seeming to abandon axiomatic rationality. But in fact, there still is the ghost, if you want to say it, of axiomatic rationality. I say weakly beyond it. Because first of all, in many behavioral treatments, there is a bias derived from axiomatic rationality thinking toward deliberate, explicit decision-making as normative. If you make a decision in a deliberate, explicit way, right, then that's the right way to do it. Well, I think that's wrong. Right? But that is a holdover because the axiomatic approach is very deliberate. It's explicit. It's rational in the sense of a system, and that's why I think some people think that only deliberate, explicit decision making is normative. But then there's a behavioristic bias. Little attention is given to the reasons for decisions because they are not easily observable. In the example of Maurice, it's the reasons for the decisions that alert us to the fact that Maurice is being reasonable, although he may have a hang-up about, showing bravery or masculinity by going to the Alps, et cetera, but fundamentally, he's making reasonable decision. His intransitivity is reasonable, but you don't know that unless you think about what the reasons for the decision are. And then the behaviorist bias too, little attention is being given to preferences as desire propensities, and very important in a applied or a policy way, because I think that the distinction that sometimes that Cass Sunstein makes often between ends paternalism and means paternalism is not so simple. Because if people's behavior, if people's actual preferences in the sense of actual choices are a combination of desire, propensities, and beliefs, there's an interaction. In other words, you can't really identify the relevant beliefs that people have unless you know what their preferences are, what they're trying to achieve. And you can't really decide whether their preferences are sensible unless you know what their beliefs are. So there's a real interaction between desires and beliefs, and to talk about the distinction between ends paternalism and means paternalism has got to be very, very imprecise. And also, there's also the old Frank Knight point in that, once we achieve an end, we have a further end in mind, and so it's just a way station on to something else. Okay, so what I've tried to do here is to make the following points. One is that axiomatic rationality is a very bad normative standard because fundamentally it's empty. Things can be redescribed and the axioms saved in almost all cases of inconsistency. And secondly, that in order to really understand what people are doing, we have to pay attention to the meaning that people give to their situations, the meaning that they attribute to what problem, the problem that they decide that they are solving is a problem that derives from the meaning of the situation. And that unless we understand the reasons that people just do what they do, we're going to be caught in an extremely narrow view of what can be considered rational behavior. So I think that the standard has to be a very loose, the normative standard for behavior has to be a very loose standard of reasonableness. And the standard of reasonableness is not inconsistent with the ecological rationality idea, because obviously people are interested in solving their problems in a reasonable, in an efficient way. So that's part of reasonableness. But you can see from the Maurice example that what the problem is or what the person is trying to accomplish is not really understandable unless we look at the situation from the perspective of the individual, try to understand the meaning of various choices and the reasons that people do what they do. So my bottom line is that normative economics is more complicated than perhaps either the behavioral economists or neoclassical economists recognize. That's it. Yeah, I think.
My question, Mario, is you know, sometimes we do people sometimes make logical mistakes in life, and when you point them out to them, sometimes this makes a difference to what they decide to do next, sometimes it doesn't. So just pointing out transitivities can actually allow people to sometimes realize that they actually wanted to act in a more logical way. On this, in this case, in a more, you know, sort of transitive way. It's, you know, even if it's not a universal prescription, perhaps sometimes pointing out that they do so can actually make them, I didn't intend to do that, but it turns out that that's how I behaved.
Well, okay. It presumes that people want to be transitive, right? And I don't think in general that that's a generalization that's sustainable, that people want to be transitive. There are cases in which people have intransitivity been pointed out. People say, okay, what? And cases which they do change their behavior. Now, one of the problems is, and there was a recent article, I think maybe it was in the American Economic Review, that asked the question, do people want to be consistent? But the experimental framework is in terms of lotteries. And lotteries are extremely, it's a really pared down case of decision making. First of all, you don't have the uncertainty, you just have the risk. And in addition to that, there isn't a question of, you know, what's the meaning of the situation, right? What are the reasons that people give for their behavior? It's a very bare bones kind of decision problem in which intransitivities could lead to losing money in that particular framework. But it's a very narrow framework. Because in the real world, for example, you know, we had the idea of the money pump, right? But where are the money pumpers? Do they have, you know, is that within the context of a lottery experiment? You don't need the money pumper, right? You're just going to lose out for a series of bets. But in the real world, it's more complicated than that. And also in the real world, you know, it's not just one big lottery problem. So while I agree that pointing out intransitivities might, in certain circumstances, cause people to reconsider, but I don't think that's a broad generalization. I think that applies in a narrow context. Yeah.
No. Always regarding transitivity, obviously one of the most important biases have been studied are preference reversal. Preference reversal, cioè that is not to apply the transitivity. And this preference reversal, if you consider the optional something compact, is very difficult to explain rationally. But as was done by Tversky when they went to work with Ward, about decision making and so on, he discovered that the preferential reversal depends from the point of reference between the comparison to option. If, for example, you prefer a lemon ice cream to a strawberry ice cream, you prefer strawberry ice cream to a chocolate ice cream, but you prefer a chocolate ice cream to lemon ice cream, you are doing a preference reversal, no? But the preference reversal is depend because the comparison psychologically change because the reference change, and then you compare. For example, between strawberry and chocolate, the dark taste, the bitter taste, sorry, of the chocolate compared to flavor of strawberry, and between lemon and strawberry, the acidity. Then, in reality, there is no failure of transitivity. There is the application of transitivity. Then there is no bias.
Yeah, Well, some of that comes up in the Maurice example, right? Because his intransitivity, so to speak, is a function of the fact that the pairwise comparisons are not the same, and the pairwise comparisons can trigger different ideas, rationales in his mind, right? The key thing here is the cowardice idea. It triggers it in certain contexts, but not in other contexts. So, yes, so it's an apparent, I don't know whether to call it an apparent intransitivity or an actual intransitivity that doesn't matter. That's not an error, or it's not wrong or something. It's all right, apparent intransitivity, if you want to call it that. Yeah, I agree with that example. But there's also the example of the independence of relevant alternatives, where the waiter says we have chocolate pie or apple pie, and the person says, okay, I'll have apple pie. Then he comes back and says, well, we have chocolate pie, apple pie, and blueberry pie. And then the person says, I'm going to have chocolate pie, right? Well, we had that option before, but now this irrelevant alternative comes in, right? They're similar things. What does the additional information trigger in your mind about, right? Right. Gerd?
Thank you for this forceful argument against a purely logical type of rationality. And I just add a few points that you probably all know. First, a transitivity axiom is not just about the three alternatives. It's about all. You have to be transitive for all triples. Just like consistency or completeness is not just about A or B, but for all of them. So if you would just, that is not computationally intractable, but it's a waste of time. So if you want to be transitive for, so you have a communal election, there are 25 candidates. And in order to map them in a utility function, so you have to be transitive on n times n minus 1, n times n minus 2 divided by 6 is over 2,000 times. Just think about 2,000. Why would you do that? It's just a waste of time. What people do, they have a few candidates that they like and a few that they dislike, and they don't care about the rest. It's not about finding so the sufficient and necessary conditions for a linear representation, which is that all about. So the second point, you mentioned it, we have done, Hal Arkes, Ralph Hertwig and I have looked at over 1,000 articles in behavioral economics that test some kind of formal rule, like the axioms, or conjunction rule, or all these whose violations is usually called a bias, and then claims is made that they're responsible for Reagan's policy, for all kind of political events without any evidence. And we have found no evidence for welfare costs measure or anything. That should, finding no evidence is no evidence for no effect, but if in the literature there is nothing out there, and a few cases where you could see there may be something, a loss, but people immediately realize it and change their minds. And the Herbert Simon, to end with, is known about his joke that he made about rational choice theory. So basically on the idea that everything can be mapped into one dimension, which is underlying all of these axioms, by saying that to his students that he was insured precisely to the point at which his family was indifferent to whether or not he lived. So shall I repeat it? Yeah,
Yeah.
you got it. Yeah. So these are all kind of consequences of that. I think Saras has written about that, and I am really amazed that reasonable people would believe that a purely formal, basically it's probability theory or the logic theory would capture human rationality. And again, there may be a few situations where being transitive is reasonable. But that's the ecological rationality question. Identify the situation where that is really costly or violations are costly, and don't claim it's a universal principle. And even Savage, as you pointed out, does not claim that. It is, do you know who is the beginning of the universal interpretation of axiomatic rationality? Who? It's a question, a real question.
Oh! I thought you had the answer. No, that's what I'm trying to find out. And it's not clear when that starts in that particular way. Some of the early axiomatizers were very interested in just providing a basis for some specific narrow concept, and not promoting a sort of universal notion of rationality based on the axioms. So I'm currently trying to figure that out. I mean, Savage is the most obvious one, who makes it the most obvious. I don't think he's the first, however, but I have to, some people say, people like Ragnar Frisch or perhaps some others, but I don't know right now. Yeah. Right. Right. Well, I'm going to try to find out.
Mario, I remember an older discussion, older set of examples of intransitivities. I was introduced to by Tom Schwartz, social choice theorist, now at UCLA, and then by the late great Kafka. And the basic idea is you just take, multi-attributive decision amongst three alternatives, and you violate your preferences violate transitivity. But this may be different from some of the examples you're thinking of. I'm not sure, and I would like to see how inclusive rationality applied to it. It's different because some decision sets there say, well, just assign weights to the different attributes in the columns, and then you'll be able to apply the standard framework. But you say, look, these are serious choices. I have no way of comparing. I'm choosing between different courses of life. I have no way of comparing these different weights accurately enough to produce the sort of ordering that you want. And someone might say, oh, so you can't really say, can't really talk about preferring one to the other, so you're indifferent. So you can assess the alternatives in terms of a distance relation. So you say, no, I don't want to even do indifference. I was wondering if that's a sort of different type of violation of transitivity than the ones you're talking about. It seems to me a very serious kind of transitivity, very much in keeping with our discussions today about uncertainty.
Well, first of all, they're really complete pre-ordering, which is the presupposition of the standard rationality framework, includes indifference as a ordering. Now, if you say, I don't know, then you violate a complete ordering, a pre-ordering. Because I don't know is not the same thing as indifferent. So if you bring in I don't know,
then intransitivity doesn't have the same meaning as it does within a framework in which you have either preference or indifference. It's a different meaning. I'm not sure about what more to say about it, but that's not what I was thinking of in this case. I'm sure there are people who have made models of options that are people cannot rank, and what follows from that, but I'm not aware. Okay. Are we done? I'm done. All right. Thank you. Better get rid of that.
Chiediamo se Massimo è ancora con noi e dovrebbe partecipare, giusto?
Sì.
Massimo? Cercasi Massimo. Vabbè, iniziamo, magari poi lo... Ok. Questo giusto? Paris Sorbonne, giusto? Ok. Ok, qui vai avanti così.
Well, I think now it's difficult to try to find some final remarks about what we have discussed today. The application of this, my approach had to do with many fields, from behavioral city to cognitive economics, behavioral public administration, and so on. Then I prefer to tell something more about the methodology that is behind this application. And I start from these two books that were quoted by Hersh Shefrin, that I wrote in 2012 and 2013. These two books have the goal to overcome the limitation of methodological individualism. That was the methodology that was used mainly inside economics, or also some social sciences. With the methodology of cognitivism, I try to propose to rely on cognitive science instead of folk psychology, that was the basic behavioral theory that was used by methodological individualism. I propose a causal model of explanation instead of intentional model of explanation that was typical of methodological individualism. I didn't, I criticize the property dualism of methodological individualism. I propose an identity theory between mind, brain, and body. And also relating to the rationality, I was against this kind of a priori normative rationality typical of methodological individualism, proposing a bounded rationality, a descriptive approach about rationality. During that time, also I focus on the importance of the environment characterized by uncertainty, but not with so much emphasis as I have now. The risk and uncertainty were together. Now, in my approach, I'm much more convinced that most of our decision regards a deal with uncertainty environment, then uncertainty become a very important focus of this of our decision-making approach. And this was more or less 20 years ago. Now something has changed, obviously. It has changed because the model of behavior that was during the time the traditional cognitivism, traditional cognitive psychology, information processing psychology, how there are many ways that you may label, now have been overcome by a different approach. And the Cartesian mind that was of that time was characterized by some feature. The mind was considered modular. There was the metaphor of the mind as a software of the brain. There was this kind of dualism called property dualism, and the thinking was considered only digital computation. Turing machine was the reference. Now this has been overcome, and I don't focus about this because Shaun Gallagher has already explained very well what does it mean for e-cognition. But I summarize for who was not here this morning. For e-cognition has to do with a cognition that is embodied, enacting, extended, and embedded. The psychological experience does not correspond only to the central computational cognitive function, but also to those of the body. The extraneural structural feature of the body shape our cognitive experience. Then the extraneural, not only the brain. The way the body is made is binocular vision, its vertical position, its peculiar rotation of the back and neck, its manual and movement skill are all characteristics that determine the perceptual cognitive type. But also the visceral, the gut feeling, visceral, there are books by Gigerenzer, gut feeling, the visceral stimuli that derive from the intestine act on emotional, sensorial, perceptual, and cognitive level. This is the phenomenon of gut feeling, or the concept also of somatic marker by Damasio. Then the body regulates the brain as much as the brain regulates the body. This is obviously something that sounds strange for many, but this is the new approach called 4E cognition. And this is the new reference, the model of the behavior, the model of cognition, the model of behavior of action rely on this new approach. But there are other change. For example, the limit of decision-making paradigm. I know that Gerd doesn't agree too much about this, but this is the basis for introducing an active problem solving. The cognitive psychology of decision is something that rely on the conceptual structure of formal subjective expected utility. It is the way in which the theory of decision in economics and the formative decision has been developed. Ward Edwards, that was the pioneer the founder of psychology of decision making, when it started, was carrying out laboratory experiments on how people decide. His experiment has two fundamental features. First, the provision of subjective expected utility are set as a normative reference. Second, the other feature was that experiments are not carried out in real decision context or everyday life, but in the abstract one of games, bets, and lottery. Then the typical feature of the environment are completely neglected. This obviously go against what is called the Brunswick feature constraint of a good experiment. Then the result were artificial, and in particular the way in which the decision was represented was about analytical processing, was dealing with the number. The problem was broken, the structure, there was the piece of information analyzed, possible alternative, probabilities of their outcome, and utility of the related consequences. And now the question is, do we our action rely on this kind of things? No, there was another tradition, the tradition of problem solving. Tradition of problem solving, from my point of view, is alternative to decision making. And in the tradition of problem solving is important, and Saras is one of the representatives, because it was born mainly inside real problem. The problem of an engineer, of an architect, of an entrepreneur, of a manager. Not the theory of consumer, the consumer theory that was formalized, became an abstract thing. Instead, in the reality, when you have to behave, to select an action, you rely with problem. You don't rely with the probabilistic number. And from this point of view, also the cognitive success is when you frame problem, set goals, develop heuristically a suitable course of action. From this point of view, this is based on the pragmatic, recursive process made up of many heuristic attempt and related positive or negative feedback from the environment. And what is better than the ant on the beach? The ant on the beach is something that explains everything. If we see how is walking this ant on the beach, the ant's path is irregular, complex, hard to describe. But its complexity is really a complexity in the surface of the beach, not a complexity in the ant's mind. And from this point of view, this summarizes more or less what is this new approach to problem solving. And also, this answer to some questions by Shaun and by Gerd. And the last sentence is what is the answer. When Simon writes the procedural rationality of the ant, then finding through proper heuristic and suitable behavior on the beach, generate its substantial rationality, that is the adaptivity to the irregularity of the beach. From this point of view, we see the dynamic feature of this interaction, the ants on the beach, and also we see that the heuristic change the representation of the environment according to adaptation that is more easy to select, to find the solution. From the point of view, this sentence is an answer to some of the questions of Shaun and Gerd that were different kind of questions, because there is Simon expressed the dynamic interaction between the action and the environment. And then from this point of view, what is the most important feature of this Simonian concept is that environmental feedback are the most effective in modeling human action in problem solving. As in industrial design, the social actions follow the logic of feedback. The feedback, the interaction, the recursive feedback between what you have as a result of your action and your change to reach the result is what characterizes this approach of problem solving. And from this point of view, this approach is open to be merged with what? With for recognition. in which we saw that the 4E cognition is extended, embedded, embodied, and active. The inaction, cioè the action-oriented behavior, is one of the most important aspects of this new approach of cognitive science, and is almost very coherent and compatible with the problem-solving approach of Simon. And from this point of view, to enforce the enactive part, I introduced this concept of enactive problem-solving. And what is enactive problem-solving? It's dynamic process based on pragmatic, recursive attempt and related positive or negative feedback from the environmental affordancy or action possibility. Even from this point of view, I think that Simon was not so internalist. He didn't think that what is called the problem space were only an internal representation, because in this dynamic of feedback between action and environment, it was considered something also outside, and not only internalist as Shaun, you were suggesting today. Then the social problem space is about social affordances. Problem space is about the possible situation to be searched in order to find that situation which correspond to the solution. Then social problem space is about the possible solution that are enacted by the social affordances, enacting problem solving. And this is what explains everything. Then I finish this part to comment on that has been said today. We may say that the conclusion is the new model, the new methodological model I dub embodied individualism, that has two sides. The descriptive side is about the enactive problem solving as a way to explain social action, and then to overcome the limitation of decision-making approach. And the normative side is obviously about ecological boundary rationality. Ecological boundary rationality is described by the didactic success in social task, and in this case is also based on what we call embodied heuristics. So these heuristics that are driven by how we are shaped as physically. And this is the, I don't know if you are following at this hour, this is the methodological approach that I propose that change my previous principle of methodological cognitivism, because introduce and include the 4E cognition, and also strengthen the aspect of uncertainty and of ecological adaptive rationality. But what I want also to comment about what we were saying before, what is the cognitive economics, the difference between cognitive economics and behavioral economics. Shefrin was focusing on these differences that he didn't consider so important. In fact, the metaphor for him was Diet Coke versus Zero Coke. No, they say more or less are the same. We are a different brand, but are the same. In my opinion, there are still strong differences. In fact, I am editing a book about cognitive economics, in which I want to show someone of the person that participate today are writing. We write a chapter. Cognitive economics and behavioral economics are different for 4 reasons. The behavioral economics, that is the approach of Kahneman, Tversky, Richard Taylor, the last Nobel Prize for economics in behavioral, that are behavior oriented, don't deal too much with uncertainty. They continue to think that the people live in a risky situation, and the experiments that are made are risk situation. They use bet, lottery, game. All these things are a situation of risk, not uncertainty. Instead, cognitive economics believe that we live in uncertain world, and most of our situation deal with uncertainty, not with risk. Second, the cognitive science that is explained the behavior, the action, in the case of behavioral economics is information processing psychology, is a classical cognitivism. Instead, cognitive economics thinks that there is something more for recognition or something less than for recognition. In any case, it's not information processing psychology. It's not based on Cartesian mind, so a mind that is detached from the environment, from the brain, from the body. This is something that doesn't work. But behavioral economics believe in the classical cognitivism. Third is about rationality. This is the most important. In fact, when I answered to Shefrin, he didn't understand when I was saying that behavioral economics is about formal, and I will say formal model of rationality. No, formal norm of rationality was better. In fact, I wrote to him saying that I meant formal norm of rationality. That is, there are normal rationality that are typical subjective expected utility, the normal classical, neoclassical economics, and the behavioral economists make experiment to see if the people behave or not according to this norm. Cognitive economics don't believe in formal norm of rationality, but in a descriptive, adaptive kind of rationality. Means, as Mario Rizzo was saying, the way in which we solve problems, the way in which we find a better solution and we adapt better to an environment. This is the rationality that is behind cognitive economics. Then this is very different from behavioral economics rationality. Then cognitive economics as a principle rationality is something very much very different. And also the last part is that this is my position more than the general position. I don't believe in decision-making paradigm, but I believe in problem solving. And also this characterizes in a different way cognitive economics from behavioral economics. Behavioral economics is a typical decision-making paradigm. Then, from this point of view, what I want to add that this approach of cognitive economics characterized by this feature is very coherent with the model of Saras of effectuation, because for Saras, what is important is that an entrepreneur, this model is about entrepreneur behavior. When a person becomes an entrepreneur, not because he finds in the market that there is a niche, a segment, then he decides to create a product. But when he relies on his or her means, see what kind of means are. The means are not only financial, but are social relation, are technology, are the particular environment that may be more or less suitable. And then from the means start to create something that may become a product successful in a given environment. And for example, when she for example, when she make the example Leonard Shaun, who created U-Haul, the most important transport company of the world. He had only $10,000, something like this, but he has a very good social network of friends, of connection with the oil station in the motorway and so on. And from the means, he start in creating the product. And this kind of innovation was based on an acting problem solving, was a kind of continuous feedback from what he was proposing, the result of what he was proposing, then it was more or less successful. Herbert Simon explained this with the sub-goals, no? Solving many sub-goals, at the end you arrive to the final result. And this is an important aspect, because you find also in this approach the extended cognition, because the network of friends, the technology, the logistic are your part of the extended cognition, are not in your brain, but are outside. And also is embedded, because in the situation, particular situation that may allow you to have this approach or another approach. Then an action, embedded, extended. There are three dimensions of the for recognition in your model. And we see also with your model effectuation how you explain the failure. For example, when Reed Hastings, the founder of Netflix, proposed to John Antioco of Blockbuster to to cooperate together, John Antioco was only concentrated on the product. He didn't understand that there was another means, that is internet, that may allow to change completely the product. So proprio the concentration. Also Steve Jobs, when Steve Jobs created Pixar, he understood the means to do another project, another product. Then this aspect of positive result effectuation, negative result effectuation, is very important to explain how the entrepreneur go on. Devo ancora pregare? Another, Shefrin is not connected because I wanted to discuss with him. In Shefrin and Taylor and so on, rely on system 1, system 2 model of mind. That is something that most of the behavioral scientists and Kahneman the same say that is a metaphor. There is not system 1, system 2 in our brain, and they use as a metaphor. I use also, we may say, with pedagogic goal during the class, because it may be better to represent what is intuition, what is reasoning. In any case, this model is without any scientific support. Even the new approach of Stanovich, Evans, a minimal account of duality of mind doesn't work, because there are many data that falsify this approach. But this kind of dualism, they continue to repeat also in the model of planner and doer, because the behavioral find, the behavioral economics of Taylor and Shefrin, and to explain, for example, the present bias, the difficulty of self-regulation, willpower, and so on, they characterize the economic agent with a mind that is divided by planning and doing. Planning is cortical, doing is limbic. But even this doesn't work from a point of view of cognitive science, because even when you plan something, and this is my approach, you are simulating some doing. When you are planning to do something, to make an enterprise, to meet a friend, in the same time that you are planning, you are simulating what you will do. Then doing is inside planning, but also planning is inside doing, because when you do something and you have this kind of interaction feedback from the environment of what you are doing, successfully or not successfully, you change also your plan. Then planning and doing something that are completely merged, and that you cannot divide as is done in in this model. And also the possibility to stop the consumption because you don't want to spend money. And then the problem of self-regulation is not only based on the planning dimension that I think is connected to cortical part of the brain, because it is also the limbic part that may tell you don't do this because you are falling in a risk, because the limbic system is responsible of risk assessment, risk propensity, because in the limbic system there is amygdala. Amygdala is what is characterized by the representation of fear to have damage, and the risk comes from fear to have damage. Then when you have to decide something, there is a risk assessment realized by the limbic system. And not only, and then they can tell, stop, don't do this because it's too risky. Then it's not only done by the cortical part of the brain. Then also from the point of view, I think there is something to tell and to discuss, because this division is not very clear how much they characterize the way in which we decide and we act. And only to finish, also to the behavioral city. One of this approach of behavior to the architecture, the best example has been done by Gerd Gigerenzer. When was built the Max Planck Institute for Human Development, decided that must have been built in a particular way with all the people in the same floor, because in this way there was not detachment, but the possibility to continuous interface between the researcher. And they was thinking in a behavioral model to increase creativity, critical approach, something like that. Then and the behavioral city also is not only based on nudging, because it may be also based on heuristic approach to make the city simpler for the citizen. So a kind of less is more modeling of behavioral city is something that may be very interesting, than not only nudge as a concept that may explain behavioral city. I think I have many other things to say, but it's too late. Thank you very much.
So it falls on me to keep you from dinner, and I promise being short. Dinner reminds me on another example that may be helpful for Mario's collection of rational intransitivities. I grew up in Munich, Bavaria. And there is roasted pork, which is excellent. It's heavenly. Yeah. You don't know because you are in this country. So when I moved in this country, and ordered in allegedly great Bavarian restaurants roasted pork, together with my little daughter. She was 6. She spit it out. She was used the real thing. Huh? So I learned that if I have the choice between roasted pork and a regular steak, I'll take the steak. Unless I find on the menu a third item, such as roasted brain, which I dislike. But it tells me they must know to do the Bavarian cuisine. And there's nothing irrational about that. There's intelligence. Mm-hmm. And the general point is there. Attempts to prescribe rational thinking by consistency, transitivity, independence, and other purely formal norms are fundamentally mistaken. But we are surrounded by people who believe in them. So, by the way, for those who have not read Mario and Wittmann's book, Escaping Paternalism, it's the only behavioral economics book I know that actually presents the psychological evidence. Psychological evidence is not limited to Kahneman and Tversky. It's rather that some behavioral economists have made a brilliant job in creating the impression that Kahneman and Tversky's research would be psychology. Just to read this book, and then you find out. I was very much impressed that you did the attempt really go through the evidence. So, and there's another question I will ask you the next time. Who created this idea that expected utility theory or subjective expected utility or all the axioms that are necessary in sufficient conditions are general, a model about all kind of rational behavior, as opposed to, it was not Savage, who limited to small worlds, which are really small. And if someone knows the answer, let me tell. One suspect might be Milton Friedman, but Milton Friedman was very different from Kahneman and Tversky, because he said, look, if you violate transitivity, I don't care. It's just as if. What counts is not prescriptive or psychological reality, but only prediction. Was the prediction all right? And this is not the Kahneman and Tversky. Kahneman and Tversky, I think, in my interpretation, took expected utility much more serious than most economists, and attached a descriptive interpretation to it, which they then refuted. That is also a great move. It was successful. And so we'll still have some research to do. We got this idea. And other suspects might be some philosophers who like to have general theories, or anyone who believes in the one tool kind of theory. Although philosophers are probably not the problem, because economists wouldn't read philosophy or anything else outside their journals. So, okay. Another question you might think about, and I'll go back to the remark that we got this morning from, I think he was a biologist, about the nature of the brain. So what we know is that there is a fundamental difference between the peripheral sensory organs and the rest, like memorizing, thinking, or even producing language and so on. All the rest runs on roughly 10 bits per second. A bit is a distinction between, say, male and female, yes and no. So, and the periphery runs on roughly 10 to the 9 bits per second compared to 10 to the 1. So this is why the sensor organ can do parallel processing. But why cannot we, for instance, when we listen to a conversation, we run on this roughly 10 bits. Why can we not listen to all conversations that people do in a party? It must have a reason, and probably not because God designed us to be somehow cognitively limited. I would guess it has to do with that we usually confront uncertainty. We need to scale down, make it simple. And the combination between a periphery that just gets everything and then something inside that does heuristic processes, get rid of most of these things and just focus on the important one, that's probably the secret. But you might think about that. Then we talked about system 1 and system 2. I'll be shorter on that. I think it's the absolute nadir of theorizing in psychology. Yeah. I had controversies with system 1 and system 2 people long before Danny Kahneman adopted it. And by the way, I would bet that Amos Tversky would have never adopted that. Amos was always more formal. And I cannot imagine that he would gone down so deeply into what is system 1, system 2? First, you don't know. Because there's so many different ones. They're dual systems, they're dual processes. They change all the time. But the commonalities, it's dichotomies. Like fast, slow. Associative, rule-based. Or anything like that. Very general dichotomies. That's one thing, and we know that that makes little sense. It's certainly not a deep description of any process. And second, the other content is the alignment. For instance, that heuristic is aligned, this pole, with unconscious, and often leads to errors. I mean, we know that heuristic is not aligned with unconscious. The car people who do the pricing that I reported today, they do this consciously. Yeah. Okay, I stop on that. And I think we need to take Herbert Simon's message seriously when he talks about models. He wants to have models, and not dichotomies, or a vague concept like availability, which means so many things. And we should not be glad with a science that can explain everything after the fact. It's either system 1 or 2, or maybe system 2 didn't pay attention to system 1, didn't control it. By the way, those of you who know the intellectual history about male and female intelligence may remember that basically the same dual system was used to characterize women and men. Women were fast. You talk all the time, yeah? We're fast. Associative, and all the negative things. And men were slow thinking, rational, rule-based. And you can find this. You can find it still in the early 20th century in psychological textbooks. I've written in my book, The Intelligence of Intuition, that came out 2 years ago, on that similarity. And then what we probably have here, I don't think that Stanovich or Kahneman know that history, but they basically, it's my interpretation, adopted an old-fashioned system and declared it as the answer to everything. And it was also a solution to the critique they got, not just from my research group, by many psychologists, on that these cognitive biases we were assumed to be stable. Remember the visual illusion that were always shown, like the Müller-Lyer illusion or Shepard's illusion, suggesting that little can be done to the quirks that you have. And when we showed that we can make these cognitive illusions appear, disappear, and so on, and for Kahneman, this is now again my interpretation, that was a way out of that. So what he had shown was basically system 1. And the lazy system 2 was sleeping and not paying attention and correcting it, just like in the old theories about males and females. It's the male's fault if the female does something wrong, because he is responsible. It's the same thing. And so...
That's true anyway.
Yeah. And so this is my interpretation. The system 1 and system 2 was a way out. That both is true. Yeah. Either system 2, the male system, didn't pay attention, and then he got it wrong, and otherwise it controls it. Yeah. The empirical evidence actually doesn't show that, because if you have longer time, then yeah, I'm not going into this. There's too much of that. So there were very few questions today on AI. Usually everyone asks about AI, whatever you talk about. I just want to remember on one thing. I started out with a distinction between small words and large words, and particularly between risk and uncertainty. The characteristic, another way to talk about risk and small worlds is they're stable. There's no time, tomorrow is like yesterday. Nothing ever changes. And this is exactly the type of a world where AI, now let's make it precisely, where deep artificial neural networks do best in a stable world. And yeah, and they can do also problems that are intractable, but they have to be stable, like chess and Go. And humans have no chance. Industry applications. These machines are also not tired, and they don't ask for a raise in their salary. So that's always thing. And where deep neural networks do not succeed very well is uncertainty. For instance, predicting human behavior. So recidivism prediction are not better than very simple heuristics or simple algorithms that just look at 2 or 3 variables, and also not better than, as one study showed, as people who do to make a few cents or a few dollars on Amazon Mechanical Turk. They're as good as Compass and other things. But there is again a hype about AI, instead of asking the question, where is it likely that it works and where does it not work? If you remember, IBM's Watson made a splash in the game, Jeopardy, and then it was used for cancer recommendations, or IBM Oncology, so Watson Oncology. Have you ever heard of it again? It has been dismantled after MD Anderson, and also MD Anderson paid about $62 million to IBM until they found out that these were just the promises of the PR department. The engineers knew we can't do it. At least we can do it better than anyone else. So I learned something else today, namely that when Giuliano Amato made the association between bounded rationality the Simon way and Catholics. So it occurred to me, I was born Catholic. So that's one data point for him. Today over lunch, I found another data point, Riccardo Viale, Catholic. I guess. Then Mario Rizzo was born Catholic, 3 data points. And add Giuliano Amato to this, we have 4 data points. And so is there really an association between, and then we have, for instance, Benjamin Franklin, clearly a Protestant, Calvinist type of optimizer. And so I leave this question also with you. Is there a general background, a tendency like Max Weber described it in the Protestant work ethics, optimizing? We Catholics always could sin and then confess. If you're a Calvinist Protestant, you can't, because already decided. All you can do is to to run diagnostics. So if you observe yourself today evening, enjoying the dinner, not good, playing billiard, even worse, and then it's, see that. So let's see whether we can make a connection between Max Weber and Herbert Simon. On the 4 E's, my wish to all proponents of 4 E's is, can you be more precise? Yeah, but what exactly is embodied? Embodied, yes, I understand more. Embedded, so is every tool we have a pocket calculator, embedded cognition? Extended, oh, that's more the tool calculator. That's extended, yeah? Yeah. But I'm more a person who asks, how does it work? Can we give a good example for all of these 4? And what's being excluded? And but I may ask too much. At least I enjoyed the talk. And I also want to add here, we had variously a debate about whether this was what Herbert Simon said, or whether he was actually reaching out to an environment or just internal. And in my interpretation, there are 2 Simons. There's not one. You know better than I. Maybe there are 3 or more of them. There's an entire toolbox of Simons. And certainly his work with Newell, on where he claimed that the way the mind works is the way a serial computer works, is very different from the work on bounded rationality. You can see it already in the kind of task being. These were all small world tasks. And in his work on administrative behavior, it's very different. So I feel much more in the tradition of the Lara Simon, the bounded rationality Simon, than the cognition as computation Simon. But I think it's a mark of genius to have contradicting ideas. And it's not a mark of irrationality. Yeah. And they create tensions that you can resolve, and by moving forward, or others can resolve. On the relationship between heuristics and environment, I want to point out that we are actually designing our world since long time using heuristics. One example is right of way. You drive your car on a crossing. How do you find out there's another car? Who is the right of way? So there are many variables, like, is there a red light? Is there a policeman? Is the other car bigger than yours? Is the other car more expensive than yours? Are there more people in the car? Now you could have a linear equation and weighting all of them, which is usually seen the rational way, and figure out, computing who is the right of way. It would lead to chaos. What we have is a lexicographic heuristic, meaning policeman first. If there's no policeman, then the light. red light or green light. If there's no red light, then in many countries is whether the other car is coming from right or left. And there are a number of these things that actually have eliminated the chaos that existed in the 19th century and even before in the roads of, say, Paris, where you basically had to figure out what status the other person has to step aside. And so other examples for creating transparency and fairness by using lexicographic rules instead of the rational linear weighting rules are the soccer rules, the international, the FIFA rules, to figure out who, if there's a contest, who is moving up and in a group of 4, say. And first it's the number of goals won. If this is equal, then who has the higher, the number of games won. Second, who has more goals scored. And third, direct comparison, and so on. It's strictly hierarchical. I know of a American football region where people complained about that because you need to take the others variables also in account. We play much more beautiful. So, and they tried to have a weighted system. It didn't live long. So the point I'm making, we are already structuring our environment by heuristics. Just don't notice it. And also lexicographic heuristics do not allow to map your choices into a utility function. That's why this has been pushed aside. But whether or not you can map your choices in a utility function should be the least interesting thing. You want to make good choices or to allow decisions that are safe, that are transparent, and all these things have been gone away by the dominance, and Mario talked about that, by the idea that the expected utility theory could be generally normative. I enjoyed lots of talks. I cannot go in all of these. And and there's anyhow dinner time. Huh? So another question I have to my dear friend Riccardo, with whom I have a relationship that we can disagree on some point. And often he's right, sometimes he is right. So Riccardo has taken up the phrase nudge theory, or theory of nudge, that's now common. I have no idea what that could mean. Where is the theory? But you're guilty. You wrote about it. So there are these strange things that is, and we have, at least in psychology, we have an entire tradition to call everything a theory, even if there is no theory in shooting distance. Sometimes it's just a redescription of an effect. And we are all guilty about tolerating that. So when at the Max Planck Institute, we have invited a guest, and the person talks about X theory. And very, very convinced about that. I always am obliged to protect my own students who are not sure whether they are the dumb part, or the speaker say, I did not understand what you mean by X theory. Explain. And what you then get is usually an effect that X correlates with Y. I said, that's not the theory. That's what you found. To explain something, you need to have a causal mechanism, something different. And so that's, I just appeal to you that if there are young people, always stand out. and ask the question they don't dare to ask. And in order to purify things. And so at the end, I tell you something about what Riccardo mentioned, how to run a research group by simple heuristics. So when I got an offer from the Max Planck Society as a director, I was at the University of Chicago, where my favorite university. It's the only still existing German university in the world. It was built after the German universities in the 1890s. The German universities are now highly bureaucratic and overregulated. And so I thought I'd just stay there, but then I couldn't resist the offer from the Max Planck Society. I had two fears. One was that taking on and being the director of a Max Planck Institute, nobody will ever criticize my ideas. This will be end of my learning here. So the first and the second anxiety was that because I'm convinced that research in that area where I'm working must be interdisciplinary. Otherwise you are in a little pond and you only see your own things. But my second fear was that if I hire people from mathematics, from computer science, from psychology, from economics, from philosophy, from biology, which I did, they will not talk with one another. They will be happy in an interdisciplinary institute, but publish in their own journals and form their own groups. So in order to deal with these two anxieties I had, I set up a number of heuristics. So the first thing was that I asked 3 of my graduate students at the University of Chicago and 3 of my German postdocs, whom I had brought over, whether they would come with me to dare to take this risk, particularly the American ones, never seen Munich, Berlin before. And they all said yes. I only gave them 1 day to think about it, because you don't need more, you know. And so they all came. And I did this because I knew I can rely on these people, that will always say, Gerd, but there is another evidence that you have overlooked. Or, are you really sure this is a good argument? Or so on. So they are the natural contrarians that you want. A contrarian is a person that asks with respect, but has no fears of authority. And you need these guys. Sometimes they are annoying, but they are necessary. So at the Max Planck, one rule to set up an environment that is an open culture, where people from different disciplines find value in talking with another, was to have coffee and tea every day at 4 o'clock. And no obligation, not that they have to come, but I was there all the time when I was a thing. So we have to do a model. And then they realize, oh, it's not just that we get coffee and tea, but I learn actually something. And the other important thing is the organization of the coffee and the tea must not be in the hands of the secretaries or the technical personnel, but in the hands of the researchers. Everyone has to do it a week. That makes them their own business. And a third part of this coffee was a rule, if you publish a paper, you bring cake for the entire group. This is the anti-Skinnerian technology. If you publish a paper, you're not being reinforced. No, you have to give. And that helps, this inverse reinforcement, because there's always a little bit envy that if Riccardo published a paper, I had submitted one to the same journal, they rejected it, but why did it not to him? And but the act of sharing and giving out creates a different, a more family concept. And also, it is a simple truth that when you're together for a year or for longer with other researchers, your ideas are not all yours. Everyone else has part of that. So the cake rule had also a third effect, namely, you never knew whether there's cake today. So this uncertainty, it's intermittent reinforcement, it's called, made people so addictive, like today they are on a smartphone with social media. You never know whether you get a like. And so the other rule that Riccardo mentioned is, so after a few years, the ABC research group just grew and grew. And the problem was not just that we had more money, could hire more people, but that those researchers who had left the group came back and spent another month with us or so. They just visited their family at home. And so we ran out of space. What do you do? My observation was that if you have people in different buildings, then particularly the collaboration between people from different disciplines is close to dead. Even if you have people in different floors of the same building, goes down by half or so. So when the architect proposed that we build a new building in our premises, I said, no. We build on horizontally on the existing building. And that's what happened. You may not be able to do this in this situation, but as a Max Planck director, you can do that. And so everyone was still on the same floor. And that's really important. And other policies were open doors. Keep your doors open unless there's really something private. Invite that. And so there is a number of heuristics. I've written a paper on that. And if you want to read this, send me an email, and I'll give you more about this. But again, what this shows is here, there is tons of uncertainty in organizing and making a research group run. And one way is to implement heuristics. And one sometimes has to experiment a bit, but there is also knowledge, at least we have some knowledge what worked and what doesn't work. For instance, and some of the rules work at the beginning, but they can be deadly if you apply them later. For instance, when we started the ABC research group, I asked everyone to start within 2 days, which put the administration in a turmoil. They were not used that they had to handle so many people at once. But I wanted to avoid what I have seen so often, that those who arrive a month earlier treat the others like younger siblings. And you are for your life a younger sibling. And by having them all together at the same time, they are all in the same difficult situation. They have to deal with an administration they don't know. They don't know where to find food, where to go. And they didn't know about Bavarian breakfast, like having Weisswurst and beer for breakfast. So all kind of things. And so what I want to say, we need to think more seriously about uncertainty. We need to think and test heuristics from the adaptive toolbox. And this is my idea about getting psychology and economics together. In current, at least in parts of current behavioral economics, psychology is the source of irrationality and has no normative function. And we need to go beyond that. There's a reason why we have emotions, why we are social, why we need knowledge, and we just need more courage to develop these ideas into a revised behavioral economics. Good evening.